It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because we had just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to get 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We had just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery!
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we had just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places in a month. You'll be around like my favorite movie. Lifetime. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
It's been a night to remember, but right now we are out of time. I'm Nick Diamond.
I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin.
And I'm Johnny Gomez. On behalf of all of us here at Celebrity Deathmatch, good fight, good night.
I'd be remiss for my friend if I didn't ask you about Fallen Angel.
So the Fallen Angel is a performer named Chris Daniels, and Chicago guy.
Yeah.
And was brought out to Los Angeles, and he had the daunting task of taking someone like me who couldn't move and trying to teach them the basics.
How to move.
The basics of the business.
We don't want to make false accusations here on the program, Brian. We do not want to accuse people of behavior, either unsavory behavior, possibly criminal behavior, certainly behavior that shouldn't be imitated. We don't want to do that if they're not guilty of it.
If you want outlaw the show,
knows you know just where to go. Tony Khan.
And a game 6 is far more likely than a game 7. And actually, there was only a 28.1%
Well,
chance.
he's kind of shot out, got diarrhea of the mouth. Tony Khan.
So, but as the series was going on, 28.1% chance. So about
he just lies and he cries, might be high on cocaine.
Cocaine. Ooh, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. Can I get a in the chat? Because we back like Raquel. We here tonight. We back with another one. Really filling the building. You miss me? It's only been a few days. What if I decide to take a vacation, fools? How y'all doing, man? It's good to see you. Make sure you hit the like. Make sure you hit the subscribe as everybody files in. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Plenty of fools. Plenty of what else do we got? Very happy stuff for WWE and AEW, I guess. Maybe depends how you spin it. We got some Meltzer being a kook ball. An old coot. Hope you're feeling better. I see chat. I'm going to check in with chat in a minute. Yeah, I am feeling better. So basically, I pinched a fucking nerve, is what I thought. It's likely worse than that. However, I am feeling like, let's say my pain was on a scale of like 1 to 10. I'm back at like a 5 now, 5 or 6. You know, it's 5. So. I've been taking these fucking codeine pills I didn't take any. I was going to take 2 before the show. And I was like, do we pull a Kevin Nash here? And, when they kick, that's the go home. I'm just kidding. But, I was just out of it. I was like, I need to sleep. I try not to even take like Advil and shit like that. I try to really just avoid all that as much as I can. Because you just feel shitty. Your stomach feels like a block and all of that. But yeah, no, I got checked out by my doc. And he just prescribed me to a whole bunch of shit and was like, you're really fucked up right now. You got nerve damage and stuff going on. So it's all good. We're all good. I'm all good. And I hope you're all good because we're here to talk some shit. And my favorite thing to do. And the best medicine is laughter. And you all don't care about me and the shit I got going on over here. You care about the hot news. You care about the graps. So let's get into it, shall we? So let me be careful with coding. Yeah, I know. I've been there, done that, in the past. So trust me, I know. You gotta be careful with it. So I try to minimize how much I'm gonna take and stuff. But goddamn, when I do, I just try to go to sleep. So I've been sleeping it off. I feel better, and I will let you guys know if I'm like, oh, the pain's too much. I gotta fucking drop a couple of these pills quick to continue this or whatever. But we're good. In Minecraft, of course. Be responsible, kids. Children at home, be responsible. Right? I care about Tony Khan. Exactly. Sickos are losing it over Triple H getting a solo induction. The AEW Sickos put a curse on you, made you sick so Tony Khan can haunt your dreams. I'm not really sick, bro. I hurt my arm, like you fucking. So I was telling you guys before, I wasn't doing shit over Christmas. Well, you get back into the swing of it and I just fucked myself up. You know what I mean? That's all it is. So, evening, gentlemen. Wheezy picked on you. Wheezy is amazing. Don't hate on Wheezy. Don't leave us, Phil. I was lost. Yeah, it's only been a few days. Oh, sorry. Here, we got some starred. Brody Mack became a new member. Shout you out, buddy. Guys, consider becoming a member. 99 cents if you support what I do, or go to patreon.com/prowrestletimes, and you can get a bunch of exclusive content. And I know I didn't do the content dump yet. I fucked myself up, but it's coming. I promise. And yes, thank you. Denisha Lane's been a member for 8 goddamn months. That's crazy to even think this has been going that long, man. So shout out D. And then Pete in Texas for $2 says it's Wednesday. Ichi ni Sanda.
Ichi ni Sanda.
Motherfuckers, PWT. Yeah, I'll give you a. Yeah, I don't even think I said I am your hosta, the infallible and the inflamed Phil Marks, but I missed that one. So Alt Jake is here. Maybe I'll send you a link tonight, brother. The great Perk Marks. Yeah, dude. It's the Phil Perks era. No. And then George Capture, has been a member for 9 months. So there you go. Holy shit. Round of applause to all of our members, and just chat in general. Hit the like, hit the dislike, whatever you want to do. But okay. This episode of Dynamite is coming up tonight. Let's take a gander. Do we like any of this? We'll hear from MJF. Okay. This is this week, right? Yeah. I feel like it's last week. Time Cop. I don't really know where I am right now. I put Darkseid over here, and then Ric Flair and John Cena and Lex Luger are gonna fight Lex Luthor and Superman over here. Time Cop 3. So Mercedes Moné takes on Yuka Sakazaki for the TBS Championship. More like Hookah Sakazaki. Am I right? Not because who is she, but because she's hookah, like she's going to get smoked. Hey, we got double, triple entendres tonight, folks. No, I'm fucking out of it. This is going to be a shit show. So Jeff Jarrett gets a world title shot with win over Claudio Castagnoli. Why? Claudio just loses to everyone. He goes to Japan and fucking loses. He's a trios champ and he's had like a trios match. Also, they did some brilliant shit on Collision with Tony Storm. But why the fuck aren't they gonna, why don't you do that on Dynamite? Collision's basically Rampage. The viewership is like 250,000 viewers. So why the fuck don't you do all of the good storytelling stuff? And some people don't even think it's good, but I think it's good with Tony. Why don't you do all of that on the main show everyone's watching? Seems weird. We have Will Ospreay versus Brian Cage. Brian Cage having dream matches with the gods of pro wrestling, Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay, the best guys. Tony Khan. AEW World Trios Champion Wheeler Yuta. So you have 2 Trios champions in singles matches, not one Trios match on the card. Why not develop a division? I don't understand. Versus Jay White. Pourquoi? No one wants to see that. And then, we'll hear from MJF. And they're in Huntsville, Alabama. Oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. In my hometown, I'll for surely be sitting front row. They might even put me on camera. Oh, that's not very fair to say I'm a shill for AEW when a healthy wrestling business is good for all of professional wrestling. I'm here for it. I'm here for me going on Dynamite and selling you dick pills. Sign up at savewithphil.com. Do you think Conrad's going to be there? And then Dave will be like, oh, he's totally a shill, even though clearly Bischoff's a paid shill, but definitely Conrad isn't. Conrad for surely isn't a paid shill, but Eric is a paid shill.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Can't wait. We got lots to get to. Pete in Texas became a new member. I don't know how that's possible. Probably the other channel because he's been a member for 5 months. And then Alt Jake becomes a YouTube member. Fucking shout them all out and thank you all so much.
Thank you. Fuck you. Bye. Boom.
Consider becoming a member, 99 cents. Okay, so Conrad is probably at his beach house. Plenty in Pixel Art for $5 says TK's booking is almost worse than my 2K24 booking. Hence why I study rocks. I study the rock business. I actually study geography and paleontology. Right? I don't have one. The best dinosaur's a T-Rex. The best one's a Brontosaurus. Who else but Plinian? Just study rocks and tell us about dinosaurs. If you study the rock business. Sorry, guys, I'm tripping tonight. I'm fucking called it. I knew Elbu was done. Yeah, let's get into it. We just got so much to get through. And here, I'm going to send Jake a link here off to the side. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry, guys. But yeah, so I'm not really excited for too much of this. I put it poll in the chat. Are you guys watching Dynamite? I'm going to check in and see what y'all are saying. Boom. Okay, I sent Jake a link. Jump in here, all Jake. The folks want to hear from you. I think it's been a minute since you've been with me as well. We miss you. Okay. ATL Rocks, too famous for Dave's. Yeah, dude, that's a bar right there. So let's get into shit. Miscellaneous news, I guess, to start things off. Let me see. Where's the music for that? I guess we'll just play the banjo, right? I don't know. So let's scroll to the bottom, man. We got a lot. Here's haystacks, giant haystacks, demonstrating the art of pro wrestling on unfortunate UTV presenter Jackie Fullerton. Perhaps the most infamous episode of Fullerton's broadcasting career, the incident, which took place during a recording of Good Evening Ulster, would be rebroadcast around the world. Look at this shit. He feels like I do right now.
The second part is what I would straight across it.
Here, just look at that slam one more time. That's what did you think was going to happen?
Across him, and he certainly wouldn't move.
And the people say it's play acting. Oh. Oh, give me football any day. Thanks very much, Mr. Hurst.
Oh. My pleasure.
One more time. That is terrible. I feel bad for that dude. That's hilarious, though. WSI, it's a long story. Oh, so look at this here. Maybe this was supposed to go into sickos, but SE Scoops, Chris Masters opens up about disappointment over lack of wrestling opportunities. Ian Drew Dice Clay says, should I do it like Andrew Dice Clay? It's basically just JD, but JD's a little more mobster. You know, Andrew Dice Clay's like, oh, mother goose, I fucked her. Fuck him. He shows up to the tape trader's house and threatens to beat them up. Man's a wanker. Oh, that's the Dice man. And then James WSI goes, it's a long story, but he tried to hold me up for money for an interview he agreed to do for free early in WSI. I did agree to pay. Then he kept me dangling all... He kept me dangling, pause. No, kept me dangling all day waiting for a response. That was my Saturday night ruin. Fuck the obnoxious twat. Oh, damn. They're going off on the dude. So Odyssey Jones, the Osho 94, says that he's so blessed to be able to get back to doing what he loves. I'm taking on all challenges. I don't care if it's WrestleMania or a parking lot at Wendy's. Come check out the 8-year anniversary of AEW. I don't know. Maybe he's innocent. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on it. But he's making wrestling events now. Appearances, right? ALW. So, yeah. Okay, let's click on this damn thing. Duke Loves Wrestling. Hi, Marie Shadows, always SFTC, whatever. Wicked, Smot, Cancelled, Unleashed. All of us got tagged in this. Where is the ring that Soft Ground Uganda claims they have? Belts by Dan. Any idea? Did the international crime boss not? God damn it. Scam again? I don't know. They're all talking about they still haven't got the ring. And he tagged everyone in it. And then there's this picture. Like, here's the ring, but it's just a picture of a truck. So, yeah, I'm going to have Duke on soon again. I have Grapple Vision on the pod. That's already recorded. And it's coming out soon. And then Duke's coming on not long after. And he'll, I'm sure, give us all an update on that stuff. So Cult of Bull Nakano. Here's just a cool, like, Minami Toyota. You guys know I bring the Japanese graps old school to the show. Look at the way she would just... You guys let me know in the chat. Is this smooth and buttery? Or is this her just not... To me, it's like her just not giving a fuck and doing calculated recklessness. But some people view it as, nah, she was the shits. Like, what is she doing? Some people like Dave Meltzer consider Manami Toyota, pardon me, to be like the best women's wrestler of all time. Some people claim that, you know. So watch this. You guys let me know. Like boom, that moonsault. Watch how reckless she gets. And she specialized doing that, like bump through the ropes there. Oh my God, like that's terrible. Look at this. Like into the apron. Look at this. Wipes out. She does that spot all the time too. Her spots are crazy. Look at this. But then saves it like real Sami Zayn style. Girls on the Japanese table. Then she pulls it off table, barely breaks. She gets I am the tabled. Oh my God. Misses everyone and they all fall anyways. What do y'all think, chat? Is that like sloppy shop or is that calculated recklessness, like the way her aim is up? Zero fucks giving by her looks like terrible aim. Yeah, exactly. Just a bit outside. Definitely the GOAT. Monet thinks she wrestles like Manami. That's what I'm saying too. Sloppy and reckless. It makes it real, damn it. It was real to me, damn it. Back then. So Matt Riddle, speaking of real, Matt Riddle cancels indie booking at the last minute after attending Nick Hogan's wedding. Just read that headline.
You what?
Bro. 2025, right? Matt Riddle cancels indie booking at the last minute after attending Nick Hogan's wedding. What the fuck, man? That's, you would think that's like kayfabe news, like a kayfabe news headline, right? Anyways, Dusty Rhodes Mellow Yellow advert. So this made me smile.
Pig thirst, many professionals reach for the smooth taste of Mellow Yellow. Woo, baby! Mellow Yellow, the taste that beats Mountain Dew. And now, Mellow...
Just straight up, fuck the WWF daddy and fuck Mountain Dew too. Mellow Yellow. Dude, that's hilarious. The only taste that beats Mountain Dew. Straight up calls them out. Back.
Yellow has pictures and all the facts on your favorite NWA wrestlers. Ric Flair, Sting, the Road Warriors, and even my pretty face. Head to your favorite store and collect all 12. Woo! Take it from Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. Make the Mellow Yellow move. Pig thirst, many professionals...
Make the Mellow Yellow move, daddy. That made me smile, dude. So right before I came on the air, People magazine, or People just in general, it's probably a site more than a magazine now, but Paul Walter Hauser, so the guy who plays Stingray, he's an MLW wrestler. He's legit. He was the guy, he like had a meltdown on Conan on Instagram, DM'd him like a bunch of shit. But he's expecting baby number 3, and he calls it the grand finale, obviously his last baby or whatever. And congrats. I'm a big fan of this dude, right? I know some people hate on the round of applause for his family. And then Joey Janela, who's going to wrestle him, does some shit that I wish more, and I'm going to like this live on the air. I wish more people, here, I'm going to retweet this too, would fucking act like this on their Twitters in the wrestling business, right? So Janela Baby says, many wrestlers don't want to work with me because I'm dangerous, reckless, and I don't care, especially in a match with no boundaries. I've intentionally injured wrestlers, and if you think for 1 second I won't severely injure you for national news coverage, you're dead wrong. For your family's sake, I'm going to give you an opportunity to pull out of this match with me at Defy NW next week, right? Defy Wrestling. I don't know. I just bring this to the show to say, listen, this is the stuff I like about Joey, right? You believe he's a dumbass and he'll fucking really be reckless and hurt people in the ring, and when you lean into it, that gets over with me. I wish more people would use their Twitter for kayfabe instead of like using it to sort of break the fourth wall as much as they do now. You know, social media really could be used even if you, well, I mean, Bray Wyatt was doing that, or Wyatt Six do that as well. I was going to say, like, even if you had an Undertaker with social media, if you just had him not be Mark Calloway on it, you know what I mean? It works. So, yeah, that was miscellaneous news. Let's get into some TNA hot news. Where's TNA? Here we go. Okay. Let's scroll all the way down. Wait, didn't I invite Alt Jake on the show? What the fuck are you? No, I'm just joking. Almost 200 of you in here across both channels. Run the likes up, please. If you're just tuning in, yeah. This is the sloppy episode. This is the Manami Toyota fucking doing a moonsault episode here, recovering from my injury and all of that. But I hope I'm doing good. Chat, am I doing good? No, you guys, you're all here. I must be doing something right. So at Wrestling Covers, this is TNA news. Again, we don't have a sound.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
There you go. So TNA management was very happy with tonight's live TNA Impact broadcast. So TNA was live. Oh, it's going to review wrestling shows for you guys. If we have time, I'll do that. But fuck that. I forgot. Okay. Oh, yeah. Editing? Phil. But for real, though, I watched this live TNA. I hope you guys are watching it live on Thursdays now. The whole set looks dope. I don't know if they got WWE and NXT folks like helping them with the aesthetic and everything, but it's looking great, man. And it's all HD. TNA HD era. No, but it just looks nice, man. They're running great buildings and they just have good wrestlers and stuff. I know a lot of people say, oh, a lot of them are sloppy shop too. I just disagree. I think their roster has more depth for like what they do. They run one weekly show and then they do their pay-per-views or whatever. And they just have the right people in the right positions. But yes, I do understand. Like, I'm one of the people saying, oh, Eric Young, do we need to? And I'm not trying to even be a hater. I love Eric Young, but him and MacLeod teaming up, I think is kind of like a good, that's a good move or whatever. But anyways, let me read these headlines for you guys. Stop fantasy mark booking over here. TNA management was very happy with tonight's live TNA Impact broadcast, feeling it came off without any major issues. The hope is to do them at least once a month going forward. Oh, so it's not live from now on. That was just a one-time thing. Okay, so when they go live, maybe we'll do watch-alongs as like run-ins. Run-in, PWT run-in, TNA fucking watch-along. Or we just say an impromptu live show. Chat, would you like that as well? Just for when they go live. Maybe we could add that to the agenda, But yeah, if they do it once a month, everyone tune into those live ones. Try and watch it on the replay, or don't watch it at all if you're not into TNA. But Matt Hardy says, thanks for making TNA Impact trend number 1, ladies and germs. TNA Impact was trending number 1, and then right underneath it, Epstein. That's not good. That's not fucking good, dude. I don't even want to know. But yeah, TNA Impact trend number 1 on Twitter. So that's awesome, man. They're really growing. Mustafa Ali, who did great work with TNA, he then leaves TNA. So God damn it. And I wish someone hire me, god damn it. Do I gotta X-Files it? Someone's gotta hire my ass. Because, like, what are we doing over here? Mustafa Ali goes on that tremendous run outside of WWE. So much so where he's undefeated. He has this vision in his mind, right? He's undefeated. And it's so much so that, they ask him, do you want to join the Super J Cup in New Japan or whatever? And he's like, yeah, for sure. But I have to go undefeated and win the tournament. And they're just like, what the fuck? So he's like, okay, I can't do it then. It has to be that way for this vision he has in mind where he's doing the same gimmick since leaving NXT, right? He's essentially doing the same thing. It's a little transformative from that, but it's essentially the same thing. So we've been chronicling this here at PWT, but I just want to recap for anybody who might be new, right? So he comes into TNA. He's got an unbeaten streak. It's uncanny. He then jobs to speedball Mike Bailey in Mike Bailey's hometown, passes the X Division title on, and then he does one more job to Nick Nemeth for the world title, a title defense, right? And they put on a banger, and that's how it should be done, right? Because Nick Nemeth's staying for the long term with TNA, so stack all your chips on him, dude. It's Dolph fucking Ziggler, bro. Anyways, so Mustafa he leaves TNA. I don't know if he's on an undefeated run. I don't think so. I think he lost to Myron Reed and shit like that. And he's just putting people over, which is a good thing. And he did it the right way. But then Mike Bailey fucks off and is going to AEW, which just sucks. So they wasted his undefeated streak that like lasted since, if you really think about it, from NXT until Mike Bailey. Like he was undefeated there, dude, which is crazy if you really think about it. And so Mike Bailey beats him, then Mike Bailey just fucks off and goes to AEW, and it's just so unfortunate. But Mustafa Ali is officially signed back with TNA.
To officially announce that I, Mustafa Ali, have signed with TNA Wrestling.
That's huge. Oh my God.
But I am here to officially announce.
So you guys see what I'm saying? He's back now full time. Let's go. But the reason I brought up his chronology there was to let you all know. I bet in hindsight they're going, and that was I think a Scott D'Amore thing as well, was to have Mike Bailey win in Montreal or whatever the fuck. So I'm not trying to give an L to Scott D'Amore, but because I think he thought he was sticking around for a while longer, and Mike Bailey is going to AEW. AEW, Maple Leaf Pro, and Scott D'Amore all have that relationship, right? So I'm just connecting the dots here for you guys. I don't know if you care this much about TNA, but basically Mike Bailey's going to go wrestle in Maple Leaf Pro and Indies and in AEW and make shit ton of money. And he doesn't ever want to go to WWE. We covered it here on the show. He doesn't care. Not that he's like, fuck WWE. He's just like, he's like, literally, my goal is to just have fun and make the most money and just travel around and have matches. And it's like, okay, if you can admit that and you don't cope over the shit and make excuses, word. That's why I like Mike Bailey too. He doesn't make excuses. He's like, to me, I just want to travel the fucking world, make money wrestling and doing crazy ass matches. He just fully admits it. Boom. That's all. No hate your way. That's what you want to do. Fucking do it. But it's when these people cope, that's when we laugh at it. So people misconstrue what we're actually making fun of. I'm getting off in the weeds here like Tony Khan, which we're going to cover in a bit. But a little sizzle to the steak there. But yeah, Mustafa Ali here. I just bring that all up. Like, I bet they wish they saved that undefeated streak until now, till he's fully signed. And then whoever you give it, like they could have just given it to Nemeth or Hendry, right? That would have been ideal. So a bit of a fuck up, but it's because of the severed ties. I'm just trying to connect those dots for you guys, Anyways, though, also Frankie Kazarian re-signs with TNA. So good for him. I mean, where else is he going to go? Not even hating, but he's in the latter years. Let him have his Legends run. It is what it is. Matt Hardy has made a bold prediction that the Hardys will have their WWE return match before the end of 2025. He said that on the Extreme Life of Matt Hardy. Yeah, I guarantee that's going to happen too. They're going to definitely be in WWE in some capacity. Jonathan Gresham's deal with TNA has expired via Jordan Grace on Giga Chad, Chris Van Vliet's channel, and WWE sign him. People go, no, he's 5'3". Bro, put him in the Heritage Cup division and just have him wrestle those guys and mix it up. Have him be like, I'm bringing prestige back to this fucking cup, and if whatever. This guy, the octopus, bro, is amazing. Plus, Jordan Grace is his wife. So, right there. She's wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm sure a couple of strings will get pulled. It's not like Gresham isn't a good coach either, but he does want to wrestle. And look at him, dude. He's trying to bulk up. It's not his fault he's 5'3". Watch, just Google in your Google machine after this, of course, Jonathan Gresham match, and just watch him work, bro. Look up Jonathan Gresham octopus mask as well. He can do gimmick stuff, and they just dropped it in TNA. Even though he was doing this whole thing where he's like, dude, I black out, and then I show up like wearing this octopus mask, kind of looks like fucking the Great Muta, and then he like spits ink into his hand and knocks people out with submission holds and shit like that. He'll have them in a submission and he'll like ink them. Not like the spray the mist, but he like do the Lord Tensai thing, or he'll start oozing ink after he beats a guy. Bring him to WWE. I don't give a fuck what anybody's saying. Jordan Grace feels she has done pretty much all there is to do in TNA. She says, I've done so much in TNA. I've done pretty much all there is to do. And I feel like if there was ever a time to move forward, it'll be right now. Your time is up. My time is now. You can't see me. My time is now. It's the franchise, boy. I'm shining now. You can't see me. Everybody in the chat, listen. Good stuff. We all know what's about to happen. She also trolled everybody. So last year at the Rumble, Jordan Grace posted a video on the day of the Rumble of her in her kitchen, like petting her dog and cooking dinner or whatever the fuck. And then she showed up at the Rumble. So she was really trying to swerve people, which I don't think anybody thought she was going to show up at the Rumble. I don't think that's what anyone was really saying. So her just doing that anyways was really great. And then she did the same thing. She fucking tweeted out a picture. I might have bookmarked it. I don't think I did though, looking at this page here, but she posted a picture of like a plane ticket or something to she's like, I'm gonna be in Dallas, so for cooking dinner this weekend for like my mother-in-law. And then AJ Francis retweeted it and he's like, nobody believes you. Just funny shit. If you follow, she's good on the socials, and I'm so happy she's coming to WWE. Here we go. Jordan Grace says, even though and I think she's stooging a bit here because the marks are all like, we need a NXT TNA Worlds Collide. Now this is what it's like when worlds collide. Are you ready to go? Cause I'm ready. What you want to do, baby, baby? Are you coming for me? You guys know what I'm talking about. Listen though, they should use that as the theme. No, for TNA versus NXT Worlds Collide. Should you not use Power Man 5000? I don't know. I was saying Invasion, but they could always do Invasion another time. That could be another one, right? Because they're using all the old WCW, ECW names in NXT. Do an Invasion, HBK. I don't know how to book better than you. I'm not fucking Elboo. I'm not going to say I know better than you, but yeah, Worlds Collide with that theme. That'd be awesome. But she's kind of, I'm not trying to actually call her a stooge here. It's just, if Jordan's saying this, it's like there's some credence to it. They could tell her, yeah, we're doing a TNA whatever. And think of the stories that could be told if Jordan does go to NXT first. I don't think she should though. Main roster. And I know they want her to earn her stripes, but you got even Zarya kind of off to the side. And there's so many women in NXT that need developing more than Jordan does. And I know that there's girls in NXT that also are better than Jordan overall, just all around. And that's not a knock on Jordan, right? And they're not on the main roster yet. And so it's a little weird doing that, but come on. There's a few people on that main roster right now where we're like, Jordan Grace could just slide right in there. You know what I mean? Yeah, like Julia could just easily be on the main roster right now. You know, but either way, she says, even though I may go to WWE or be in WWE, I'm still going to have that TNA connection because they're partnered up, which I absolutely love. With this partnership, I would love to see AJ Styles come back. Yeah, just induct him in the Hall of Fame. The game going in the Hall of Fame. We'll talk about that in a bit. Which I absolutely love. With this partnership, I would love to see AJ Styles come back. It'd be awesome. I feel like maybe I could even come back at some point and really want to see a Worlds Collide pay-per-view. That's what I hope this is going to all lead to. I concur, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for light news. TNA still not its own. It might liar! Oh, fuck. I just call myself a liar. Okay, well, then TNA is its own segment for now. We'll give it its due. TNA gets its own hot news segment. I'm checking in with chat. Joining me on the show is none other than Chris Alt J. Hey, wait. Let me play your music.
What's up, buddy? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm good. I'm sore.
I was gonna say, working with one arm.
Yeah, you know, and I've just been taking meds. So am I doing a good job on the air here tonight, or am I a little all over the place? Okay, I know I'm a little. I feel just a little foggy and shit, but we're good. We're good. Give me the TNA a belt Monet voice. Give me the TNA belt Monet voice. From some guy. I'm gonna show up in TNA wrestling and win the TNA knockouts championship of wrestling. Hopes that was good.
Glad TNA learned their lesson and didn't repartner with AEW again. That was so bad for them.
That sucks. That would suck. Sorry, I'm off in the weeds here. Like Tony Khan. No, that would fucking suck if she got the TNA belt. They're not working with AEW anymore. Thank God. You're on fire. God. Yeah, so is my shoulder and neck, bro. He's hardcore. He's dude. I'm Terry Funkin' it tonight.
Forever.
Sounds very black, Phil. Oh, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I don't know what you're referring to, though. Either way, Alt Jake, are you ready for some Alt Jake? I'll let you pick, man. You want AEW or WWE news? We have so much of both to get through.
I mean, either one's going to have a good amount. I mean, might as well probably get to the top story with Triple H and the WWE news. That's probably what people want to hear about.
I love it.
And then the sicko meltdown about that's been hilarious so far.
I haven't seen too much of it because I was like getting the show ready and all that. However, I can't wait to see some of it and possibly bring it to the next live, or maybe we'll scroll through some here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for WWE news. Support Wrestle Talk says a new WWE NXT Vault channel has now gone live, featuring many full episodes of NXT from 2012 to 2013 and a number of TakeOver events. The channel is currently streaming NXT TakeOver R Evolution. There you go. So they have 3 channels that are just uncanny, dude.
It's so uncanny. Much.
A lot of people, Jake, when people talk about the ratings too, they don't talk about how WWE basically uploads their whole fucking show. Anything important you need to know from their show, they upload it to their YouTube like right after. Yep. Like as it's happening. So,
and I just went through that because I just changed my TV over to a much cheaper plan and stuff, and like didn't have like all the channels for a couple of days, and was able to catch everything up and caught everything without any issue. And now I've gone back and watched it without any problem.
And then now they got
recaps, and then they'll even post full segments, like the Punk and Cody segments already been posted like 3 different places.
And then they're like, NXT Vault, WWE Vault. So that's all the old school shit. And then they can get all that old school shit off their old channel, and keep that about what's currently going on and like a chronology, just what's happening week to week and everything. And then on the WWE Vault, you get to re-upload. So they're making money off all 3 of these channels, right? Because Dave Meltzer wants to talk about the money. So I'm going to start pointing out how WWE makes a fuckload of money. Okay. So,
well, they want to make the 10 YouTube channels to hit 100 million subscribers.
That's what I'm saying.
Like that. Yeah. And that's just their main channel. Like they're doing fine, Dave.
Yeah. So NXT and WWE have their own channels now with the Volt action, which is just fucking incredible. And I need to make sure I subscribe to this. And they're firing on all cylinders. They have lives going just 24/7. And ultimately what this means for fans is like, okay, y'all are complaining about there's no back catalog on Netflix, even though there is a fucking huge back catalog, just not every episode of every Dynamite. I mean, pardon me, what is it called? Thunder or Nitro. I'm calling it Dynamite now. Sorry, Dynamite.
It's the same thing.
Same thing. Yeah, it's a wannabe version. I know. Dynamite's about to come on. Sorry. But they're mad that not every fucking Monday Night War episode is uploaded and everything. Every fucking obscure Thunder and WCW Saturday night. Go fuck yourselves. You know what I mean? Like we have to introduce the WWE brand to Netflix. Why would they start like convoluting that with ECW shit and stuff like that? Now they can do that later, and they'll re-upload like the rise and fall of ECW because that was their best-selling DVD ever. And then people go on Netflix, holy shit, and it'll be in the top 10, and people will click on it, the rise and fall of ECW, and then fucking boom, then they start uploading ECW shit. Just give it time. They have a plan, and plus they have the Volt channels, you marks. That's free. You don't even got to pay for that. You might got to sit through a couple fucking you might got to sit through a couple Tide Pod ads or something. But you know what I mean? It's all good. So moving along here, Apollo Crews reportedly suffered a legit injury during a SmackDown match against Johnny Gargano, and this is Brian. This is actually a new part of the show, ladies and gentlemen.
Brian.
We got it. We got Brian on the fucking soundboard.
Yes.
We got it. One more for old time's sake. Okay. Shout out Julia Gulia, our Julia Gulia, in the chat. So Apollo Crews reportedly suffered a legit injury. And Brian says, I can tell you this for sure. Apollo Crews got hurt on SmackDown. If you watch the show, Johnny Gargano gave him a back cracker in the ropes, and this dude went down and immediately grabbed his shoulder and peck. Damn, I feel that. And he did not move his arm the rest of the match. They finished the match, but afterwards the guy got out of there and he got backstage as quick as possible. I don't know if it's the peck. I don't know if it's the shoulder. I do know that they're trying to check it out and see what's going on. So he did get hurt on that spot. I can confirm. Okay, Brian. I mean, I believe him, but did we have anyone in attendance at that show? Like every show, motherfuckers start making PWT signs or something too, or shouting out Phil Marks. Every show, I got people sending me videos of like the crowd being sold out. It's like, yeah, I know. No, I love to see those too. I love seeing those too. But it's like, yeah, bro, we know WWE's selling out everywhere. Dude.
They're hot.
Yeah, their fucking their WrestleMania's got less tickets on sale, I think, than the Rumble, right? Like
I think
for each
so.
night. Like each night
for the individual nights, yeah, because they're still trying to sell the package deals as best they can. But yeah, they released the individual tickets.
And I think those are at like what, 57,000 or whatever. So basically this Rumble was set up for like 54K or 52K. Then they kept having to push it. It's set up for like 67K now. So basically there's going to be no stage. The wrestlers are just coming out of a tunnel.
Yeah.
You know, like an old UFC fight. They're coming out through the crowd, Moxley style, except for they're actually over.
And there's actually a crowd.
Yeah. WWE Saturday night's main event, 1.494 million. Now, there's a lot of people saying that that's a horrible number. Shout out Evil Dose. He's shitting all over it. He's being ultra cynical because he wants to keep the same energy, and I respect that. And we should keep the same energy. But I'm not about to sit here and say that a pro wrestling show doing 1.5 to 2 million views on Saturday nights once quarterly, and it's on Peacock, and already a lot of people already watch all their WWE shit on Peacock already. So like NBC has access to the Peacock numbers. It's not just like a blind, let's just a TV network just going, let's give them money to do a special. Like they're working with them on Peacock and shit. They know the numbers that they're going to get on both ends of it. And so they for surely indelibly calculated the pros and cons of this. So I'm not going to say it's a horrible rating or bad or anything. You guys know what okay, AEW Collision, 250K. Sometimes the price is wrong. And that's not on the boys and girls. That's not on the boys and girls, man. Tony Storm was doing great shit, pal. But yeah, she should have did it on Dynamite. Collision is about to get rampaged, folks. It will be gone by like 2026. And I just love how every post now is Tony Khan with the toys. Like now that Grok is so good, you can have him. Like I had him playing with Pokemon cards. I traded my Camille for a Megan Bain. Anyways, though, moving along, they get destroyed in the ratings. Dakota Kai. Now, guys, Phil don't miss, who called this, who's been saying it. And it's not hate. It's just for real. You know, Dakota Kai, I hope she stays healthy. I've been saying that every time that when she cried about, I need a singles push. I want to show what I can do. And then I didn't bury her at all. I get that feeling, and I'm sure she does. And I'm not going to knock her for having dreams. But what I did say was, you don't stay healthy though, and you're getting up there like age. Not that I know WWE doesn't care about that anymore. That was a Vince thing. Only girls 20 to 25 allowed on my plane, unless there's more than one. Unless I have diarrhea. No, okay, we're not going down that road again. But you know, Dakota Kai. Like we've heard stories. Lady Frost, Taya Valkyrie are like, yo, we were told we were too old and shit. So Dakota Kai. Thank you. Just got brought a coffee. Round of applause for Mrs. Marks, ladies and gentlemen, bringing me a coffee. How about that? Didn't even have to ask either. Let's go. So the thing is that she just don't stay healthy. So Dakota Kai has unfortunately been pulled off the road. Well, the issue is not 100% confirmed, and they could be doing this as a precautionary thing. Like, yo, we need to save you for something. But Kai was said to be hurt during the tag team match with Io Sky and Zoe Stark and Shayna Baszler. One person spoken to said they believe it may have been the rough bump she took on the missile drop kick.
Yeah, that was brutal.
It was, dude. And I want her to stay healthy, but
yeah,
at the same time, or part, like I want her, obviously I want her to stay healthy. I want her to stay active as much as possible, but at the same time, if you can't stay healthy, but I'm not trying to be a dick by saying that, Dakota, I fucking love you. I'm a huge fan of yours. I fucking love you. And you're putting on great matches and you give it your all. And I don't know. Unfortunately, you're just bitten by the fucking, she'd be a great coach one day. That's going to happen. But as far as like the women's champ, I just don't know, man, unless like you get some stem cell treatment or something, really, to where they like fully, you get the JBL shit where you're like, I can go again, kid. You know, I can go again, Cole. Unless that fucking happens.
I mean, that's what Ray did.
Yeah, like Ray did that.
Yeah.
How old's Ray? He's like 50. How old's Ray?
I think he's 50.
Bro, so Dakota, go and get that shit done. It might be freaky and weird. They take your blood out, they spin it around, they inject it back in you, then you get fucking stem cell shots. It's all weird and gross. I get it. No one wants to be poked by needles and shit, but like maybe just do that and then because she's tremendous in the ring. I mean, at least in my opinion. And she has really cool moves. That flipping backbreaker fucking move is so cool. And I just want her to stay healthy, you know, but I also get why they're not pushing her that big because you can't afford to do that. Roman Reigns gives a rare interview. Here, sorry, let me check in with chat. Sorry. Let's check in with chat. Rabid Wolverine's LC Killer for $2 says Jordan Grace embraces the grind, bruv. Yes, she does. And I don't know why I did that like Dave Meltzer. Jordan Grace embrace the grind, bruv. Jordan embrace the grind. Restore the feeling in Phil's arm, dude. I'm fucking hurting over.
She seems really excited. I watched the CVV interview today. She seems really excited. You can see it.
Some guy for $2 says Mona, because that's actually an right? The other accent is the way to go, but she's the one who uses it. Like
she uses the wrong one, so I make sure to use the wrong one. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Mona should have kept her fake crisscross Mona song. I really don't like her fucking CEO. I really just don't like that shit. It doesn't slap.
So bad.
There's nothing to sing along with, even though the CEO part, but that's forced. And then the whole, like, it's the remix of the old Gunther shit.
Yeah.
This is kind of, is what it is. Devo for $10. Yo, Phil, where the F were you and Jake Monday? It better be Mini Marks related, or I swear to God. By the way, the best guy is the god of anything, Tony Khan. The god of Tony Khan and Will Ospreay and
the best guys, Tony Khan.
We're just cringing the chat out probably. Dude, thank you. Yeah, it wasn't. I fucking hurt myself, dude. Like I injured my shoulder and neck kind of. It's not even, I don't even want to call it an injury. I think it is just a pinched nerve. But here's the problem. I hurt my back. I told you guys this like years and years, like a decade ago, right? And so and then they wanted to operate. I was like, no, I'm gonna do yoga and shit. I did DDPY. Facts, not joking. And then it's just something you deal with. Like when you hurt your back really bad, it never goes away. But I'm pretty good. Like I'm pretty good at stretching, just taking care of it, going to the chiropractor. So whatever I did, man, I just did something wrong and I just fucked myself up. So that's all it was. And I was like taking like codeine pills and I'm like, dude, I'm going to come on like a droopy asshole. You know, I'm not about to come on sounding like Dave. CMLL. Let's talk about their Monday. Mex Omega and Gabe Kidd. You know, I wasn't about to fucking do that. So, yeah. But I'm glad to be back, and I'm all fucking weird. I took some pills earlier in the day. I didn't before I came on the show, but I'm still like, I'm lightheaded. I'm not used to this, bro. But it's all good. We're great. I got a coffee here. Alt Jake's here. Devo's here. We're having a great time. Round of applause for our super chatters, and thanks. Here, I'll give you a super thanks.
Yes.
You old now? I'm not. I'm 33, bro. It's just when you hurt your back, it's like you deal with it forever. So like my upper back compensates for my lower back injury a lot, like as I get older. And so, yes, I noticed though, once you hit 30, bro,
it's not fun.
You wake up and you're like, oh shit, I'm kind of sore here where I didn't know that was even a sore place. You know, you do notice, or like, damn, I thought I could sleep that off easier but you can't. You know, hangovers are worse. It's true, man. You get
Like,
older,
oh,
so
I just twisted that. That'll be fine. That'll heal in 6 weeks. God dang it.
yeah.
Yeah, I had
So-
messed up my knee when I was like 15 playing soccer, and it was all right. Like, I was able to get through it as a kid, but like once I hit 30 and then even worse at 40, like it acts up at different times where it just hurts.
Yeah, bro, that's what it is. And I told y'all too, like I completely was such a fat ass during Christmas. I was just eating cheesecake, drinking beer into the new year a bit too. Like the first, the second, the third, I was real shitty. So the last couple of weeks I started like getting back in the swing of things, and that's when I just fucked something up. I was going harder than I should have, I think.
That's how it happens. You're like,
yeah, so
you're in your mind, you're still like 23 and like I can do this, and then you try it, you're like, oh
yeah.
shit.
I'm like,
that's
oh
how
yeah, I'm
Cody
like
tore his
7.
back.
Yeah, I'm 700 beers deep, and like
Yeah.
you know, I think I've eaten 4 cheesecakes myself this whole fucking, you know,
And not the mini ones, the
weeks.
big
Yeah,
ones.
yeah, you know, if you were to tabulate how many slices throughout the fucking couple weeks there. Anyways, though, thank you for checking in with me, and yeah. You know, welcome to getting old. I guess this is growing up. Well, I guess this is growing up. Yeah, George knows. 60 in fucking September, buddy. Amazing. And Moose Knuckle, we know, is a 13-year-old pretending to be fucking pretending to be an adult. No,
13-year-old with a foot fetish.
Yeah, dude. No, we love you, Moose Knuckle. Anyways, though, so Roman Reigns, back to the news. Roman Reigns talks about, so he gives a rare interview. First off, shout out Shaq, right? He looks like John Alba's little brother, but I'm just teasing. Shaq wrestling here. He gets an interview with Roman Reigns. I don't know how the fuck he did it. Shout him out though. And so the GOAT, Roman Reigns on Sami Zayn and what he meant to the Bloodline story. So let's listen to what he says.
Yeah, I'll take full responsibility for Sammy. He was doing whatever he was doing with Jackass and all of them, and I just admired the work, because it's not easy to do what we do when you're across from, a veteran professional, someone who's been in this ring for a long time, but to have to do it with people who don't necessarily know what they're doing, and a bunch of them, a whole Jackass crew. And just the way he made that work, I just saw something completely different than what we were doing. We were extremely successful.
You guys are gonna say I'm so stupid for this, but one of my favorite WrestleMania matches, and I'm not joking, is Sami Zayn versus Johnny Knoxville.
That match was so good.
Dude, the timing is so good. See, I'm like a Mark. I look for the psychology of it and like the timing and how Sami Zayn was selling the traps. And it's so funny because like they've done shit like that. Ishii and Kenny Omega have done stuff where like Kenny Omega's pants fall down and his boots are tied together. So he's jumping around the ring in his jock strap, and then he hits the one-winged angel with like, and they do this like borderline, sus stuff, which, hey, that's cool. Hey, if that's what you're into, but they're doing borderline like dudes kissing stuff, and Ishii's doing great comedy matches and stuff like that. Dave would talk about that. And even Minoru Suzuki would do them. But then that match got shitted on, the Sami Zayn one. But in my opinion, that's like the epitome of quote unquote a comedy match. I love that match. Now, the ending fucked up with the mousetrap, but still Sammy sold it so well. It kind of saves it.
They
and
made it work.
Yeah. And like their timing, even from the Jackass guys, like when they come out, when Wee Man comes out and the pop it gets, and then he starts beating the shit and Sammy's just selling it. To me, that's what like WrestleMania is all about. You got to give him some of that, of that celebrity. Sorry, go ahead, man.
That's it. For me, it was the level of expectation versus the execution.
Right,
you didn't go with much expectation, and it was knocked out of the park. And by the end of it, everybody was enjoying it.
And then look how he carried the ball. Like people are saying he should have dethroned fucking Roman.
Right.
That's how over Sammy got in the bloodline stuff. So anyways, not to go back in time, fast forward back to now. Time cop.
We were all champions at the time. And to me, I just was like, man, that's a personality that I can really bounce off. And then I can just show a few different layers of what I have and my personality. And then I think I can also elevate him, because this is a veteran performer. This guy's been around. He's a journeyman. He's been around for a long time. So I knew
Roman taking full credit though. I'm gonna take full credit for that. I'm the fucking goat. He is, bro.
Knew that he had not only the talent but the experience to be able to work in the main event. And I was right. You know what I mean? He proved to be a great asset.
I was right, motherfucker.
So
What
humble.
you want up?
Line.
Yeah, I'm in a mansion. Yeah, I got the background blurry. My fucking hot ass wife naked laying on the bed. No, all respect to Mrs. Reigns, sir. All the respect.
And all 5 of his children that could probably kick my ass already.
No, but Roman, come on, dude. You're winning, bro. W. Your wife? W, bro. You got life figured out right now, dog. You winning. Stay winning, goat.
You know, and he helped us, but we helped him greatly. So that's how it works. That's a true partnership right there, is where everybody benefits. And that's why you've seen him come back in this reunion. You know, we could have maybe done it a different way, but Sammy's such a special performer and such a pain in the ass to deal with sometimes that you just gotta, you know, but that's because he cares. You know what I mean? Like, God bless the wise man for having to deal with him all the time. But honestly, it's on me because I saw it, I knew it, I felt it. I knew that, like, once you put me and him in a backstage together, it was going to be gold. And it ended up taking a lot longer to get to that point. But once we did, I believe we were in like Montreal. I think we were up in Canada. And when he finally got in the office or in the locker room with me, and it was magic, you know, and it was one of those, I think, one and done. You know, we weren't in there, you know, it was probably live, to be honest. So we just knew from there that chemistry was going to be great. And I mean, the proof's in the pudding.
Fucking A. Amazing stuff. Roman Reigns, man, even doing his own creative there. So Jordan Grace has signed with WWE on a multi-year contract. We know. I bet it's like, what do you think they started with, 5 years? We're just playing.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, we're just speculative marks here, but it's like, 5 years.
And I'm with you. Well. I think she's going straight to main roster. I heard you say that earlier. I think she's going straight because I think the NXT stuff she did earlier was kind of like making sure she was good, knew how to work TV, work the style, and she knocked it out of the park. She's ready. And she's not going to be in Texas this weekend. She's going to be at the Rumble.
Fully agree.
She could be the Iron Woman. I could see her, like, that could be like her breakout, you know, or like give her the most eliminations. She doesn't win it, but she has a great showing. Maybe makes the final 5, final 4, something like that.
She's who beats Rhea Ripley. That's my
okay. I could see that.
She's who beats Rhea Ripley. No one else gets it done to her.
Okay.
Yeah. WWE, like at a big stage too.
Yeah, like SummerSlam or something. Yeah.
She shockingly wins the Rumble. No, that's too much. We should do Rumble predictions though this show. We really should. And then Saturday's the Rumble show. I can't wait. Wrestling Soup's going to be there. I think George is going to jump in. All Jake is going to jump in. We're going to get shit-faced. We're going to have a good time.
Nice.
But
let's go.
Let's go, dude. The Raj Geary, shout him out. Shout out Gigantic Pop. Says WWE announced a special edition of NXT that will take place Tuesday, February 25th at the Andrew J. Brady Music Center in Cincinnati. The episode will air live on the CW starting at 8 p.m. So it's a special edition. Why is it special?
I'm not really sure. Well, it's just because it's one of the ones they're doing in a different, because they don't, you know, usually it's from the Performance Center, but they've been doing more of these branching out. I'm not sure what's specific about that place. I mean, it's
didn't AEW just run this building?
They did. That's right. When they were supposed to do Louisville, they moved it
WWE's going to go there with NXT and outdraw.
Oh yeah.
The fucking, oh my God. How could you be so heartless? How could you be so Dr. Evil? For real though, they're savage.
This is so cold. Yes.
They're going straight savage on AEW, man. They shouldn't have talked shit. I'm sorry. Right? They shouldn't have talked shit. It's nobody's fault.
Right? Tony and Jericho. I feel like when Jericho said that they were going to beat Raw in the ratings in 6 months, Triple H was like, I'm sorry, what? That's that Jordan meme. And I took that personally.
So at Cosmic Marvel says WWE star Ettore Big E UN, hopefully I said that correctly, will voice a character in your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Oh, cool.
The first time he recorded, he was still wearing the neck brace, says showrunner Jeff Trammell. Now this show looks like shit, and when they first announced it, it was
tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, dude. Everybody, Phil Mark's out coming soon, where I'm gonna like talk and review this shit and talk to you guys about this stuff. And it's not gonna be a podcast; it's gonna be different, you know, a different type of channel. But that's coming soon. But anyways, though, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, it went through, wasn't supposed to be called that. It was supposed to be called like Spider-Man freshman year or sophomore years or whatever. It went through a couple transformations. And then the trailer we got just looked like utter shit. Good for Big E. This is big for him. And they're trying to incorporate more WWE people into the Marvel universe and whatnot. And I'm down with that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to watch this show. Spider-Man is like my all-time. So to me, Spider-Man's my all-time Marvel guy. Now, my favorite comic universe is Marvel, but my favorite all-time character is Batman. But when we're talking Marvel, Spider-Man's my all-timer, you know? So the show just unfortunately is not what I thought it was going to be as far as just the tonality of it and the way it wasn't even supposed to be called Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Like, it got reinvented 2 or 3 times. So the original premise was like, sounded really cool, and they just strayed away from that. So whatever, but shout out Big E, mainstream. So Tiffany Stratton, well, yeah, and good for us, good for her, good for Ludwig,
yes,
good for Ludwig, Kaiser chat. So just 1 second, we're just taking a little break, have a little sip, guys, thirst cast a little bit, maybe just a little break. And WWE transfer window ends this weekend with the Royal Rumble. So there you go, folks. We've already seen a few people move around. I like that Damien's been shifted, as we saw on SmackDown. Rhea Ripley's being shifted, I believe. Or is she? Am I wrong?
No,
on that?
I think she's gonna stay on Raw.
Right. Who else have we seen swapped around? I think The Miz. What else? The Wyatt Six? No.
Yeah, that's the Wyatt Six. One of the things that like it's been said online, but I don't know if they actually said on the show. And then they just said Zelina was moved over too, but not the rest.
Zelina.
Of the
So I thought she was gonna do some fuck shit, and I know, what's the payoff? But it's like, well, I don't know. WrestleMania, they'll probably, touch tips and cross streams. You know what I mean? Like with some of the brands. So
I think it'd be cool if they like tease that it's gonna be Aleister Black that comes back, but she actually teams back up with Andrade.
So
because they were so good together.
Should I fucking here we go, because I'm not a dirt sheet, so I'll just be straight up what people have told me, but I don't fucking know for sure. Like, this is all because we don't know any of this stuff. That's why I don't be a news thing. So if I just said all the shit people told me, a bunch of it would be wrong, and a lot of it would be right though. And like typically the stuff I choose to bring to the show, I think it's pretty spot on. You know what I mean? I like Husey will come on and talk a lot of shit, but that's from him. That's not like I don't know what he's going to say before he comes on. Right. He gives me a lot of nuggets like behind the scenes too that have been spot on. So either way though, basically Malachi is like, I talk shit. I was like, no, I'll see him in March. And I maintain that if you're WWE, just save it till March. Because you don't fucking need him in the Rumble, or even save it till after Mania. And then
I think the Raw after Mania is the best move with him.
Hey, but here's the thing: what I'm hearing, and this isn't. Don't fucking quote me. This isn't whatever, right? I'm just an idiot. I don't know shit. I'm a dumb fuck asshole. Ass moose knuckle. Basically his contract's up with AEW. He's a free agent right now, and there's a deal on the table. Like, if you want to do the Rumble, by all means. If you don't, we'll whenever you're ready to come back, we basically will fit you in somewhere. But if you want to be the surprise Rumble guy, now I maintain it's going to be March. That's my feeling. And I think you just save him for after Mania. I think that's the move.
Well, Mania is in April this year. Mania is like April 19th and 20th.
Yeah, so maybe the Raw after Mania or March.
That's what I think.
That's what I'm thinking. But I'll just say this, though, and I'm not trying to play spoiler here. I hate when people spoil, here's the Rumble list this year. Go fuck yourself. Don't even if it's fake, don't even post that shit. I get it. But just to clear some of the shit up, because this is what I heard, right? And I know there's a lot of this and that going on. So basically, it's fairly confident he will be in WWE. But if it was me, I'd save it. Because you got too many guys. I'm sitting here trying to wrap my head around. I'm trying to rack my brain around like who sits out for a Malachi return, who's willing to do that, and is it worth it to do that when the women's Rumble? You have Jordan Grace talking about, oh yeah, I'd love if a bunch of knockouts showed up and stuff. So I think it's going to be. I think the women's Rumble is going to be all over the place with returns and shit, or like surprises. But one guy surprised, like they had Andrade do it, so maybe there's a moment with Andrade and Malachi, because they've carried that history between each other into AEW and beyond, to infinity and beyond. But maybe Malachi does show up. If he shows up, I'd be less shocked now than I was before, where I was talking shit, is all I'm going to say, I guess, basically, is if he does show up at the Rumble, I was talking shit, and I was definitely wrong saying, oh, save him till after Mania, but I still think that's the move, so we got to manifest that, chat.
Well, I mean, one of those European shows in March is in Amsterdam, so I could see that happening. I don't know if it's one of those televised ones, but that could still happen in March.
Someone says, let me see here. Please hit it before we get Jericho. Yeah, run the likes up. Someone saying Malachi to NXT. No. Sorry, not listening, focusing on Tiffy time. Exactly. 200 in chat. Yeah, what the fuck? We have 270 people watching across both channels. Run the likes up to 100, or Chris Jericho's showing up. We're halfway done WWE news. You guys better run them up. Someone said, take a breath and collect your thoughts. Yeah, dude, I'm all over the fucking place. I'm sorry. Oh, come on, chat. Only 70 likes. Now, that's not very fair. I totally agree. Okay. I got super chats too. I'm trying to get to these. So Vulcan 280 for $5 says, do you think AEW would survive if Tony Khan made a moon base so he could do 0G wrestling? ZG dub. I don't know, but someone should pitch this idea. Hey, it would survive. It wouldn't be called AEW. It'd be called ZG dub. And if Tony Khan meets Elon Musk, I mean, this would be a great pitch. No, don't you think? That sounds like an awesome fucking pitch. So thank you so much for that. For real, hey, Tony Khan and Elon Musk, we'll build a moon base and we'll have the first wrestling match on the moon.
And he still couldn't figure out a good story for it. It's Space Cop. No, there it is. Yeah. It's the sequel. He's going to do Space Cop.
It'll go live on Twitter, and it'll be called Time Cop 3 Collision on the Moon. And it'll go Saturday night head-to-head with WrestleMania.
After the All-Star game.
Yeah, after the All-Star game's done, or maybe at the same time. I'm not sure yet, because it's on tape delay. Devo for $10 says, Roman still isn't a big deal for me. He gets overshadowed, and I'm not excusing any of the fumbles as tribal chief because he was so bad previously. All this needs to be perfect, and it most definitely hasn't been. So I don't know, man. I think the proof is in the pudding. All of the bloodline has been pretty much perfect. The matches, like the storytelling wise, the beats to the story, the matches aren't like the greatest matches of all time. A lot of them, they don't need to be though, but it's also like at this level, that's not an excuse. But I mean, look, man, it's not like they're phoning it in or anything like that. I think the storytelling's been there. It's carried the company for like 4 years. And I will debate with anyone that Roman wasn't shitty before. It's just he was being shoved down our throats.
Yeah.
The way, remember when the crowd used to go, John Cena sucks. John Cena sucks. We used to yell that. I was in the buildings yelling that because, and even though I fucking love John Cena, I'm the biggest mark. And it's because you grow out of it. And Roman was doing all, like he had blue contacts in and he was just shoved down everyone's throats. It never ended. And it never ends. It never ends. All the things that I used to say. All the girls that got in the way. No, Sugar Ray. Isn't that Sugar Ray that I'm saying? I don't know. I'm all over the place today. But listen, I think Roman was good that whole time. Just we rejected him. We just didn't want him. He shoved down our throats. And Roman's selling is top notch. His psychology's top notch. His physique is top notch then and then now and forever together, bro. Like then he was like jacked and had size, and especially for a Samoan, we're like, oh, another Samoan that's built kind of like The Rock and not like a big Yokozuna dude. And then he's like in the best shape of his life the older he gets. He's like just shredding his Eddie. So you look at all of that, and he's a draw. That's irrefutable. So yeah, dude. I mean, I would just disagree with you on that. That because of all of those factors I listed, not everything needs to be perfect, right? That's what I say all the time. AEW is so bad all the time that the bad shit is so glaring that everyone jumps on it. WWE is so good all the time now that when something bad happens, people don't dogpile on it as much because they get a pass because it's good, you know? Whereas AEW, even when they do a good thing, the bad shit doesn't get a pass right away because it's mostly bad. If you understand what I'm trying to say there. But thank you for that. And I appreciate your point of view on that. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for $2 says Monster Jam WWE equals yeet. Monster Trucks equals Monster Bucks. Can I get a yeet? Hell yeah.
Grave
Digger. Medusa. Yeah, let's bring her back. Goldberg, you're going to have a Monster Truck intergender match against Alundra Blaze.
Just don't let Big Show drive one.
Yeah.
Just don't let Big Show drive one.
So
drive it right off the roof.
Back to hot news. Wrestling WCC gets a quote from Liv Morgan, on Dominic Mysterio's wife via Pod Meets World. So that is the podcast that Topanga and Eric Matthews and Sean Hunter, aka I forget their goddamn names, right? Danielle Fishel or whatever the fuck, the people from Boy Meets World. This Boy Meets World, Boy Meets World, walking down this road that we call life.
But not Fred Savage.
Yeah, no Fred Savage. He fucking
Right.
he just excommunicated them like 5 years ago or something out of nowhere, and they all don't know why. All of them before they even had
Ben
a pod.
Savage do some weird shit like that too? They seem like they're a family of
Ben
child
Savage.
actors.
Yeah, I
They
think
gotta
Ben
do it.
Savage was the one. Corey Matthews, right?
No, Ben Savage is the kid from the Wonder Years, who's the older one, who's also in the Princess
No,
Bride.
that's Fred Savage.
Fred.
Isn't it?
Oh, that is Fred Savage. You're
That's
right.
Fred.
Ben's
Yeah,
the
you
other-
got so,
yeah,
so
right.
Ben Savage is Corey, and so
But they're weird dudes.
Yeah,
That's the
Ben
bottom
like
line.
cut them off completely even before they had a pod, and none of them know why. It's crazy. But she went on
Weird
Pod
family.
Meets World, dude, after they appeared at the Raw on Netflix. Amazing
Nice.
shit. And so they
Smart.
absolutely. And so they ask Liv Morgan about Dominic Mysterio's wife. Hold up, right? This could get spicy. And Liv says he has a beautiful, strong, secure wife that is okay with him going off to work every week and us having this little on-screen rendezvous. And I mean, look at Dom's wife, A+. Liv, A+, Rhea, A+. Dom's
Dude
just
got the life, man.
living my best life. No. You know what I mean, dude? I fucking love it. And yeah, you got to put her over. The MVP of all of Dominic's heel heat this whole time has been his wife, 100%. So,
Oh yeah,
yeah, she's the fucking MVP of that entire fucking heat wave that he's been getting. Speaking of heat wave, ECW heat wave, I believe Paul Heyman's ECW. Good transition. No, I'm all fucked up. Gabagoo. WWE is driving pop culture now. People got triggered by this. He absolutely is right. What the fuck do you mean? Travis Scott doesn't come out and smoke a blunt on the way to the ring with Jey Uso. Quavo's not at some irrelevant shit. Lil Yachty's not marking out about what, like, it's culture, bro. And it's pop culture, and hip hop culture is pop culture now. That's why all these hip hop artists do fucking collab with pop artists and shit. It is pop culture if you really think about it. And they are driving it, dude. What are you talking about? People get mad at this shit. If you click on this, like, go down here. You got motherfuckers saying, I go, absolute facts. The nerds in these replies are coping. That's what I said. Let's see who responded to me. 3 million viewers on Netflix is definitely driving pop culture. Shut up, you brain dead chud. Fuck, I love it, man. By losing half its Netflix audience in a month, drops 50% in viewership. I thought it's just enjoy wrestling, and all these celebrities who drive pop culture enjoy the wrestling they're doing. Matthew McConaughey's on random SmackDowns, and you are all, so the viewership matters now to make it.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Weird how you sickos fucking, you know what I mean? Weird how you sickos just when the shoe's on the other foot. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
yeah.
this is why I do this. This is why I throw the bait out here. The nerds in these replies, like, I just came in hot. Why? Because look at their responses. So now the viewership fucking matters? Wow. I don't know. Crazy to me. Chat, what do you think about that? Some madness, isn't it?
I mean, it's par for the
I'm
course.
screen grabbing that on my fucking computer because I'm gonna do a video about this. Look at these idiots' fucking responses to me. Now it's all about the viewership, right? Fucking amazing, man, amazing. They'll never fucking win, and they're never gonna save AEW doing this. Okay, and it's always the same usual suspects.
Oh yeah, I mean these are the same people that complain about the celebrities being there, but then want to, big boom.
And LK says, yeah, Shane Gillis and Tony Hinchcliffe, man, 100%, dude. Shane Gillis is that fucking guy. Two of the biggest comedians. The #1 live podcast is Kill Tony. I talk about it a lot on here because I fucking love Kill Tony. It's a hilarious show, and it's just funny how the ratings don't matter. The ratings don't matter. Just enjoy wrestling. Oh, they're profitable. So all the celebrities enjoy this more than they enjoy AEW. And yet somehow that's your fucking response now when that was what it's just cope. Someone in chat said cope. The word cope is so apropos. It is what it is, man. That's absolutely what it is. And it is driving pop culture, and they're coping over because if the shoe was on the other foot, they would go, Heyman's right, man. AEW is driving pop culture.
Right.
Action Bronson said we're weird. Gnarly. So it's fucking ridiculous. I loved this on Raw. Please don't Don Stevens me, Raw. I'm working so hard. I'm working through the injury. I'm Shawn Michaels in it here. I'm HBK. Your bud HBK here, bud. Okay? Working through the back injury. Losing my smile. No, I can never do that.
But you might lose a lazy eye.
Yeah, I might
or develop one.
That could happen. Yeah. So Cody with his daughter Liberty and Brandy Rhodes makes a Raw appearance coming to the arena together in Atlanta. And I love it. This is the way you have Brandy. Has Brandy accompanied him to the ring yet? At Mania she did,
She
right?
did Mania this year was the first time. Yeah.
So even if she does Mania again, I'm cool with that. I'd love to see him make the walk with like Arn, his wife, DDP, like the way they did in AEW, because that shit was cool. Cody was cooking in AEW, man. I don't care what anybody's saying. He fell off a little bit there. There was a couple things that were like, but that's everybody. You could go in anyone's career and go, there's a couple things that were like,
that was after Tony had took over. That was after the Tony takeover of I'm taking over to all of creative and everything went to shit.
But yeah, let's just take a gander here. Amazing stuff.
That's good stuff.
And did Brandy go, those are your cousins? Like we're a family type thing?
Because like 2 or 3 of Cody's cousins work in like the backstage stuff.
I didn't know. My God, amazing.
I forget which. I know like one of the people who works like at like by the ring is like the timekeeper or whatever is one of them, and then there's 1 or 2 other ones too.
So WWE Raw's Netflix viewership has now declined 49% since its January 6th premiere. Yeah, I mean, we anticipated that would happen.
Yeah.
I am bummed because I was saying watch it go up and up, man, every week. Now, hopefully, like the Rumble season, hopefully a lot of people watch the Rumble. Like these big events, we're seeing so many people tune into it. And hopefully, like Rumble through Mania season and maybe after Mania, we start to see increases. However, that being said, you got to just look at it this way. And because these are the same people who want to say ratings don't matter. And I fucking agree with that, bro. But they want to play the ratings game when it benefits them. Look at all these cucks under my fucking video. Damn it, I said that shit on YouTube. But look at all of them. 3 million viewers on Netflix is definitely driving pop culture. Crying. Meanwhile, this is an AEW stan. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just cope. And you got to look at it this way. WWE is consistently #1 on Netflix every week now. It's in the top 10 and #1 in all these countries, in everyone's faces. That's a huge fucking deal. If I made a TV show called, I don't know, man, make a show. We're fucking Phil Marks Bookmarks, right? We make a TV show and it's #1 on Netflix every week that we drop an ep. It's #1. I don't give a fuck who you are. That's W's all around. That's champagne toast. God damn it, man. So just the cope over this is ridiculous. And I'm not sitting here also to be like, oh, no, yes, losing 50% of the viewership. Okay, they need to step that up for sure. However, they can change that. It seems like these big super events, the super cards, but really, if you want to talk about super wrestling, well, this Royal Rumble, dude, insane. It could potentially draw more than a night of WrestleMania, you know? So, like, as far as money-wise, gate-wise and shit, that's fantastic business. So, ultimately, these big events and the live shows are what's crushing it for them, and they're still on Netflix. Now, if they start falling out of the top 10 every week, okay, then let's talk about them falling off in danger, danger, danger. But until that happens, like pretty much everyone, every pundit said they're going to lose their audience. It's going to go down week over week. So we kind of knew that. You know what I mean? But I will say this. Being number one on Netflix and having other shows in multiple countries and in the US consistently in the top 10 every single week, how's that a bad thing? That is absolutely not a bad thing. You know, AEW is not even in the top 10 on Max. So you guys are coping and you're fucking nerds, and this is facts. They are driving pop culture. Look at the attendances. Oh, only 3 million people viewed it. Okay, but only like 1.5 million were watching it before when it was on normal TV. And then also, it's like, look at the live shows, man. 62,000 people, 67,000, I think the building's set up for now, or 64, whatever. They keep upping it.
Yeah, they just keep opening sections.
It only goes up from here. You know what I mean? Shout out Shania Twain, bro. And it's just going up and up, man. And so that you have to factor that in. There's hundreds of thousands of people, millions and millions, but at least in America, there's like millions or hundreds of thousands of people, to say the least, that tune in every week like that, or a year long around will show up to every fucking show they're doing right now. They're selling out SmackDowns and shit. So it's just complete
sell out in France.
And if the shoe is on the other foot, and the WWE people pointed this out about AEW, you'd all make the same points I'm making now about, well, AEW's still number one on Netflix, bro. So tired of the cope, tired of the lies. So another update on Alexa Bliss's WWE status and the reported issues over her contract. This is Brian Alvarez again, so let's give him a Brian. We got to give him a good old Brian. So another update on her status. There is actually something going on with Alexa Bliss, but I was told it's not a big deal. It's like, well, here's the offer. Well, how about this? We're in that stage. I would be surprised if she was not in the Royal Rumble. Okay, so Alvarez will be surprised if she's not in the Rumble. WWE is set to announce a new premium live event called Clash in Paris, taking place at Paris La Défense Arena in Paris, France. So this time I won't botch, because they were in Lyon last time, and this time they're in Paris. And the live show we did when they were in France, I kept calling it Paris, but they weren't in fucking Paris. They were in Lyon. But they're in Paris this time on Sunday, August 31st. Il est vraiment phénoménal. You know we're going to get that again.
Oh, yeah.
AJ's set to return. So amazing. That thing's going to do insane numbers. And some people are saying that they're doing it to hurt AEW again. I don't know how that's another cope. Like, what does it have to do with AEW? I think they're doing a pay-per-view close to then or something. But either way, man, shut the fuck up. If AEW does the same thing to GCW, you all defend it. WWE does the same thing to AEW, you guys get mad. Fuck you. So per PW Insider, the reason John Cena has not appeared on Raw frequently is because he has been in Budapest recording content for the film Matchbox. There will be 34 dates left for him after the Rumble. So he said he had like over 40. I think he's made like 4 appearances since then, or 3 maybe. So yeah, it was right around 40 dates. They're saying 34. Maybe it's a few more than that. But yeah, here we go. Cena's in the Rumble. Gonna mix it up on Saturday. Can't wait. Crack a beer. Killer Mike and LP. Fuck boy, run the jewels, bro. Run them jewels fast. You guys like run the jewels in the chat, RTJ? So Killer Mike is in the building at NXT as well. So NXT was in Atlanta. Okay.
Yeah, it's center stage where they used to film the old WCW Saturday Night Show.
Just amazing. The vibe,
So
the
cool.
energy, it was so good. Obafemi's over like Rover. Trick's over like Rover. You got fucking so much good happening. Ethan Page's Twist of Fate and motherfuckers. And Killer Mike is here running Jules, bro, real fast in the...
Brand you want to see live.
And he's got his show, Trigger Warning, on Netflix. Hell yeah, dude. And he's just dapping up the fans. He was also at the Raw, which we're going to talk about. Dave Meltzer doesn't like black people. I mean rappers. So Killer Mike was in the crowd. Speaking of which, rappers at Raw, we had Quavo, right? From Migos. No mess up P. 10 bad bitches and they after me. Let's go. So Quavo's there. RIP Takeoff. And then we had 2 Chainz, 4 bracelets, Grammy winner in the building as well. And it was funny. Pat McAfee's like Titty Boy. That's what he used to be called, right? So when he was in I think the Saint Lunatics or whatever, I believe.
The Saint Lunatics. Wow.
I might be fucking that up, but he was Titty Boy in like the Saint Lunatics with Nelly or something like that.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I'm fucking it up, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But either way, he was Titty Boy before. And then Lil Yachty, who's just such a goober, but he's like endearing and he wears the WWF attitude gear. You see him wearing WWF gear because that's the fly shit. And this is what I mean, dude. Travis Scott names his whole shit Cactus Jack. Lil Yachty's wearing attitude era shit. He's got a mommy shirt. He's sitting with Kofi Kingston's family and stuff.
That's great.
You know what I mean? He was on Beast Games randomly. I'm watching that show on Amazon Prime, Beast Games. I don't know. It's a good show. It's super intense. They just figured out how to make you be like, what the fuck at every minute. There's, you know what I mean? There's always like a twist where you're like, fuck. He just figured it out. It's like it's just television, but his YouTube videos coming at you a million miles a minute. But yeah, dude, culture right here being represented. And then Quavo, they just said fuck it on Raw and did a 12-minute Jey Uso entrance with Quavo. It was amazing.
Why not?
Why not?
It's fun.
And then during commercial break, they're talking to Lil Yachty. And then Pat's like, how do you feel about the New Day? And Yachty's like, listen, if it don't have to do with Rhea Ripley, I don't give a damn. He's like, I really don't care, bro. So
fair enough.
Buddy Murphy or whatever, Buddy Matthews, look out, bud. And then you got I don't know. There was just people in the crowd. You had Matthew McConaughey at SmackDown. I mean, just as A-list, as mainstream as it gets.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And what else? There was one other thing I was thinking of as well. Oh, yeah. So Pat McAfee listens to PWT Confirmed, calling them the Boo Day. So I don't know. They're saying Boo Day. He was saying that on Raw. I think I said that first. I don't know. I'll claim it as mine. Undertaker praises Gunther and says he spoke with him at Netflix premiere. It's nice to know that there's some guys. Well, I'll let him say it.
You see a little bit with Gunther right now too. He'll do it. Gunther's a throwback. Yeah.
With Devon as well. Get the tables.
He's a throwback to a little bit of that stuff,
which I love watching him. He's phenomenal.
He's got that old school mentality. I talked with him. At the Netflix premiere.
Right.
I just like his mindset and the way he thinks about things. And he's an old soul for this day and age.
Yeah.
So that's awesome, man. Getting high praise. Gunther is like Undertaker's favorite. We all know that. So shout out Complex. Please don't pull us down. Shout everything we need today. Love you. People do this shoe shopping thing. And CM Punk almost fell on the floor during sneaker shopping. This is via Wrestling Uncovered. When he found out 3 pairs cost $3,000. Okay, so he paid $3,000 for. Now he got 9. I quote tweeted this. I was like, CM Punk got $9 million from Tony Khan alone. He ain't sweating $3,000, folks. That's a fucking nice dinner for him and his wife. You know. But anyways,
everything we need today, man. I think
that's a Saturday night out when you have $9 million in the fucking bank, dude.
So yeah. All right. No easy foam runner this time. No. All right.
Just a typical shoe shop.
All good. Let's get your total.
But that's why people like Punk, because he tries to remain relatable. You know, he's not this guy driving fucking Lambos and shit like that. So he's relatable. He's down to earth. And so obviously he's playing it up. To him, he's like $3,000. He's like, come on, dude. That's nothing. He's like, I'm fucking yeah. He's like, that's a Friday night.
All right, so 3 pairs. Your total today comes out to $3,000.
Oh shit, Jake! I didn't know you worked at a shoe store. No, I'm just kidding.
$183.17.
Okay, wait a second. 3 pairs of shoes are $3,000.
Yeah, it's about the average.
Which is the most? Is Jets pair the most expensive?
No, that actually is one of the second least. The most expensive is going to be that UNC off-white there.
Yeah, it's the off-white collab, bro. Come on, even I know that.
Yeah, that's like $2,000.
Yeah.
I guess. All right, and you will be right there for us.
There's nothing cringier than like people using cards. We all do it. People even tap their phones now. I think cash is king. You know, as far as like I use my card everywhere too now. Everybody, you know, you can tap.
Yeah, nobody
your
takes
card
cash anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Places don't even take it. You can tap your
Yeah.
phone now and shit on these debit machines. It's cringe. Like, look how awkward this is. Him fumbling around with this plastic. Like, do you take it? Do I take it?
Yeah, what do I do?
What has society become? What have I become now that I betrayed everything I've ever loved and pushed it all away?
Right there for us.
It still makes me feel itchy. You know,
Once they're on,
$3,000
you'll
for
feel
shoes.
better.
You know, I don't know.
All right, you're all set. And here you are, Punk. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Everything we need.
He makes a face at the end. Fuck.
I'm fairly certain he was wearing those off-whites on Raw.
He did.
Monday.
Yeah. He did. Absolutely. Yeah.
I
Whoa,
thought so.
what the fuck, bro? You buy $2,000 shoes. Where are you gonna wear them, Jake? On fucking TV or?
Yeah. Well, no, he knew it. He was like on the closing segment too. He's like main event segment. He waited, you know, because they filmed that when they were in LA for the debut. So he's like, yeah, he played that right.
Yeah, no, these $2,100 shoes are just my fucking errand running kicks, bro. I just wear these to the supermarket. The fuck, bro? Of course he wore them on Raw the next day. Jesus Christ, that's hilarious. Speaking of Raw, Kai Cenat showed up, and he speaks on how it felt meeting Triple H when he went to Raw. Now, listen, people are mad at Kai Cenat. WWE's always mixed it up with celebrities, and these are the people who are culture. This is what Paul Heyman means. Paul Heyman's way smarter than you, dumb fucks. Responding under my shit, talking about viewership that I thought didn't matter 2 years ago and a year ago, and even now to a lot of people. But millions of people watch this guy. So, and the kids love him, and they're trying to break that demographic open right now. WWE is trying to get the kids while staying like adult oriented as well. So don't be shocked if there's like Saturday Morning Slam on Netflix. We're going to get some shit like that for kids, to where, you know how there's like a kids section on Netflix? You're going to click on that. There's going to be a WWE show for the kids, you know, that's like a half hour, let you know what's going on. Mm-hmm. 100%, dude. They used to have that when I was younger. They had Saturday Morning Slam or whatever. You turn it on, half hour show. There'd be like one match, some recaps, you know, a vignette, whatever. So anyways, though, here's Kai Cenat just marking out over meeting Triple H, and you could tell he's a real wrestling fan. All these guys, they're all fucking wrestling fans, dude. Quavo showed up holding the Austin Smoking Skull belt.
Yeah,
like, only a Mark even knows what that is. You know what I mean? Only a Mark would even know to buy that belt. Like, it was never on TV. How would you even know? Because he probably plays 2K and he's a real Mark. He grew up. He's probably knew about the Smoking Skull belt this whole goddamn time. You know, so. When it's on that level, they're fans. Here's Kai Cenat.
So boom, I'm chilling. Mr. H himself comes.
Mr. H himself, dude.
He got mad aura chat, no glaze. Word of my mother, nigga. I swear to God, mad aura. He put it like this.
Sorry about the N bombs too. Love the DMX shirt though. Let's go. Yo, this is hilarious. He walked on me like this.
I swear to God, mad aura. He put it like this.
All jacked and shit.
Yeah. Hey man, I fucking love your shit, man. I fucking love. Have you ever been to a fucking WWE event, man? I love your content, man. I absolutely love it. I'm glad to have you here. I say, yo, goddamn, nigga, you Triple H, my boy.
Yo, he hit the gong. That wasn't me. He hit the gong. Yeah.
Let me glaze you.
No way. I didn't know he did that. If he did that before, I did not know. God damn, that's legend. That's his gong, chat. That ain't me.
No glaze, though. No glaze, though.
Yeah.
Boy. I used to mimic the things you used to do in my cafeteria. Literally, middle school, elementary school, whatever it was. Niggas in the hood mimic exactly what you do on the block. Triple H, it's you? Like live in the flesh?
See, Triple H was always my fucking favorite because he was like the leader of DX, sort of. So when I was young, and like playing No Mercy, I was Triple H, dude, and DX would win all the belts. Like the New Age Outlaws were the tag champs. X-Pac winning the light heavyweight. Shawn Michaels winning the IC, you know, or the world heavyweight, whatever. But Triple H was always my guy. Like that was my go-to. And then I didn't, because back then you didn't understand. Oh, he's like doing shady political shit backstage, and you don't understand. Like, oh, he's marrying the wife's or his wife is the boss's daughter to fucking get into the office. Like, you didn't think about that. I just knew him and Shawn Michaels as the guys that were just so inappropriate, and everyone's doing the suck it and everything. So I loved The Rock. I loved Austin. Don't get me wrong, but Triple H was my guy through and through, man. DX was my shit.
Niggas on the block do exactly what you do on an everyday basis growing up.
That's hilarious. Shout out Kai Cenat as well. I told you guys we're jam-packed today. We're fucking flying through this. So guys, JD McDonough. Okay, on Raw.
Oh, man.
So we didn't do reviews, but on Raw, there's a spot where he does basically a springboard acai moonsault to the outside of the ring. Typical move, right? You see it in wrestling a lot. When you do it on the announce table side, you also see it a lot where people crash into the table. However, WWE now has these solid ass tables that like you can take full blown like choke slams on and shit, and they don't break. Now, I'm not saying they won't ever break, but they're way more sturdy. Okay. And I think they're doing that to avoid like collapses and stuff. And it's not even that often that people, you know, fucking are going through the announce, or maybe that's a lie. You know, it happens a lot. You know, even either way, the tables are just reinforced now, right? It's a Japanese announce table, if you will. And so JD McDonough does the springboard moonsault. He hits it. He flies backwards, sort of as it's just natural. It's not like he botched the move or anything like that. And I don't think they should remove that table either. I think they should keep those tables the same. They just should fucking not do moonsaults on that side. If you're going to do one, know that you're landing, that table's behind you, or do it on a side where you're going to crash into the barricade. Because a lot of times when people do this move, you see them crash in the barricade as well, which is way further back than that announce table, right? So don't do that move on that. Like, you got to know Benoit doing the I'll call it the duocide, the duodidal dive on the outside and crashing into the announce table. If that was this announce table, he'd be dead. He'd be fucking RIP'd, right? Well, I guess he is, but anyway.
Well, he's not RIP'd. He's dead.
Yeah.
He's not RIP'd.
Right. But yeah, RIP'd in like the Undertaker way, you know? In like a very evil way, you know, in a pieces way, you know? But yeah, like basically he crashes into the announce table. His neck and head snaps back. He's on the outside selling it like $1 million, but he's not actually selling. The guy actually has 2 broken ribs. We got it here in the bookmarks. He had 2 or 3 broken ribs and punctured a lung. And the man continues the match, does these great spots, takes a knee from fucking Eric to the back of the head. That, okay, that's, if the table didn't knock you out, there you go. You know what I mean? Here's a KO knee strike for you. Finishes the match, hits a moonsault, selling his ass off too. And while he has a collapsed lung and broken ribs, there's a spot where he gets kicked in the face and the dude's on the ground selling his face. And it's like, if that was me, bro, I wouldn't be able to get up. You know, I'd have tapped out. The match would have been over.
We're done.
This guy's like remembering to sell his chin and shit while he's like dealing with broken ribs. What a legend. What an absolute fucking legend, man. Chat, round of applause for JD McDonough. One of the most incredible spots that, yes, dangerous, risky. He got injured, high risk, high reward, or high risk overall.
Yeah.
And round of applause for him, just for like, you know, for our entertainment. The man didn't even make it fully backstage. He just collapsed, and then you see the referees and the medical were on it. Now, during the match, I want to applaud the referees as well. Clap, clap, clap. Because the referee during the match and the medical team came down, and he was insisting, no, I can do this. Now, I know a little something about broken ribs. I don't think he punctured his lung when he crashed into the table. I think he broke his ribs crashing in the table. And then when he went and did the moonsault and all that other shit, because they tell you when you break your ribs, lay down, stretch it off, and just because you'll puncture a lung. That's what they tell you. So, yeah, dude, I think he punctured his lung doing moonsaults and shit, bro. So thank God he didn't die. Thank God he's okay. And yeah, he collapsed here, which is crazy. You guys can see that on the screen. And yeah, I don't know. That's all I can say. What did you think about it? And that Raw overall, Jake, is pretty goddamn good, no? And like, what a moment, even though it was a botch, but just a performance of a lifetime for JD, no?
Yeah, and I feel like the doctors were checking mostly for like a concussion, and he was like playing off like, yeah, I'm fine. Oh God, the ribs. It's one of those things and I mean, it sucks that he's gonna miss the next 2 to 3 months because the guy was the MVP of that match. Good God.
So he's missing Mania. He won't be there for Mania.
That sucks.
Sucks. We don't get
Braun
like
a run in or something, but yeah.
It does suck, but hey, man, I've said it before. As long as he bounces back and he's not seriously injured, and there's no like spinal cord injury, and my whole thing is this: sometimes these injuries are blessings in disguise because of the roster's so bloated. So sometimes this is good for just the flow of WWE. I will say this: I think this is the first time someone from Judgment Day got legit injured where they're gone for a significant amount of time. No, like really think about all the members. Has anyone gotten injured to where they're just like peace out for a few months? I mean, we had Rhea kind of work her injury. Finn's just off. He's not hurt. He's just off because it's part of the storyline. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. Does JD come back and they go, you're not pulling your weight? Does he come back with Finn? And they're both like, fuck everyone. We're not part of it or whatever. And they kick everyone out of the, who knows? It's interesting. But anyways, I would love this ex Stormy show says, I would love to mention that Jazz trained Ren Sinclair. We need awesome. Jazz right now. I didn't know that, and I've been the biggest Ren Sinclair fan. Maddie Renkowski from AEW since the AEW days. I've been her biggest fan, her biggest supporter, and I'm so happy she's in NXT.
That's awesome.
Yeah, here's a little video. She was doing like these sketches online before WWE signed her and doing all this great character work. And this was after AEW didn't like how AEW works, guys, is everybody's on per appearance pretty much, and unless you're like a big name, and then you're earning your way for the office to be like, we'll give you a actual contract with time on it, So she was just working per appearance in AEW, but they lock people down on per appearance shit, man. And that's that's why these people have these crazy Dave Meltzer type matches as well, because they're trying to show Tony Khan, no, give me a full time contract, And so, and we've heard tons of people explain this. What's his name? Slim J said, yeah, I was on a per appearance and I thought I did everything to earn a contract. So we've heard people allude to it. That's how it works, in AEW. But anyways, though, here's just Jazz and Maddie.
To list your greatest accomplishment.
We don't even got to watch this. Just check out her sketches and just don't forget that Jazz trained her. I didn't even know she trained her.
I had no idea.
I quote tweeted, I was like, oh, makes sense why she's so fucking good.
Right.
So as I said, guys, as I've chronicled on the show here, this is a little MMA boxing news, but it is WWE news because Logan Paul and Jake Paul, and this is real, folks, they dropped this March 27 on Max. They're going to box each other. And this is like the final boss of social media influencer boxing, right? It fucking ends here with this matchup because everybody said from the beginning, when are you two going to fight each other? Now, I don't think it's going to be a real fight. It's going to be like that Mike Tyson fight. But they announced it on Max. Now, as I've been chronicling here on PWT, right? And I'll hit an X-Files here, but wouldn't be the first time I'm right or wrong about Netflix stuff. So basically what I was saying, like, how do I explain this? And I covered it here on the show. Logan Paul was going to fight Conor McGregor for $250 million a piece in India. The UFC and Dana White are not having it. No other wrestling pod's going to cover this the way I'm about to cover it, okay? They're not having it. Conor has 2 fights left on his contract, and they've iced Conor McGregor. They don't want to give him a fight. They were going to give him 1 fight against Michael Chandler, and then 1 fight would still remain on his UFC contract. But Conor broke his toe, so that fight didn't happen. And then when he tried to rebook it, they would not allow that. This is why, guys. UFC's TV deal, and this pertains to WWE, guys. UFC's TV deal is up at the end of this year, bro. Okay? The 2 major people are Netflix. Facts, I'm telling you. This is Phil Scoops here. Netflix and Disney, because they're with ESPN right now. Disney's not going to want to lose them. There's going to be a bidding war. UFC, as far as Dana White and these guys are concerned, and they're already working with TKO. They are TKO. It's all the same company. They want Netflix too. They're leaning towards that. Now,
makes the most sense.
Right. And so Dana White has Conor's contract iced so he can go into the negotiation saying, well, Netflix, we have 2 Conor McGregor fights left. Now, the way these UFC deals work is let's say you're a fighter and let's say you're 31 and you go, I'm going to retire, and you're in the UFC and you have 3 fights left on your deal. And then 10 years later, you come back and go, I'm going to fight again. The UFC, unless they agree to let your contract go, they literally can have you frozen, dude, until you fight out the fights. You're frozen. You can't go anywhere. You can't do shit. They have first dibs on you. So Conor saying, oh, I'm going to go box in India. He cannot do that unless Dana White says it's okay. Dana White and TKO and WWE and UFC are in the midst of creating their own boxing league. Now, before the TKO stuff and all the mergers and all of this, Dana White was going to call it Zuffa Boxing. That's what I might call it by accident, as well as I'm talking. But if I say Zuffa Boxing, it probably won't. It might be called TKO Boxing. I don't fucking know. It won't be called that, but that's my slip, I guess. If I call it Zuffa Boxing, I'm alluding to TKO's new boxing league that they're starting, right? We know this. I think they're teaming up with the Saudis as well. And
shocking.
Yes, and they're going to do a boxing league and put on the best fights that people want to see. That's what got the UFC popular. Trust me, I'm making a point. This all relates to wrestling, okay? So, I think I'll X-Files myself here, okay? If I had to guess, Dana White was either told Conor, wait till we launch our boxing league and then we'll co-promote this. Now, people like Chris Conor goes, oh, Dana will never co-promote. And I love Chris Conor, but he already has co-promoted. He's already done that. The new TKO thing has made it so they will co-promote with Saudi Arabia for UFC events. What he means by that is so Fedor Emelianenko is one of the greatest MMA fighters of all time. Some say the greatest heavyweight of all time. He fought for all the companies except for UFC, because whenever UFC tried to do a deal with him, Fedor said, okay, I'll do it, but I have to co-promote any fight I'm on. So it has to be UFC and M1 Global presents, UFC 310, Fedor, whatever the fuck, okay? Dana White doesn't want that. However, he's done it now with the Saudis. He kind of did it when Brock came back for UFC 200. The WWE 2K whatever game that Brock was on the cover. Y'all remember that one? It was 2K17 or whatever the fuck. That was it wasn't WWE presents or anything, but dude, WWE was all over everything. That was a huge co-promotion thing in my mind. Now, I know Dana White wants to keep UFC and WWE super far away from each other as far as co-promoting and stuff, because he wants people to understand, no, MMA is real, and they fought so hard for people to understand that it's real and it's different, etc. Now, I think that Dana White said, no, you're not doing that. People say he doesn't like the Paul brothers. That could be true, but he sits the Paul brothers at cage side for fights all the time. And even though he has beef with Jake, Dana's not an idiot. He understands the value in these people
Right.
You know, coming to UFCs. Jake Paul made a video where he dressed up in a disguise and went to the UFC. And then they asked Dana about it and he laughed and he's like, bro, I gave him seats so he didn't have to do that. You know, it's funny. He knows how to troll, right? That sort of thing. So it's not so much that as what I think it is that Dana White doesn't want to co-promote UFC WWE Presents. But even beyond that, fuck all that, because let's say all that money's on the table. I just think they're icing out Connor because it's like, no, we need you to negotiate our TV deal. And not only that, like, yeah, we just don't want to do this co-promote thing. And then also UFC would want a cut of the $250 million, whereas Logan would just get it straight up. And then maybe WWE takes a cut. It's all fuddy-duddy. So what did Logan do? He doesn't need to deal with any of that. Connor's contract makes it so he can't go fight without UFC's permission. Logan Paul's WWE contract is so that Logan, he can go fight and do whatever the fuck he wants. That's how his contract's structured. So he said, fuck it. Okay, I can't do the Connor fight. I'll go, because this is Logan Paul's last fight. Whoever Logan fights next is his last fight. I almost guarantee it. So Logan Paul and his brother say, fuck it, we'll fight. We'll each get $250 million each. We don't need Connor. We don't need TKO. We don't need Dana White's permission. We don't even need WWE's permission. Logan even said, if Nick Khan gives me $250 million, I won't go fight. But unless he does that, no, I'm not going to, you know? So they announced this and they announced that it's streaming on Max, bro. And that's dirty business. And yes, I absolutely think this was factored in. You have to understand, Jake just did a big Netflix fight with Mike Tyson. You know they want to do business with him. Logan, you know they're already in business with him. He's part of the WWE business. He's part of Raw on Netflix and WWE on Netflix. You know that they wanted this fight. Why didn't UFC and WWE co-promote this? I tweeted out, they fucking fumbled the bag here, dude. Paul dropped this graphic for the biggest social media influencer boxing match of all time on his Instagram and tagged Max in it. Tagged them in it. Nasty business. So I hope I broke that down better than anybody can. Like that, to me, I feel like this is intentional. I feel like they know, okay, I'm not saying, oh, it's because of AEW fully, but I think that's a bit of it. Yeah, Max is who they're looking at. Paul's backstage. He knows that people in WWE aren't stupid. They're looking at Max numbers and they're trying to find out what AEW is doing on Max and shit. For surely they are. They keep their fingers on the pulse of everything. So I just think this is a bit of a shot at Netflix, maybe even more than like WWE and UFC or whatever. And I think it's them going, we don't need to involve WWE or TKO or UFC at all. And the idea is like, if they go to Netflix, then I think Netflix is going to want them to involve UFC and WWE and all that shit. You guys get what I'm getting at? And they're just like, we don't need to do that. Why give them a chunk of our money when we can just go make, you know, we don't need anyone's permission. We can just do our own thing. So yeah, I don't know. I hope I broke that down well. And yes, that's a fumble from WWE when AEW's on Max and the biggest fight. Jake just fought on Netflix. WWE and Logan Paul are on Netflix. He was just on Raw. And like, they're not beating themselves up, I'm sure. Like, they have a bunch of other great business going on. However, they could have had this fight themselves. They could have did the Paul brothers fight. They could have just let Connor fight Logan on Netflix. They could have let them do that, you know, but instead they fucked around and they found out, because now this is huge for Max. And if they run AEW ads throughout the night, I'll applaud. Like, good work. You know, if the ads are shitty, okay. Hopefully Tony Khan doesn't show up and try and cut a promo. Also, you know, Tony Khan may be getting involved in the Global Fight League, may not. I'm not sure about that at all entirely yet, but the Mole was sort of saying something about that. And yeah, that's a huge fumble for WWE. I have to be completely honest. Let me check super chats and chat. Lincoln Hawk for $5 says, I'm not on yet. I'm still at dinner. And wrestling related news, our server looks like a young Magnum TA. Much love, PWT fam, Phil. We're doing GM mode. Okay, Lincoln, you'll be in the GM mode, dude. Do you play Xbox or PlayStation? I'll give a go. I'm not on yet, still at dinner. Hope you enjoy your dinner, dude. And shout out Magnum TA. That's a good throwback look, too. It's old as new these days. You know what I'm saying? Dennis King became a new member. Thank you so much.
Nice.
STG 212 for $5 says, sorry that I've missed shows. The best guy is not Tony McCon. Bro, don't be fucking sorry.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
I'll be there for you. STG 212's there for me too. Right? It's all good, bruv. Don't worry. You come in when you can. You still embrace the grind when you can. And yeah, the replays are always up there. And I got the Elbow tapes up, guys. I'm sorry. It was just a couple things were flagged on there. Not the Elbow stuff. And no AEW talent's mad at me, guys. No, I was worried. I was like, people are going to be mad. This and that. No one's mad at me. I think I did a good job. And yeah, I just injured myself. So the Elbow tapes came out a little later. Replay was. Yeah, that's what Awful sent me a graphic for it and everything. It was hilarious. George Capture for $5. The top mod of the top pod says, I was the 100th like. I say no Jericho tonight. PWT chat is on fire. Yeah, you guys are going nuts. I look over. There's over 200 ships. I haven't even seen 300 of you watching across both channels. Please run the likes up. Hit the dislike if you don't like it. Hit the subscribe. We're almost at 6K subs too. You guys are fucking ruling it, loving it, doing it. Yeah. Make sure you go to Patreon. I'm going to do a content dump now that I'm back in action. If you guys pay attention to the clip channel, I dropped like 6 clips today. Okay. Like I got back in the swing of things wholeheartedly and I'm feeling really good. Actually, I'm actually feeling good. Like it's sort of euphoric now. I've embraced the pain. I've embraced the grind, bruv, and I'm like flow state right now. So we're crushing it tonight. Thank you. Round of applause for our goddamn super chat. Let's air horn them because you guys are amazing.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
That's still the best one ever.
Hell yeah, dude.
Sometimes
I gotta
in life,
go all the
everything
way.
in
I'm
your
checking
life.
in with chat too. My tax return is coming in. Okay, sweet. I'm up for GM mode when that happens. Well, listen, you can do up to 4 GMs, guys. So maybe we'll do like a GM mode tournament. We'll do like brackets of 4, and then the winners all do the next season against each other or something. I don't know. Husey is going to be one of them though. So here we go. David Zaslav calls him 6 clip Phil. Yeah. The Clips channel makes the Stairmaster a little less miserable. Boom, bickety boom. I'm glad. I want that Deadman edition. Yeah, dude, just get the Bloodline edition. Then you get all the Deadman shit anyways. The smartest thing to do at these games is you just get the fucking deluxe. And then whenever they add shit, that you just get it, you know? So that's the best way to do it. And I hate fucking my faction though. Because then I'm like, oh, a Persona card. Then you spend the whole time playing this dumb fucking game mode. And it's like, I can't beat Jey Uso in a fucking ladder match because my guy's a bronze rated 53 and he's got a super finisher perk. And I can't fucking win and unlock. You know what I mean? I want Wolfpack fucking Hulk Hogan and I can't get it. It's so infuriating. They just got to make it so you can just buy. I will pay for the Persona cards, dude. 130. Fuck nah. Yeah, I get that. Maybe we'll give a deluxe edition pre-order away at like Mania or the Rumble or something. We'll think about it. Get good, true that. Okay, everyone's jumping the gun. Okay, let's get back into news. We're not even done WWE news, guys. We're cooking tonight, man. There's so much. Lil Yachty meets Rhea Ripley. Dreams do come true. Amazing shit. The Bloodline, speaking of the video game, the Bloodline Dynasty Showcase hosted by Paul Heyman celebrates one of the most iconic wrestling family dynasties, the Bloodline and the extended Anoa'i family, featuring Roman Reigns, The Rock, Yokozuna, Jacob Fatu, and more. Just incredible. You got to figure that the Wild Samoans got to be in this shit this year. Yeah. No, they have to.
They've been Bloodline. You got to include them all.
Yeah, they've been predicted year over year. I hope they give us an Umaga with a Jamal attire or like Persona, and then I hope they give us Rosie.
Yeah, because he's in the Bloodline. He's fucking Roman's older brother.
Yeah, dude, and I hope they give us Rosie where it's 3-minute warning and like
hero in training.
Either that or when he's just the full-fledged superhero. Because after a while, he wasn't in training anymore, and he wore like the red outfit and with the black and the blue.
Yeah.
Or just give us that because Hurricane's in every game. So you might, and then they always put Mighty Molly in every game. Give us the crew. I downloaded Rosie on 2K24 for that same purpose. So I hope that's what they do.
3-minute warning was the best.
Oh man, 3 minutes till the body start to drop. 3 minutes till, I can't remember the lyrics, but goddamn. And then you see Mr. Fuji in the background, also with the dead man shit Brother Loves in the game. Great stuff, pal. And dream matches between members of the Bloodline and WWE superstars and legends offer a what if fantasy element. Ooh, a little X-Files here.
X-Files.
Huh? Yeah, fucking X-Files. Yes, and just so amazing. I don't have to like create the Tongans and Jacob Fatu, like download them off community creation. That's 3 more wrestlers slots. I can finally add Darby Allin. My dream. No, but yeah. So Kai Cenat was shocked while backstage at WWE, saying he couldn't believe how they genuinely act like a family and gave all their fighters their flowers for going out there and always giving it their all. Fuck yeah. Triple H.
Boom, I'll go to the WWE. I'm seeing Triple H live in the flesh. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm seeing CM Punk. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm seeing all these niggas. I'm like, what the fuck, chat?
This guy has more viewers than fucking anyone in the world, and people are crying, and he's sitting here marking out about CM Punk and Triple H. That's how mainstream WWE is right now.
World now. Backstage. And all the wrestlers, bro, 100%. This is my first WWE event I ever went to because I couldn't afford it growing up. I seen Rey Mysterio.
Man, and he got to go in the ring. Amazing.
Mysterio. Everybody showed me love. It feels like a fit. It's weird, bro. It feels like a good ass. Bro, from the crowd to the wrestlers.
That's why if you're starting shit, like real shit, not CM Punk trying to steer the ship in the right way, but have an ego like Britt Baker and shit, we don't need you in WWE, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm a wacko and a sicko, but like we don't need you there, bro. The ship is steering. Like if you're gonna come and pull this ego shit and you can't even wrestle that, you need NXT first, and you're not about to get Phantom Britt Baker, hit the B button, alliteration, Phantom bookmarks. God damn it. Well, shout out Kai Cenat, but yeah. I'm buying this fucking Bloodline edition. Now I gotta ask chat. Oh, let me end this poll on the Clips channel, by the way. There's probably no one voting on this shit anymore.
They're watching it.
Let me ask chat, though, and let me ask you, Jake. Do you think Bronson Reed's being done dirty here by not being included, or is he just not?
No, because he was more like Bloodline adjacent. I think if he didn't get hurt, maybe by then it could have been different, but I don't think so.
Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, I think it's cool that Heyman's on like the actual, like the standard cover too. Like if he was just in this, would be cool. But the fact that he's actually on the standard cover, like doing his little hand thing, it's great.
If anybody deserves to be, it's
right.
Roman
Exactly.
Heyman.
It's great.
And I just love this cover, the Roots, and then The Rock as well gets snubbed. The final boss. I wonder why. Hey.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, so The Rock as well. I wonder what they're thinking there. But yes, the Ulafala and then Roman at the head, and then is the head literally, and then you have
Solo's on the like original side too.
I know. I'm telling you guys, man, we're gonna get Jacob and the Tongans are gonna split off.
Yeah,
from Solo and them, and either Solo's gonna rejoin the OG bloodline, and then The Rock will join up with Jacob and them or something like that. But it's gonna happen. We're gonna get Solo versus Jacob. Yeah, but I'm copping that shit. It looks spectacular. But they put out these games too much. Like they got to do it where it's like every 2 years or 3 years, and then
just update it. Like you can do it that way now. Yeah,
it should just be like, oh, get the 2K25 update. And what is that? Oh, well, we fixed this and that. We added this and that, and here's a boatload of new wrestlers, and we have new DLC packs coming. And you can market it the same way, but you just call it, you charge a little less and call it an update or whatever. But again, then they can't nickel and dime people because I'm going to buy it every year.
Yes, it would only change if people's buying habits change, and that ain't happening.
So the Bloodline rules match will allow up to 6 run-ins per match.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
3 per side. I wonder if you can levy it like, because you can have up to 3 managers on both sides, but on some match types, it's like, okay, if I fucking pick 2 managers, you can only get 1 or whatever. I wonder if you can levy it like this dude can have 2 runouts and you can have 4 or whatever, however you want to Steiner method. But anyways, these run-ins can be performed like a finisher by filling a meter and then spending the earned credit. Effectively, a Bloodline rules match will start 1-on-1 and end 4-on-4. I don't think it has to end 4-on-4 though. I think it's like if you don't build up your special meter and someone builds theirs up 3 times, then they can get their 3 run-ins and you don't even get 1 off, or maybe you get 1 off. I think that match type is going to be like one of like the new elimination chamber almost. I think for 1-on-1 competition, I think that's going to be so fun online when you can set your run-ins and people don't know who you choose for your run-ins and shit. Could be awesome. I choose hologram.
Oh God. Hologram Bandito Commander.
So WWE is reportedly looking to host an NXT taping in NYC, with the proposed date being March 11 at the theater in Madison Square Garden. They're planning a bunch of huge shows, bro. This would be one day after WWE Raw and MSG on March 10th.
Yeah.
So fuck, man. NXT at MSG. It's getting bigger and bigger. Cool. Eventually it's like we're going to have to bring back OVW, and NXT's got to just, it's getting big. They're going to start doing 1 million on TV on CW soon. Fuck, I hope there's no phantom bookmarks again.
Oh God. The black helicopters are coming back.
Yeah, dude, they don't like, I'm spilling the tea. They don't like that I told you about how AEW contracts work. So Asuka has been like getting stalked and getting sent crazy ass messages, okay?
Oh, God,
and she says I've been feeling in danger recently. I've already consulted the police. At this rate, even if fans approach me at the airport or in the city, I will feel the possibility that something might happen, and it will scare me, making me unable to respond. Please don't have romantic feelings for me. It's meaningless, 100% pointless. Do you guys hear this? There's psychopaths like threatening her. Now, I hope they get nabbed up. These people are all mentally ill goobers. Okay. Real fucking sickos of the week. Okay. The real wackos. And I feel bad, man. And I quote tweeted this. I said, sickos, stop fucking harassing her. Stop falling in love with her. And I just was like, I hope her friends are checking in on her a lot. And I hope someone agrees to be her travel buddy just in case, for real. Like, I hope someone just WWE send Kyrie out there with her or something. You know what I mean? Send someone out there to just wherever she's at, whenever her comeback is. Because I'm sure, like, when you see doctors too, the WWE have you fly out and see the best of the best of the best, right? And UFC does the same thing. So Asuka's traveling around, even though she's not in the ring. I'm sure she's got to go to Vegas to see this guy who's the best shoulder guy or whatever the fuck her injuries are. But
whatever she's doing,
whatever she's doing. So she's got to travel around. I hope she's got a travel buddy. And it's so unfortunate. There's way too many sickos out there, dude. Really weird fucking wackos. And she flat out says, I've been feeling danger and I've consulted police. Look at Sonya Deville. The dude was in her house.
I was going to bring up too. Yeah.
The dude was in her house, man.
Yeah.
Like, thank God nothing happened. So yeah, I look, 2.4 million, 1.6 million. I hope whoever these people are get caught real quick. And all I'm saying, Asuka, you don't gotta like dox the people by like showing your DMs. But if you do that, listen, man, the sleuths will figure it out and they'll fucking find them and get those people locked up for harassment. Even the NXT building had a crazy asshole showing up there. That happened. Man, it's scary out there, dude. Especially with the internet. Yeah, with the internet, it's crazy. An accountability buddy. Yeah, an accountability buddy. And Mox, so here, AEW break. They're talking about that Moxley lost the fucking AEW
Pulled
belt.
Jericho.
Now they're trying to say that's part of the storyline. I don't know.
Stupid idiot. Yeah.
I just honestly don't think that's true. I think that he
It's the
fucked up.
worst storyline ever. And he's
why
shut
would
up
that
and
be a
enjoy the
plot
ride.
point? Oh, I just lost the belt. No, Mox would just debut a different belt. He would just break the old one and then debut a new one and be like, "This is now the or whatever."
Yeah, he brings out a plumbing tool belt. That's what's gonna happen next.
Oh no.
My bad. Sorry,
No.
Mrs. C was in the chat. It just made me think of plumber.
Oh,
Mox.
it's Mrs. C in the
Yeah.
chat, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Mrs. C in the chat. How's the castle doing? I hope everyone's doing well at the castle. Look at that. Mrs. C is back. We had Jose the assistant last live show. What the fuck, man? Crazy times. I know you're listening in too, Tony. No, just kidding. I like to
in
think
Gorilla.
that.
He's definitely listening in.
Yeah, and then he's yelling, "I won't take this. Do you hear what this motherfucker's saying about me? He said Time Cop 3 on the moon with Elon Musk. I don't even like that guy. I'm on Blue Sky." JD McDonough gives us an update. He says, "First off, thanks to everybody for the messages and the concern. I'm good. I've got a couple of broken ribs and a punctured lung, so I'm going to be out for a couple months. All things considered, it could have been a lot worse. So I'm grateful for that. See you in a bit." And then Triple H will headline the WWE Hall of Fame, and I like that, or the Paul of Fame, and I like that they just announced it. Fucking air horn. Round of applause for Triple H. He deserves that. Phil, doing good, thanks. I have a bulging disc in my back, but dealing with it. Yeah, I fucked myself up too, Mrs. C. I missed the Monday show that you usually come in and we're talking about Raw. Missed it, couldn't do it. And but I'm feeling a lot better, and I hope you do too. And hope you're excited for the release of the what is that, Queen of the Ring? When does that come out, dude? You got John Kreese or whatever from Cobra Kai and Jim Cornette hanging out the whole fucking movie. It looks like there's like 80 scenes of them together. It's like, holy shit. So I can't wait to see that movie. You're gonna have to send me a screener though, Mrs. C. It's independent. I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna be able to see it. Hopefully I got a theater here that does throwback movies and independent movies and stuff like that. Hopefully they air that. I'll maybe call them and request the shit.
Yeah, I'll probably have to go like to there's a theater by the college that's like 20 minutes away from me. I'm like, that's probably where I'll have to go see it.
And when I saw Iron Claw, Jake, I said it on the show. I got to see it like a day early, like a day before it came out. But there was like nobody there. So I don't know if there wasn't a lot of invites that went out. I don't know what it was. But it was like, okay, it was just me and my girl, like a fucking, like a almost a private screening, dude.
They tell you, I rented this out for you, babe. It's good.
Yeah,
I got you.
No, I should have pulled that. That would have made me look a lot smoother. But anyways, I'll do my best. Yeah, no, I'm just fucking around anyways. But yeah, I'm gonna make sure I see that Queen of the Ring. I think we have something about that in the bookmarks, or we did it on the last show, I believe. Anyways, though, we're talking about Triple H, talking about the Hall of Fame. He's already in as DX. His solo run deserves it. I think they're going to focus primarily on his wrestling stuff, and then at the end they'll sort of go, now he's the COO in what is people are deeming the Paul Levesque era. Then they'll play a clip of Paul Heyman being like, the Paul Levesque era, you know. And but I think that'll just be like the cherry. I don't think, because here's the thing, Vince never wanted to be acknowledged. Triple H should be, and I think it's better they do it now instead of him never going in just because he's like the leader now. He should have already went in as a solo as soon as that Hart shit happened, right? As soon as that Hart shit happened and he's like, I don't think I can even do a match ever again. That's when he should have got inducted, in my opinion. But yeah, he held off, and yeah, like I said before, Triple H was my guy. A lot of people are
DX, the solo run on, then Evolution. Like, I mean, those are three big eras of his career that he was pretty much on top the whole time. If nothing else, I think you should go in for, was it the match where it's him and Austin and he blows the quad and then he lets Jericho put him in the walls of Jericho on the table with the blown quad? I'm like, no, that right there, respect. Go in the Hall of Fame for that alone.
Exactly. That's legend shit. And then how about DX? How about in the Monday Night Wars 2 having the vision to go, I got to bring Waltman back, the New Age Outlaws, right? Because HBK's gone. Yeah, I got to fucking yeah, dude, I got to reboot this, but still make it cool. And he was in the NWO, so it makes sense for this war stuff. The Jean-Paul Levesque stuff, evolution. Evolution is a mystery and a change that no one sees. Bro, I loved that Triple H Reign of Terror. I've told you all so many times on this show. And then, yeah, he's just Booker of the Year in everyone's eyes. And WrestleMania follows up. The report did add that Triple H was surprised by Stephanie McMahon, Undertaker, and Shawn Michaels with the announcement. So he didn't push for this himself, you fucking dummies.
Dummy, yeah.
He was jumped with it, and hopefully they show the video of that by his wife, Undertaker, and Shawn Michaels. Who else can induct the boss other than those three motherfuckers?
Right.
Go, we're putting you in, kid. You know, who else has the fucking pull to even say that? It's not like Triple H can go, no, I'm not doing that, right? He's got to listen to those three. So amazing shit.
That's cool.
And
I hope Sean inducts him. That'd be great.
Who?
I said I hope Sean inducts him. That'd be great.
It's got to be Sean, right? And or do you think Stephanie, his wife?
I think Stephanie might like introduce the introduction or something, or be part of it like a little bit, but I think Sean's got to give like the main speech. Why does Wheeler Yuta look like he's a fucking emo kid with this haircut? Sorry, I just looked up my screen.
Yeah, it's like that.
Who's like
that guy who jumps through the microwaves and barbed wire and shit?
Yeah, that's who he looks like. Super.
Yeah, it's that kid got on Ozempic. That's what fucking Wheeler Yuta looks like.
He's superhuman on Ozempic. He got an Ozempic sponsorship to not jump through microwaves.
Yeah. And you can save 20% on Ozempic right now. Don't ask me. You can ask my wife, but I wouldn't
Don't
dare.
ask me. I don't take it. I'm fat as hell.
So Nikki Bella feels that she still got it with regards to an in-ring run after appearing on Raw. Of course, that had to have fired you up. And I'm glad there's no beef there. Just I wonder, like, if they bring Barmageddon back, too. That was a good show. But anyways, she says, I missed it for quite a few years. I miss being Nikki Bella. I miss being around that family. I definitely miss being in that ring when they put me in the crowd that night and to feel the energy and see the Bella Army, whether the crowd or online, it starts to give you these feels. I feel like I've still got it, so we'll see. She's going to be in the Rumble for sure.
Oh, yeah.
For fucking sure, without question. She's going to be in the Rumble. And ladies and gentlemen, that was Federation news. Round of applause for Federation news. And that was just the intro to the show. That was just the intro. We just got started here.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. We haven't even done AEW hot news yet, which we're about to get into. Let me hydrate a bit. Yeah. I'm going to hydrate a bit before we jump into this. Chat, don't go anywhere. I'm still right here, but I'm going to hydrate, and then we're going to dive into this. I'm going to check in with chat again. So if anything needs to be said, make sure you get that in right now. I'm going to check in with chat for a minute. Then we'll get into this AEW news. I'll pull this Dynamite card while we're chilling so I don't get Don Stevens for Dick Wiggler there.
Get Wheeler Yuta versus Jay White in the battle of the world's tiniest waist. Neither of these guys have a fucking waistline.
It's so cringe how it's the white ropes with the WWE mat. Or it's kind of gray. I guess WWE's a little more blue, but
not anymore.
Yeah, but Saturday Night Main Event, if you notice, they didn't have the mat any color. It was like old WWF style. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so it just looked like this. It's so cringe. Like, get your own identity, Tony. Use this is what you do. Ready? You don't copy the cable or the rope thing, right? Because everybody who tries to go against Vince just uses cables. Don't do that. Use ropes like he does. But what you do is you fucking tape the top one black, the middle one gold, and then the top, like solid gold, not like yellowy gold, solid gold. And then you tape the bottom one black as well. And then you fucking create your own identity. Spray paint those stairs gold. All the ladders people pull out, have them be black and gold and shit like that, and go back to the black and gold and restore the feeling. Instead, we're rainbow colored Dynamite. All of the colors. Oh, WWE switches their colors. Well, we did it first because look, the entire rainbow's here. So that means we actually did their copying us.
And get me the Pointer Sisters.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Conrad using no Zempic. Let's go.
Yes. Big Daddy
Come on
Steve.
now, Moose Knuckle. That's not very fair to say I use no Zempic. I tried it once, but I didn't like it. But you can save if you come savewithphil.com and we'll save you money. I'm totally here for the deals. I'm here for it. Oh, there's a deal. I'm here for it.
I'm here for it.
Oh my God. All right, trumpets. What do I see in chat here? Tony has no ideas of his own. Come on now, Phil. Yeah, you're right. Pete, I have a hard time taking Switchblade seriously. Yeah, I mean now, but he should have been something better. Yuta doing flashbacks to a T from sitting position. I think he would turn red with anger.
When did Conrad grow a beard? He's in the front row in a pink shirt. Or in a blue shirt, apparently. They really are in his hometown. Fuck's sake.
So we got people in here, someone spamming hi, hello, what's up? That's not very fair, Phil, to say that I'd take no Zempic. What town is this in? It's in Huntsville, Alabama, Mrs. C. And
yeah, and it looks
that's
like
where Conrad lives, so it could be him, you know?
Or one of his illegitimate children that he had with an escort. Sorry, that was supposed to be out loud. My bad. That's on me. Mrs. C. Oh, okay.
Lucy Moody says, at least in the 80s, guys like Yuta would respect the audience enough to use steroids.
Ryan.
That's
what a line.
Hilarious. Oh, that is a line, and that is a line, dude.
If you're gonna be short, at least be built, man. Come on.
Holy shit, that's funny. Okay, let's get into some AEW news, shall we? Some Ichi Nissan guy in pink shirt is massive. You guys are just looking at everyone in the crowd now. Not even
There's just
watching
two guys.
This
They show the
bullshit match. Fucking Yuta and Jay White. Jay White comes to fucking AEW and he's stuck fighting Commander and Yuta and shit.
Getting choked out by Marina Shafir.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was a bad call.
Humiliating.
Yeah. I was told he meant something in NJPW, but not here.
And they're talking about Mandela whatever on commentary. I wish the Mandela effect happened to me, and I didn't. And I remembered this shit differently because what the fuck is Jay White selling his leg for this clown for? Anyways, moving along. No, Yuta's a good wrestler, but like, come on, junior heavyweight division, and don't look like the super. What's that kid's name? Super Fire. What is he? Superhuman. Yeah, don't look like that guy. Here we go. So JJ Williams. Oh no, that's the Entente Tecumpu thing. So at HOG Wrestling, a Tony Khan chant breaks out at HOG Wrestling.
There he is.
Fuck TK, fuck TK. Oof. That is crazy. Let's play that one more time. That's dude. They're competing with HOG and GCW and TNA and shit now. Okay,
I don't even think they're competing with TNA anymore. I think TNA's fully surpassed them at this point.
So, and this is when Ricky Starks came out. Here's more of it.
Fuck TK! 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 Fuck TK!
I mean, if he's lost the indie fans, it's just over.
Exactly, dude. That was his bread and butter. The indie fans were what made AEW. Should have did it Phil's way. Sorry, told you. Should have just ran Super Indies and then not have a TV show. Your TV show should be matches. You should be filming vignettes and shit for your TV show, but it should just be like a compilation of matches that happened at different fucking indies and stuff like that.
He had to have TV. He had to have Shivani.
Yeah. Or like you, Shivani, and run AEW indie shows, tape them all, air the full-length things on YouTube, but then select shit and have Shivani host the TV show, select matches from that week of indies or whatever, just to keep everybody up on the characters and what's going on. A little hour-long TV show. And then if it does poor ratings, it's like, well, whatever. It's on YouTube and we're doing this indie thing. We're doing it differently. And then when you fucking do these super indie shows. You do them once every 3 months, every 2 months. You do a huge card in one of these hot markets. And at WrestleMania weekend, you do a huge AEW card and you fly in that it would have been so much cooler, hotter, profitable if they did it that way. And at the start, it was cool. It did feel WCW-ish, but they lost that somewhere down the line. Well, we know where, but yeah.
We all know where.
So Brad Becker tweeted this out to me. I'm blocked by Sap, but I thought you'd want to see this. So Sap responds to this rando who says, this is very disingenuous, IMO. Like, give Tony her big moment on the main show, also not on the Collision. That's on the same day as the WWE show. Exactly. I concur. Yes, you need to put important things on Collision to make it important, but putting the most important things? Exactly. And also, don't put important things on Collision anymore. That show's dead.
250,000 viewers.
Yeah, it's fucked up, man. He fucked it up. So no, don't even do that anymore. Get rid of it. Make Dynamite the best show popular. Let some talent go. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah.
And bring back your YouTube shows and just if you're going to treat them like shit. All your big story stuff should just be on Dynamite. There should be no Yuka Sakazaki. There should be no Yuta versus Jay White that lasts more than 3 minutes.
This match is still going.
I know. What the fuck?
Seriously.
It should
Like,
be.
what?
You know what I'm saying? It should be fucking Tony having her moment on Dynamite.
Yeah.
Sean Ross Sapp says there was no B show as negotiated by WBD and AEW. The deal was for the 2 shows collectively as opposed to a disproportionate amount for one. So the way they haggled this is, oh yeah, Collision's like an extension of Dynamite. Fuck Rampage. Like, that's pretty much what Tony did.
Yeah.
And it's sold to them like it's not a B show. They don't look at it like SmackDown. It's part of this.
Rampage was sold.
It's part of this package. So it's just ridiculous. And they axed Rampage. What makes people think they won't axe Collision as well if it's part of this deal? They're not getting 3.6 million a week with these ratings, dude. And I know Sap's sort of sticking up for AEW here, but kind of burying them by like saying that. Because if people didn't know that, now we know that. And keep stooging, fellas. So AEW Grand Slam Australia, which is just a Dynamite, slashes ticket prices with 2-for-1 deal after struggling sales. So, I mean, they tried to just... Here's the thing. They saw WWE do a show there. Tony thinks, oh, well, that means there's wrestling fans there. And if they just see AEW, it's not how it works, Tony McConnell. No. It's not how it works, man. It's just not how it works.
But that's how Dave says it works.
You have to build a fucking audience.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And they're not doing that at all. So they're slashing it to a 2-for-1 deal. Again, they should have went in doing that. Instead, they went in and tried to gouge people as well at the start. And then they find out it's just a Dynamite taping that's going to air later. It's just so shitty, man. And I call it the Grand Slam scam, the Grand Scam. Sam, I am.
Speaking of their tickets, so they're going to be here in Phoenix on the 19th of December. The tickets went on sale today.
Oh, my God.
This show's in fucking 21 days. Like this, it's the Dynamite after Australia. They're doing it here. And it's one of the smaller venues that's here. But yeah, I just saw an ad for it from the venue like 3 days ago. Like this fucking company is just not real. Like they're just not a real company.
And this shit is airing head to head, I think, against All-Star Weekend, All-Star NBA
It's airing
weekend.
after. It's airing after. They're going to do the All-Star festivities where it's like the 3-point shootout, the dunk contest, and all that stuff that can take forever on Saturday night.
So then when that ends,
after, yeah.
And then it's also like a tape delay. Like it was already taped earlier, the Australia.
Yeah, it's not airing live.
I know. So does it air to Australia live? Like, are we able to like pirate ship a fucking stream of it or something and do it live?
Does any AEW air in Australia live? I don't think so.
I don't know, man. We got to figure this out.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, I don't know. Help us figure this out.
I don't know. Nobody knows what's going on. Crikey.
Because if we can, I will, hop the pirate ship and just do it. Fuck it. We'll do it live on Australia time. If that's how we have to do it. Yeah, I mean, well, maybe not that. No, we'll just watch and review it. It's a Dynamite. I'm watching Dynamite.
It's not even a Dynamite. It's a Collision. It's on Saturday.
It's exactly. So it's like AEW Collision Grand Slam. That's why they're such goofballs that everyone's like, no one said it'd be a PLE. Grand Slam's
Nobody
always
said
just
that.
a Dynamite. Yeah, but it used to be called
Right.
AEW Dynamite Grand Slam.
Yeah.
They just called it AEW Grand Slam, and it's on a Saturday. So just like Fyter Fest and some of these other pay-per-views they do that they stopped doing and just turned them into
Beach Break,
TV events.
that was one of them.
Yeah, it's like, no, you can't blame anyone. We don't know in this fuck company what Tony Khan's doing all the time. But Neckbeard says this has nothing to do with poor ticket sales. Tony Khan just wants to give back to the fans of Australia. He wants to give good value for family entertainment. Tony cares. Golden shit. Wrestle purists. So Elbu, and this is via Fightful Select. Not that any of these people have any credibility anymore, but they say it's been noted that Tony Khan has been more in the weeds creatively in AEW over the last couple of weeks. Well, shit, Tony, let me join you. I'll be in the weeds too, man. Rasta one guan. And with Yamin. You know what I mean? Smoke it up. Smoke them if you got them. Your ass is grass and I'm going to smoke it, as X-Pac would say. No, but for real, dude, is he people were making the joke, yeah, he's on the weeds. You know, he's on the weed right now.
Maybe he needs more weeds.
Yeah, I think he needs more. Exactly.
Yeah.
He's got to lay
Calm
off
him
of
down.
fucking Starbucks and whatever he's got going on and fucking
Whatever's
stick
in those
to the-
cups that he sips from.
and just be cool like the breeze in Yemen, man, you know? But yeah, dude, he's just off in the weeds more creatively. And I think this is after Elbu's big meltdown. Wrestle Purists to go ahead and like post some shit like this. And it's like, man, you guys need to shut the fuck up already. And from my understanding, like everyone's pissed at Elbu. We're gonna get into that. He quit Fightful. But yeah,
quit.
everyone's pissed at him, dude. It's pretty funny. Cope is back. I mean the wrestler and the coping over fucking everything going on here with Australia and Netflix, and of course another run out, and then fucking they just run away. Stupid shit, the same shit every week, same old tired ass shit. But anyways, it's noted that Tony Khan's been more in the weeds creatively. We can tell these shows
Yeah,
fucking
we can
suck. So, Tony, get on the weeds, get blunted, and maybe you'll start booking
Legal
a
in
little
most
better.
states now. Come on, man. It's recreational just about everywhere.
So in 2024, the big narrative last year, of course, was like, oh, WWE fumbled the free agents. Then as the year went on, we saw who fumbled the free agents. And this guy, Joseph Staszewski, wrote, and this is just a throwback to remind everyone, WWE needs to look in the mirror after AEW's star-studded free agency haul. And now you look at it like Penta's more
this is
than anybody. So
aged so poorly.
Yeah, aged so poorly like milk. And it's funny to see that. Here's a fucking shirt they made. And I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. This is the shirt they made.
Yeah, I posted it too.
You
and got a lot of
what?
yeah. Me and Scully were making a lot of horse gifts.
An Aubrey Edwards
Yes.
I Said 2 shirt. Who's
It's
gonna buy that?
$30.
Meanwhile, they pull Ricky Starks' merch and Ray Phoenix's merch, and they're gonna put up a fucking
$30.
Aubrey Edwards shirt. I Said 2. That's cringe. Yeah, I get it if it pops one of the boys who fucking works with her and she says, I said 2. It's not like she's known for saying I said 2. That's a generic ref thing. Imagine if WWE was making fucking Earl Hebner shirts. Imagine if WWE was making ref Jessica Carr shirts or whatever. This
Right.
is so cringe. You're not over. Main character syndrome. Get the fuck out of here. Just when I was like, dude, she's not even sticking her face. She's not getting involved overly. Like, I kind of put it over on, on Dynamite. Okay, Aubrey's not like getting in there. Yeah, she's fucking up when dudes' feet are on the rope and she's fucking up her timing and where to be and what she sees. But she's not like all up in the action like usual. She's not being overly distracted. Someone had to talk with her, it seems like. However, then again, they fuck me up. Every time I say something complimentary, they just prove me wrong. And Aubrey Edwards comes out with her own tee and it's all wrinkled and shit on the fucking
Right.
like it's all wrinkled on the thing that
didn't
you're
even realize
selling it.
that.
This
You're
is your
right.
shop. Put it on a mannequin. Why is it a wrinkled shirt and then you let AI just they typed in the grok make a thing of Aubrey Edwards saying I said 2.
Like
That's what
Uncle
this looks
Sam.
like.
Yeah.
And
And
you
you know, it's
fucking
like one of those printings that's like all thick on your chest that you can't breathe through with the shitty printing. Oh, it's
Yes,
a terrible shirt.
and it just looks shitty with the wrinkles. Like that's on your site, bruv.
Yeah.
$30, man. In this economy. How dare you?
That third comment on the right is perfect. Trash. It's just
Yeah.
trash. It's trash.
We're gonna leave that shirt up there because it's so ridiculous.
It's just unbelievably bad.
It's legit worse than the fucking Nick Wayne mom one.
Yeah, I think the only one worse is the Black Eye Brit one.
Oh yeah, that's one of the worst shirts.
That's the worst shirt ever.
Black and Jacked is a terrible one.
Pretty
There's
bad
too many
too.
to count. There's too many to count, dude.
It's bad, but I'm just
guys, Tony Khan.
The Brit one, if you ever wore that, you're like promoting, domestic schmielance. Just so terrible. They have literally taken like the cake from all the bad shirts, or like the bad Sin Cara shirt, the AJ Styles shirt. There's been some bad wrestling shirts, and AEW is just taking the cake on them.
Well, speaking of bad wrestling shirts, and this is why I don't believe some of these stories, like Elbows saying, "Oh, Hangman and fucking Kenny were both like, well, let's go to WWE." I don't believe that because Hangman says dumb shit like this. No longer on this fascist platform. Follow hangmanbsky.social. Like, hey, that's cringe as fuck. If you can't handle people who have different opinions of you, that's not fascism. Creating your own bubble and trying to silence people's speech, that's fascism. If you don't know about that, Google it, bitch. So I don't know. I get it. Anyone can say what they want, and I'm allowed to call you a dumb fuck. And he's allowed to protect his peace. He's allowed to block whoever he wants. He's allowed to go to whatever fucking app he wants. But here's the thing. It's crazy to say that shit. And I don't think he would. I think this proves Elboo's was lying as well, because Elboo said that Hangman would go to fucking WWE. He was one of the guys who's like, I'll go. Here's my problem with that. If he thinks Twitter's a fascist company, what does he think about WWE? Probably the blood money, like CM Punk was saying. I'm sure he has opinions about all that Saudi shit too. So, which again, he's entitled to. So I think the reason I bring this to the show isn't to be like, fuck off, Hangman, even though it's like, come on, man. But here's what I think. This lends credence to Elboo lying. Okay? Doing my little investigation here, because he was saying Hangman would have just up and went to WWE. I don't fucking believe that. I don't believe that for a second. I think that he would call that a blood money fascist company, like he calls Twitter or whatever, if that's his mentality. Hey, that's
Instagram
all
that he was on. I think he was getting off Instagram because of the stuff with Zuckerberg.
Oh, well, yeah, because like Zuckerberg and all that shit.
Yeah,
is like grifting his way into fucking.
Yeah.
They're all these technocrats are like grifting their way into politics. It's pretty cringe. Welcome to the future, bro.
Right?
welcome to the metaverse, homie. You know what I mean? You're fucking stuck. Ready Player
Here
One,
we come.
bitch. Get a fucking van and a headset.
Get a fucking van.
Get a van and a headset, bro. Fucking, only the strong survive, dude. So Amazon Prime Video to be another carrier selling AEW pay-per-views in 2025. Good for them. So they got Amazon Prime as well locked in. Who knows what kind of money they got for that? I'm not sure, but good for them on that. Because Lord knows they need it. So
not going through Triller anymore.
No. It's expected AEW pay-per-views will be available for purchase on Prime sometime this year, like they are on existing digital carriers like Triller, PPV.com, and YouTube. So there you go, man. Good for them. The more places they are, the better. And it's not really going to have a huge effect, but if they garner some pay-per-view buys out of it, good for them, you know? I'm not hating on that. If the shoe was on the other foot, I wouldn't hate on that. So here's Ray Phoenix now. Everybody go support republicoflucha.com. Right. Go and cop yourself a tee. Even though, I mean, this tee's like, the black one's okay. It's a little mid. It's mid, but it's, hey, just go cop it. Lucha Libre, I'm just such an asshole. Lucha Libre is real. I'm just honest. I can't help it. You are fake. New drop, Republic of Lucha. Get yours now. This is a limited edition. They pulled his merch off fucking AEW shop. Go and get yourself. Lucha Libre is real. You are fake. Go cop one of those guys. Just support them because, yeah, hopefully we get an El Fuego Brother summer. A hot luchador summer. Collision did 250,000 and a .07 in the mud. So here's Moxley. Let's watch this. I'm gonna get Don Stevens for shizzle for doing this, but let's
Why do you need to see it? You don't know anything about it. You don't understand it.
And then I guarantee he didn't actually lose the belt. It's to work marks like Phil Marks. Fucking clowns bought into it. Great storytelling. I could see that. I could see that as well. But where does that lend? What does him losing the belt have to do with all this other shit? It just doesn't. None of this makes sense. It's just him doing shit he saw in movies, and it's really bad, right?
At any level, you don't understand what a world championship means, what it's about, what it takes to be a champion, what it takes to climb a mountain. I am the.
Well, Darby is knows
Right?
Yeah, you don't know what it's like to take a really serious shit, to sneeze and throw your back out. You don't know what it's like, man, to bleed on camera and clearly razor blade on camera. You don't know what it's like. I'm cool. Isn't this cool? I lost the belt. That was cool 4 years ago. Yeah, I'm gonna do that again.
AEW World Championship. I'm the living definition of that championship. You want to see it? It's right here.
I'm the living definition of the championship. So an outlaw fucking shitty mud show. Shout out Jim Cornette. I mean, really, right? Like,
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
So everything Courtney says then, So fucking outlaw blading in front of the fucking camera. Bullshit ass
boozer.
Nonsensical storytelling bullshit then. And not to bury my, but it's what it is.
It is.
People don't give a fuck.
And he's just digging his nails in deeper and deeper.
And what does he think losing the belt is? Do you think he lost the belt, or is this Tony's way of introducing a new belt?
Probably that. Because Moxie doesn't think. Clearly, no one who does think could think this would work.
Claudio's looking at him. He's like, "What the fuck are you talking about, man?"
Claudio's like, English is my second language, and this doesn't make any goddamn sense.
AEW World Championship. It lives here.
No, it doesn't.
In this boiler room. Yeah, man. Or maybe I'm in a gym. I can't really tell. There's a water heater over here. I'm like,
it's in his basement.
I'm like Clubber Lang, dude. I watched Rocky again. It's really cool how we train. It's how I train every day. Oh, Phantom of the fucking Bookmark Opera. Right when I start cooking his ass, guys.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Aubrey
I
came
swear.
in. Don Stevens coming in on the live feed.
Right,
taking you down right during it. Oh,
Cleric
man.
of Chaos for $2 says, "Hope the nerves are good, Phil. Take care, bro. I'm feeling pretty good. I am sore, but you guys are helping me power through." No, but for real, I appreciate you being here, Cleric of Chaos, and shout you out. Thanks for jumping into all the live streams. George Capture for $2 says, "It's Collision, not Dynamite." Exactly what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
It's a fucking Collision show. It's not Dynamite. It's the old switcheroo, the old Houdini. Is what your boy, what's his name? Tony Khan pulled on us, George, the top model.
Tony
the top
McCann.
mod. MJG, and then we have fucking MJ from NJ for $2 says, "Let's try and crowdsource TK's future as Booker." Yeah. Let's try. No, they don't need money.
The best
bro.
guys, Tony Khan.
We're not crowdsourcing any shit, okay? We're not doing that. No.
TK, give me money.
Yeah, exactly. Pay me, dude. I got all the good ideas. You can start stealing all my shit. Just slip me
Give 'em
checks
all.
under the fucking table. I won't even tell people, right? His garage. Yeah. Mrs. Renee, shut up. I'm working. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go get me a sandwich and a beer, Renee. Jesus Christ. You can't see I'm working.
The look
man.
Claudio was giving him, like, what is this guy saying? I know I
Yeah.
don't speak English well, but Jesus.
The old switcheroo, the old Houdini, huh? The old fucking bait and switch. So moving along. This guy, the king of sarcasm, says, "Just have to ask why. Is this Tony's fantasy of creating his own Hebner? Does he have that much power backstage?" And it's in reference to this fucking t-shirt. Okay.
It's the worst.
And then the mole quote tweets it, and he goes, "Read the last line." So this is a direct quote from Aubrey Edwards. You guys ready for this? And we talked about this a long time ago, but this is a direct quote. And she goes, taking a guitar shot from Karen Jarrett at AEW Double or Nothing a couple years back was not fun. Edwards recently told Casual Conversations with the Classic. I don't know about you, but this is probably something you've never experienced. But digging splinters out of extensions is not a pleasant experience. Oh my God, it's so cringy. My head hurt pretty bad, so I couldn't ref for the next Dynamite. Bitch, you sold a fucking chair shot. What are you talking about?
Best guys, Tony Khan.
She's acting like it was Mankind jumping off the cell at King of the Ring. You know what
Or
I'm
like the
saying,
Rock
dude?
chair shots from that.
Yeah, she's talking like, oh God, it
Mankind,
was real
yeah.
serious. I fucking,
Yeah.
oh my God. And then she goes, my head hurt pretty bad, so I couldn't ref for the next Dynamite. I was a little
had a
concerned. Ended up, so concussion, CTE shots. Oh yeah, you guys really fucking love the wrestlers over there, huh? Even the refs are getting fucking CTE.
Safest company in wrestling. Safest company in wrestling.
She says, ended up turning into a full-on match, which you could argue is like the most insane part. It did turn into a match, and I won, and I retired undefeated. This bitch is talking like she's the fucking second coming of Christ. Like, what is she saying? This isn't kayfabe. You're not a character. I retired undefeated. I went 1-0. And then listen to the last part. I think the only other person that's done that is Sting. So it's pretty good company. She legit is putting herself in. I mean,
shut up, bitch.
Right?
Stupid idiot.
Just let the fucking soundboard speak for me, dude. I don't know what
she thinks. She thinks she's Bret the Horseface Hart.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But for real, man,
That's
like she
bad.
thinks
That's
she's
mean.
fucking.
That's seriously.
She thinks she's like the main. It's main character syndrome, dude. What is she talking about? That's crazy.
100%.
It's so crazy for me to even try and comprehend where she's coming from. Like, what are you working these people on this podcast? Like, you're not a character on the show. You're a fucking referee. Shut up. You know?
Seriously. Oh my God, she's obnoxious.
And just mole pointing this out too. Like, it did turn into a match and I won and I retired undefeated. I think the only other person that's done that is Sting. So it's pretty good company. Like, what? Fucking nuts, man. And then here's Dustin Rhodes again, just talking some fucking craziness. He goes, 2025, the year of the sickos. Watch out, AEW is coming and proud to be a day oneer. No, Dustin, get away from the sicko stuff. Stop fucking being associated with sickoness over there in AEW. It's ruining everything. Everything's trending downward.
Oh, that's terrible, Dustin. That's just terrible.
Pissing me off, man. Come on,
Yeah.
dude. Keep dropping these things to make Tony feel better when you know things are looking silly. We have Conan, a little Conan, and these are just quick clips as well. These aren't like super long by any means here because he just touches on a thing and then sort of keeps it moving. So first I'll give you guys a Conan and then we'll switch screens here. So Conan on K100 had this to say about Tony Khan's angry reaction to Bubba Ray Dudley's Pentagon praise. So let's give this a listen.
Let me ask you a question, Joe. So you're looking for tickets to go to Vegas. Does that mean you're going to one of the shows?
What I would do in Vegas is probably I like going around.
You groove yourself a little bit better.
Oh yeah, if I
You either shave yourself, you know. So he said, Bubba said, fully ready speaking. You want to play it, Joe? Yeah, go ahead, play it.
Is the big leagues. This really is the big time. It's the WWE. It's where you truly learn how to work and become a millionaire. Not just because some guy with a lot of money threw millions at you because he wanted another action figure to play with. It's because you earned the right to make these millions through your art and your work and your performance. And
big facts. We EFAP that on the show.
That came out in the promo last.
Shout out Uncle Bully. Shout out Husey with his fucking full-blown AI
Yeah.
Grok fucking shut him. I ain't hating.
Tonight, there was genuineness. If you looked into Penta's eyes and you really watched him like I did, and his tone, you could see it was like he was exhaling, not because
we know what Bubba said. Sorry, let's just skip ahead and see what Tony Khan had to say.
You get to the WWE style, the art, and the. I know that's hard.
Mega sensitive. All right, let me finish a question. My question is, due to how you guys have said that Tony Khan is a mega sensitive snowflake, how do you think he's going to react to these comments? Do you think he'll make the life tougher for Ray Phoenix? Do you think he'll use his dad's connections to mess with Busted Open Radio? Please don't hold back with the burial. By the way, Conan, was Bubba Ray accurate in his description what he saw?
100%. I told him right before he signed the last time, I go, are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah, who said this in chat? I'm listening to PWC or PWT, listening to Conan, listening to Bully. Yeah, dude, an EFAP of an EFAP. Let's fucking go. And then I also see CE No. Yeah. Manea is on the screen, and she's stealing Chelsea Green's attire here, I guess. Moving along.
Because you're just going to get stuck like you've been the last few years. Oh, they said they're going to do so. Of course they said that because they want to retain you. Well, we're getting a lot of money. All right, then get your money. And yeah, he was definitely like, I told him, bro, when you go to WWE, that's the big leagues. That's almost like a guy that's, the best player in the European League. That means nothing until you make it to the NBA.
So that's what Conan would tell Penta.
Professionalism, just the whole scope of when you're there, it's so grandiose. So many people, it's incredible, bro. When you go there, you're just blown away. And he knew he's finally in the big time, I agree with everything Bubba said. And yeah, Tony is what he called him, a mega snowflake. Is that what he called him?
Yeah, I think he called it. Yeah, mega snowflake.
Yeah, I would edit that to super mega snowflake. And I doubt he's gonna get his dad.
Super mega King Kamehameha snowflake.
I'm not gonna have you make those comments to Tony Khan on my show.
And then, yeah, that's really what I have to say.
So I bring that to you now. I know you're kind of like, oh, come on now, Phil. Tony Khan didn't get mad, but I'm going to show you now, okay? Because there's this other one. So where I said that Elbu was wrong in. So pardon me, I'm just loading this up over here because I'm going to show you another K100 video, okay? Hope you guys are like K-Dog, right? So
Conan.
Yes, thank you, Jake. Couldn't find it, but
there it is.
There we go. So basically, that's a little precursor giving us some insight. Like he did talk to Penta, whatever. And then he's like, yeah, Tony is an ultra snowflake. Why? Because in this next clip, okay, we're going to hear how Elbu is actually accurate in the way Tony Khan is like, oh, I'm tired of this fucking shit. Conan says that happened to him personally multiple times with Tony Khan. He's witnessed it, that all the top guys there, when you talk about Tony freaking out, apparently all the top guys there are like, oh yeah, did you see Tony kick? They all laugh about it. And they're like, did you see Tony kick the stairs, or did he throw his water bottle or whatever? So that's hilarious. He's having these fucking billionaire child temper tantrums, like, of course, because he doesn't understand real. That's why it's not connecting. That's why Tony would never listen to someone like me, a real motherfucker, because he doesn't understand what it's like to work for anything in his goddamn life. And that's just the facts of it. So he's throwing these rich fucking temper tantrums, and Conan adds validity. So I'm pointing to where I think Elbu's lying about some specific, like he's lying about Hangman, he's lying about Jose, he's lying about Britt and shit. But when it comes to Tony, and I just go based off the evidence, guys. I just go based off the evidence. There's no evidence Britt cheats on anybody. There's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of Jose being a racialist or him having beef with Stokely or anything like that. There's no evidence of what's the other situation of Hangman going like, yeah, let's go to the Fed. Other than, the Bucks do say like we were all ready to take off. So I don't think it's as much. I just say there's no evidence of that. There's evidence of, okay, the elite were considering, but they might have just been saying that to work Tony Khan for more money. That's the way I look at it. Either way, though, there is evidence if Conan is saying this, that Tony Khan's had temper tantrums, I'm going to believe Conan, because he's actually talked about this before. He's touched on, like, yes, Tony Khan's freaked out on people or whatever. So they start talking about George Bush for like 1 second. So I'm going to skip ahead to where like Conan comes, because Conan goes to smoke a joint and then in Minecraft, and then fucking they start talking about George Bush or whatever, and then he comes back and then he responds to basically Elboo's claims and sort of confirms them. Oh, I botched. I started playing the video. I'm not even sharing the fucking Sorry about that, guys.
Throwing shit, but obviously this guy's done it before, right? And so when I heard this, what you're going to hear right now, the guy imitating Tony, is exactly what he does. And he's done it to me. And you know who another guy that did that to me once, Disco?
Who?
Ryan Satin.
Right.
So he called
fucking Satin too.
Satin catching strays.
Yeah, dude, he's a little freakazoid. You fucking can
He
tell
is,
by the
though.
way.
You
You
can-
know who like freaks out by the way these people conduct themselves. You know who's yelling and screaming at people in voice notes online and shit. You know who's doing all that shit. These little temper tantrum ass babies.
Evelyn, we had said something about him and his girlfriend that he doesn't get, and he goes, "I fuck my girlfriend every day."
Satin gets mad at Conan. I fuck my girlfriend every day. I'm not gay, I swear. Like what? Oh my god, dude, this shit's hilarious. Fucking Satin, man.
Conan.
Here we go, Conan.
Oh, fuck yourself. And since then, we've never talked. But go ahead.
All right, so here's this clip.
Divulge this here, bro. There was a time when y'all were jumping Tony.
So here's
like,
Elboo.
This was around like Full Gear last year when Jay White got cooked by MJF. I forgot what exactly happened, but it was a week where people were just jumping Tony in like late 2023. And Tony just ran to me to just start like yelling and ranting.
He's like, I'm not fucking selling for these guys.
Yeah. He's I'm not gonna fucking sell. I'm not gonna fucking sell. I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this fucking shit.
Nobody appreciates me.
Yeah, nobody fucking appreciates me. No one
The billionaire blues or what? You know what I mean? Like no one cares about me, dude. No, you've been
He did it in
pampered
that
and
press
cared.
conference too.
You've been,
I'm not gonna take that fucking shit. Like,
yeah, and like he's been pampered and cared for his whole goddamn life. What do you mean people don't care for you? Lots of people care for you, but unfortunately, the fans
paid to.
don't. Yeah, the fans don't. You got a lot of yes men around you. And like, you know, paid care, and that comes with being a billion. I'm not saying you can't be a billionaire or a millionaire and you can't surround yourself with good people and still keep a good head on your shoulders, especially if you're someone who struggled for it, you know. But Tony just was born richy rich. He was born with a fucking, what's that movie? There's a movie where a kid has like a water slide from their bedroom to the fucking pool in their yard or whatever, you know. Like if that's what you got going on, Tony has elevators in his houses growing up and shit. I'm sorry, dude. You know, you can't relate to regular fucking people, so you throw these temper tantrums and they don't appreciate me. No, we did at the start, but then you listen to all the fucking sickos and kept stooging to Dave and everyone's like, fuck this. And now people just laugh at you, man. And it's your own fault, dude. You became a lol cow and that's just your own fault. Like, period. So I don't know. Let's continue along with this.
fucking appreciates me. He also hit me with the tell your fucking friend that guy being CM Punk. He's like, tell your fucking friend A, B, and C. Maybe he wasn't so fucking selfish. All right. I'm like, why are you yelling at me?
He would never say it to. He would never have said that to his face.
He would never.
And then they're just calling Tony a coward. How slimy behind a paid Discord. You trust these fucking goofs to where you text them and freak out on them and shit. And meanwhile, they're just laughing at you behind a fucking $5 to $20 paywall. Crazy.
I remember hitting him with the debut Mercedes. And he was like, no.
I hit him with the debut Mercedes. What a dumb fucking thing to say. I'd yell at you too, idiot.
Oh, she's fucking hurt. Her ankle is broken. She's on a fucking walking boot. And I'm like, but very funny conversation. But yeah, very. So I think I'll have to say,
And then just the way they're laughing it off, like little fucking, like little simps too. Fuck it, I'll say it. You know, they're just laughing it off because they don't want to fully be like, man, this is weird. He's acting like a rich temper tantrum, whatever. They're like, oh, he wouldn't say it to whoever's face. Okay, that's easy to say, but they're just like laughing it off. It's so goofy. This whole thing was goofy that Elbu did.
Yeah, it's so cringe.
Dude, do you know what this sounds like?
Yep.
To me,
Yep.
this is like a complete mirror of the way the wrestling media, okay, and AEW have worked in conjunction to protect their image.
Right.
Okay. And it's just like the Biden administration media. We're hearing all the stories. You know, now they're kind of like, you know, did you hear the story the other day, Conan, where the Speaker of the House guy had an interview with Barry Weiss, and he was talking about
These guys keep talking about 9/11 and shit. I don't know.
I went to a meeting with Biden, and they were all there. John Fightful, all these guys. It's like they're all fans and promoters of AEW first and foremost. And they're just not really.
Yeah, because bro, you've got to understand this.
Check this. This is just.
Let me just say this real quick. Just you've got to understand. At the end of the day, they're still fanboys,
right?
And they don't want to be in an industry where they can't go to the scrums or.
Boom, access. Now, what I was told behind the scenes, again, I'll reiterate it. What access? No one even fucking likes them. I do believe there's some access there through just playing your cards right. And Tony Khan, like for sure, he's met Tony Khan. Like we clown him, but I wouldn't be shocked if they text, you know. But at the end of the day, that's just it. They're laughing it off behind this paywall like snakes. Meanwhile, they're in your face. They're telling you everything's great. I always say this: a real friend will tell you when you're fucking up or when you're wrong about something because they care. People who don't do that, like people who don't care, will pat you on the back and be even nicer to you than your friend will be and tell you everything's fine when it's not. And the whole thing is like they're all just smiling, patting Tony on the back. Yeah, this is fine. Just debut Monet, like they're fucking action figures because McGraps. And meanwhile, they don't respect him, and he's melting down, wondering why he has no fucking respect. And it's just, yeah, it's because of that. Like you're stooging to these idiots and giving these idiots access. Jesus Christ, you know, why do that? Look at how dumb these guys are. And we sniffed them out a mile away. I've sniffed them out a mile away. I was on to Elbu before anyone.
We were calling him Elbu well before anybody else.
Dude, before anyone even fucking knew this guy. Okay, he was already number 2 on my fools list. All right.
Yeah, he made the list quick.
He made the fucking list real quick, buddy. Right. So you guys know.
You just made the list.
At the end of the day, here, man, it's just all about access, and they think they can work their way into getting jobs, and that's a bunch of bullshit. Well, no, it's not bullshit. I'm sure some of them can, but it is just about access. They want to ride on the buses and the limos with the fucking talent, and they want to be at the scrums, and they want to do all the things Conan's saying. This is absolutely correct. And think about if you were like a Mark fan like myself, I'd want to as well. Like, do you think I would, if I got passes to AEW, do you think I'd start fucking yelling at everyone there? This is bullshit. Book it this way. No, I'll save it for my goddamn show. I'd be smiley too. I'd be a good guest. Hey, thank you for having me. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. You can't stop being honest though in reviews and stuff like that. You can't just shill to them publicly and then behind a paywall make fun of these people and make up lies about them and act like an asshole and laugh at it and then take for granted the access you've been granted. That's when you're just an asshole, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm an upfront cunt. Like I'm telling you the fucking problems that I see as a fan, as a guy who watches Yuka Sakazaki and Monet, for fuck's sakes, going overtime. Okay. Doing an overrun. Yeah, dude. As a guy who watches this shit every week and buys your pay-per-views and shit, I'm trying to tell you what to do. God damn it, listen to me. You're listening to Elbu, who fucking stinks. He's a clown, right?
Access to the wrestlers, right?
And I think some of that shit's projection too. He's like, oh, I'm not going to sell for them. I'm not going to sell for them. That's what the fuck Elbu says too. I'm not going to sell. If I sell for the Twitter marks, then like, you know, people have DM'd him and said, do this and it will rectify it. No, I can't do that. It's selling. That's what he thinks. He's such a goof. Anyway, sorry, I'm roasting him too much. I already did that. Last episode was the
Never
roast.
too much. It's
Part
never
2. Yeah,
too
it's
much,
never
bro.
too much, I guess.
Never too much.
So they're gonna, assuage. That's a great word. Tony. And Tony just sounds like probably when he was a little kid, he was spoiled brat, and his dad was, yeah, whatever you want, just calm down, calm down. And he thinks he can talk to anybody like that. And as you know, the law of probabilities is he's gonna get some motherfucker who's sick and tired and is on his way out, and he's gonna get cracked one day.
Right.
Damn.
Listen to this.
So that's what I wanted to bring up. Conan says Tony Khan's going to get punched one day by someone. He's going to say it to the wrong guy. Now, I wonder, because apparently Tony thinks he can just talk to people any which way, but he can't like directly confront them about their contracts being up.
Right.
And so I don't know, man. I wonder if Edge has seen this guy have a temper tantrum and shit like that. And I wonder if like that's what made Kenny kind of consider WWE possibly and stuff like that, Do you think Tony Khan do you think a wrestler ever punches Tony Khan in the face, chat? And Jake, what do you think? Do you think we ever get to a point where a wrestler just decks him?
So probably not, because he will just stop having them come to the shows before it gets there. Like if there's any chance of that happening, that's why we haven't seen, Malachi Black in however long. Same with Ricky Starks. Like anybody who would take that step, who actually does have the balls to do it, then he just, he ignores them and just doesn't book them, but still pays them, and they go away eventually. That's his move.
So chat has just been spectacular all night. And so this person here, Train of Thought, says, yeah, I watch both. The difference is I can sit and talk shit on WWE and nobody gets upset. You know what? I get some people get upset at me now, but it's not in a sicko way. They just want to have the debate. No, I think this. And then it doesn't get gross and weird. However, the AEW people they're just sickos, man. They're insane. And then if I talk shit on AEW, the AEW fans get mad. It's my right as a wrestling fan to just say it's your right as a human being to say what the fuck you want about whatever. So
yeah. No, it's one of those things too. Like if you get into an argument with the WWE, it ends up or WWE fan, it stays on the topic. As where if you get into an argument with an AEW fan, they're either going to bring up WWE, even though you weren't talking about that, or tell you how shitty you are and how your mother's a whore.
Yeah, like recently, people were a little upset at me because I was like, WWE fumbled the Jake Paul thing, the Logan Paul thing. Sorry, like that's a big fumble I'll break it down. So I broke it down on this episode. But yeah, some people were like, nah, it's not this and that. And I just explained it a little bit. And I came back and it's just cool. There's no
it's a conversation.
Fucking like insane. Yeah, Pro Wrestle Times. What? Because you're trying to be the news? And it's like, bro, are you so fucking stupid? You saw New York Times, and now the word Times means news to you now? Is that how fucking dumb you are? You know what I mean? That's crazy, bro. That's insane. My name's not Pro Wrestle Gazette, bro. What the fuck is your problem? This is crazy. So, yeah, people are just nuts, and Tony Khan apparently is too. And so, exactly, I agree with that. Just in comparison from shaking it up in the IWC. Yeah. And yeah, I don't know the over-under on Tony getting smacked, but it definitely could happen one day. So John Moxley on the Death Riders, he says, stop asking questions, trust in us, and just enjoy the damn ride. And then the next thing he does is lose the fucking the title. And here's the other thing, Mox. You don't want people not asking questions about your product. You want people asking all the questions about your product. You want people to be interested in it in any way. You know what I mean? However, idiot. Yeah, you can't then lose the title and then be like, oh, I don't know where it is. And Jericho did this before, and we're going to release like a press statement before and then air it again on Dynamite or whatever
Did he bring it to another jiu-jitsu tournament and lose it to an Applebee's?
Yeah, a guy tapped him out and took it.
That's what happened. We figured it out, dude. That's it.
Jesus. The guy fucking really made him put it on the line.
No, he wouldn't release the hold until he gave up the belt.
Yeah, none of the storyline makes sense, man. So we're asking the wrong questions. We're not asking in a good way. Here's our old pal Eric Bischoff, who says Will Ospreay is a million miles from being the best wrestler. Bischoff, oh my God, the Phantom Menace. Did you see that?
I did. I actually saw it happen.
The Phantom Menace, man. What the fuck is going on here? Dynamite's over. We're keeping that shirt in here. Here, I'm gonna get that clip back. We're gonna find it. And sorry about that. I fucked up. What's going on in chat? Chat me up. Chatty chat, and I will find that clip. Eric Bischoff, Will Osbrizzle. And I'm sure it'll come up right away because it was very. Here we go. Yeah, that was the main event, bro.
Yeah.
Yuka Sakazaki. And I ain't even hating. She's actually a good wrestler. I actually know who she is, but here's the problem, bud. Nobody gives a fuck. No one knows who that is. And you can't. Yeah, you can't rely on that. So hopefully this refreshes here. I'll click on this again. I just added it back to the bookmarks. Okay, we'll go back and then we'll go back in. It's just that simple, folks. Here we go. What the fuck? Why isn't it in the bookmarks now? Here, I'm just going to share another screen because I just had it on screen. Sorry, guys. Compelling radio. I know. A compelling broadcast here. Hit the like if you haven't, the subscribe. And then I also have a whole other thing about Triple H reacting to his Hall of Fame. Like, you're going in the Hall of Fame. So we're going to EFAP that as well. Amazing shit here. Awesome. Me neither. Just dropped.
Hell yeah.
WWE's latest drop, bro.
Yeah, someone in the chat, Madison's like, I just tagged you on Twitter. Perfect. Thank you.
I got you
Appreciate
guys.
that.
Sorry, I'm off screen doing some
All
stuff
good.
here. Eric Bischoff, Will Ospreay. Okay. So here, we're going to fucking do this clip just on this screen. Can y'all see what I'm seeing? Do you see what I see?
Yep.
Okay. Excellent stuff. Here's Eric Bischoff. Here we go.
When you come out and say AEW, we're the best wrestler. Well, define best. What does best mean to you? It's a very individual perception based on your own biases. You perceive someone to be the best because they do things. They're very, very athletic and you find stimulating. So you think that person is the best. Let's pick, I don't know, Will Ospreay. I'm a fan. I enjoy watching Will Ospreay wrestle. He's a million miles from the best.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Because he's not making any money. He's not drawing ratings. He's not drawing anything. He's really, really good at what he does.
He's a
But
good
he's
move doer.
not the best wrestler because my definition of best wrestler is about the business of the wrestling business, because without the business, there is no wrestling.
Boom. And it's
Bingo.
a fucking TV show. So you have to do what is called a TV show. And, you know, there's many components to that. So here is Triple H. Oh, sorry. And that was, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a good old Ichi Nissan for AEW news. Okay, I think we got it that time on the first round. Here's Triple H reacting. A little breaking news here. Here, I'll hit the breaking news. Let's fucking do it. Yeah, still over 300 people watching PWT. We're fucking crushing it every week. So here's Triple H reacting to getting his Hall of Fame induction. So he's about to be done this press conference thing. Here's Nick Khan.
Thank you.
We're going to get flagged for the fucking music. WWE, please, bruh. Please.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Paul.
So HBK music hits. He's like, what the fuck? Sean's coming out. Bigger.
Everybody. He's like, what are you guys doing out here?
HBK and The Undertaker have made an executive decision here today. It's way past overdue. Though you are in the Hall of Fame as a member of D-Generation X, it is only fitting that the cerebral assassin, the game, Triple H, at WrestleMania 41, take his rightful place in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So from a guy that usually has something to say about everything, I'm speechless. I'm going to kill Nick when we leave here. See somebody flying off of the roof.
It's not Rey Mysterio.
Just ignore it.
Or Big Show.
Yeah, or Big Show. Yeah, call back.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what else to say. Just thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Paul.
Oh, his wife went out. That's awesome.
Turn that down. Time to play the game on.
Look how happy she is.
Yeah,
That's
he
great.
deserves it.
He
You
does.
deserve it. He deserves it. Absolutely. That's amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Triple H. And round of applause for Mrs. C, who has to check out as well.
Peace, Mrs. C, we love you.
Take it easy. Yeah, we love you. We love
PT's no
Harley
joke.
Quinn as well. Hope you're all doing well. Round of applause for everyone in the chat. Oh, here, I have to stop screen share for a second. I'm going to share it up again because we aren't done, folks. We aren't done. I'm going to keep telling you that we won't stop. We can save sickos, I think, right? Because there's fucking...
Well, yeah, because now there's going to be the reactions to Triple H, and that's just going to be funny.
Yeah, so we'll just let that pile up. We'll do a huge sicko segment in the
Makes it all
the
about
next
himself, man.
during the Rumble. Like when we start and the kickoff's
Yeah.
on, we'll do like a sicko segment before the Rumble, and then we'll just be locked into the Rumble. Smashcast. I go live every Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. Make sure you're there. Phil Marks out coming soon. All Jake Takes On coming soon. And yeah, just Patreon as well. And consider becoming a member. Hit the like, hit the dislike, whatever. And just appreciate you all for being here, man. Huge turnout. We're just growing bigger and bigger every week. And the Rumble is going to have a slew of people come in as well. So I'm going to have Wrestling Soup in. We got Jake, we got George, maybe even some other very special guests.
You get your own buzzer for that. Buzz us all in one by one.
Jake, who the fuck do you think you're talking to, bro?
Ever. That buzzer gets me every time, dude.
Who the fuck you think you talking to, bro? I already got it on lock, dude.
Ready to roll.
Yeah, man.
Can't wait for this show.
So it's time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is, you know, the best segment in the whole universe. And when it comes to roasting Meltzer, I am him, and it is everybody's favorite segment in the entire planet. And it's huge. It's one of the hugest segments ever. It's great. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the moment you've all been waiting for, the main event. It is time for Dave Meltzer's, and I need to see flutes in the chat and in the comment section for Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. I milked it a bit there, Jake. You like that?
Love it.
Okay. So
see a few more ums in your nose, and you would have been really dead on for Dave.
Yeah. So there's reportedly more than meets the eye, like a transformer when it robots in disguise. When it comes to Hulk Hogan being absent from WWE Saturday night's main event after being featured in advertising for the show. So here's what Dave has to say. This is a long one. He goes, well, you know, it's like, actually, I know, there's more to the Hogan thing than meets the eye. Robots in disguise. Sorry, I can't help myself. It's so funny. I'm just not sure exactly. I'm just not sure exactly yet what it is. I'm not saying that because it's suspicious. What? I'm saying that because I was absolutely told that. So you were absolutely told something, but you don't know what you were told. You were just told, yeah, something's up. I promise you that, but I can't tell you what. And that's supposed to be news. No, that's what I do on this show. But like, for real,
$14.99.
Yeah. And then he says it again. I'm saying that because I was absolutely told that there's more than meets the eye. There's robots in disguise.
Every time.
Oh, shit, man. That's the exact wording I was told. it's just weird that you pull out of a show that except actually built around you, and you're the only one in the advertising, and then you pull out over a wedding, which, hey, look, your son's getting married. Sure, I get that, but it's like, how many weeks have they promoted this with Hogan, including the night before? So he was at the wedding Matt Riddle was at for Nick Hogan. And it's so funny. Dave's never heard of like someone being double booked before, and like Hogan's all over the place. And he, of course, is going to prioritize, like, not to sit here and get on the defend Hogan train, but his son's getting married. You'd think he'd prioritize that anyways over the wrestling event. And then Dave's like, look, man, I get it, but, and then he goes, unless Nick told him the day before, hey, I'm getting married tomorrow. Wouldn't you go like, sorry, I lost my spot because the phantom bookmarks. Wouldn't you go like, dude, I've got a commitment here that you know about. They're advertising this whole show around me. No, because it's your son, you fucking idiot. There's something that doesn't, there's something that doesn't meet the eye on this one. He keeps saying it. It does not pass the smell test. It's like a scratch. It's like a transformer, but a scratch and sniff. Either Hogan's not telling them until the end. That's weird. Nick deciding to get married at the last minute. If that's the case, that's weird. It's weird. Well, dude, it seems like maybe it was a last minute thing. You can keep saying it's weird, Dave, but Matt Riddle also canceled a show, which if you were half as good as a reporter as Phil Marks, you'd have talked about that in your show on the same day, which I did, or that would be included in this. And you'd bring up also Matt Riddle pulled out of this other company, that a GCW or MLW show. But no, you're not going to talk about that because Tony Khan is beefing with MLW, and that's the competition. And, so he says that he continues along. I know people are trying to say now, oh, he was never actually scheduled. I can tell you from talking to people for weeks, he absolutely was scheduled. So it's not that. Yeah, it's just a double. His son got married last minute.
He's old. He got his dates confused.
Yeah, man. Shut the fuck up. Dave's so dumb. Speaking of dummy Dave, so Alfred Konuwa.
I got to say one thing about this because they showed.
So Alfred Konuwa, like, some people get triggered. They say, oh, he just does the race baiting shit too much. Now, I can totally see if that's your perspective, but I'm telling you, I love to bring his perspective to the show because he is right about, like, when he makes jokes African NXT, it's what it is. Okay. Like, let's be honest, bro. And when he said, I think he's on to something with the Meltzer thing. I'm not saying Meltzer's a racialist. That's like a serious accusation, but he's just like an old fogey. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what's fucking hipper in. He thinks luchador wrestling, which is like the oldest wrestling.
Real cookout.
Luchador.
It was a real cookout.
Yes, dude. That's what I mean, man. And
they're just clueless. They're clueless old white dudes.
That's what I mean. So leave it to Uncle Dave and for Alfred Konuwa to point this out. And this is what I mean, man. He's right about some of this shit. Yep. So you got to
fucking wrestling bit sticker in the mail yesterday.
Yeah, man. And shout out Alfred. And this is nasty. Yeah. I'll get him back on the show soon to just we'll have him on to just like react to headlines. We'll get him on a live or something. But he says, of course, Dave Meltzer's breaking point with celebrities all over wrestling comes when WWE Raw invited too many black rappers in Atlanta. Just like he didn't start complaining about old people in AEW until Shelton Benjamin and Bobby Lashley and MVP showed up. It's fucking true, though. Okay? Is that really even an X-Files chat? Like, I think that's true, dude. Let's be honest. When was he talking about old people? With Jericho and Edge, it's all good. All of a sudden, Hurt Business. Oh, you got to push the young guys. I mean, you put the Hurt Business. I get it, but it's like they're, so what the fuck? In AEW until Shelton showed up. This man said rappers with 2 hard R's.
Wow.
Okay, let's listen to this.
I got to say one thing about this because they showed so many celebrities, mostly rappers, at ringside. And they're going over everyone's credentials and all that. This guy's a platinum.
No, well, they didn't know that. Well, they didn't. Did they go over the credentials, or did they just pop for them being there, and then they just had it underneath like platinum?
Well, and
award?
Cole would say like 2-time Grammy winner or something when he I don't think he said it for everybody, but he said it for a few of them. But he was pretty quick, just like he would with anybody if it was an Oscar winner or a Golden.
It was
Globe
really
winner.
nothing. It was just in passing.
Yeah.
It's almost like Dave's watching it on mute or something.
Award winner, gold, whatever. And look, I don't have a problem.
But he's like, whatever. Bro, if it was an AEW and all those rappers were there, you'd be like, yeah, platinum award winning, Grammy winning rappers there. I mean, it's just a hot product. That's what the fuck he'd be saying.
Yeah.
Shoes on the other foot.
It's also Atlanta. Like, that's what Atlanta's known for.
It's crazy, man.
With trying to make yourself look good with celebrities.
Trying to make yourself look good with celebrities at ringside. So none of them are wrestling fans. So Vanessa Hudgens isn't a real wrestling fan. Killer Mike isn't a real wrestling fan. Dave, he is. Killer Mike's a huge wrestling fan before he even blew up. It took Killer Mike years and years to blow up. Guys.
Yeah.
He has been a wrestling fan forever. I know I'm a fucking hip hop head. You guys can tell from this show, like when I bring the music into it. He's a wrestling fan. What else? Are you going to tell me Quavo's not, who has the Smoking Skull title? Like how would he even know to buy that one? Right? Kai Cenat is faking that fucking excitement and that experience he had, dude. Are you serious? No.
Yeah.
Matthew McConaughey's at a random SmackDown where whatever's in the main event.
Yeah, just because it was in Austin, and he lives in Austin.
Exactly. And you mean to tell me, and Shane Gillis and Tony Hinchcliffe? Oh, you mean Tony Hinchcliffe, who's a huge, massive wrestling fan who had a podcast called The Store Horseman with other guys from the Comedy Store, and Shane Gillis, he's not a wrestling fan. Are you sure? Because I follow those guys, Dave. You don't. You fucking don't. Right? Yeah. And you don't understand these people. 2 Chainz is a wrestling fan. Lil Yachty's a wrestling fan.
Yeah.
Travis Scott named his whole shit Cactus Jack. Why do you think he did that? Oh, because they're just, if you want to make yourself look good. And then let's say that is what they're doing. So that's a problem now. So it's okay again when AEW does it. It's okay again when WWE did it in the past. They've done it since day one. WrestleMania's celebrity ridden. They had the celebrity guest host Raw era. They've always incorporated mainstream, and they are fucking mainstream, and you guys can't accept that because you're old white motherfuckers. Not that even the race thing matters, but let's be honest. Who listens to Guns N' Roses and fucking the Pointer Sisters? Just kidding, but like it's old people.
Yeah,
this is what I'm saying. Like, and listen, I love Guns N' Roses as much as the next guy. I love Metallica too. I love all music. There's a place in my heart for all music. But here's the thing. When we're talking about what's current and they're over there talking about Guns N' Roses songs and working with Guns N' Roses and shit, it's like, who's listening to that? Like old dudes with long hair and mustaches, bro. ZZ Top, motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about?
Guns N' Roses, Elton John, and the Pointer Sisters.
That's what
real
I mean.
relevant.
You couldn't be an older white lady, and you know what I mean? Like, for real. That's like
my mom. Seriously, that's my mother's playlist.
Legit.
Yeah,
that's like my fucking grandmother's playlist, dude. So. If she understood how to work an iPod,
I got to say one thing, with trying to make you.
So trying to make yourself, it's so stupid. He's so out of touch, and he doesn't understand how these people are like mainstream rapper guys.
Because they showed so many celebrities trying to make.
Oh, I'm like glitching out there.
Yourself look good with celebrities at ringside. They do it every UFC show and everything like that.
Yeah.
But there were too many tonight. I mean, or at least, it just felt like I was there just kind of going like, I've seen 400 of these guys now.
I've seen 400 of these guys now.
There was like 6.
No, but wait, what does he mean? Like here, just hold
He's
up.
trying not to say the N-word. Is what he's trying to do.
Jake just goes right to it, man.
Why not?
It's like this 400 of these guys now. 400 of what guys?
Yeah.
What do you mean, rappers? Like who? 400 of these guys. So if there was 4 rappers at AEW and they showed them on camera, you would have a problem with it too, Dave? Does one of them need to be Eminem? Like, I don't get it. Is because, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, is it because they, you know, are wearing current fashion or culture, whatever? You know what I mean? They all got jewels on and shit, and you're like, who are all these black folk? You know what I, like? What do you mean? 400 of these guys?
Hoodlums.
There was like 4 people there, dude.
Thugs. Yeah.
Yeah,
Seriously.
there was like 4 people there. Right. And I don't get how 2 Chainz is Lil Yachty. They're 2 very different artists. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really don't get it. And same with Quavo and 2 Chainz. Like, those are 2 very different artists as well. I'm sure
Yeah,
they
all look the
collab
same
together.
to Dave.
Like, that's what I mean. Dave's like,
Yeah.
well, I saw 400 of these guys. They all look alike. You know? Like,
He's
Dave.
like, yeah, he like literally he's like not
That's
saying
what
the
he's
words out loud,
saying,
but
dude.
yeah.
400 of these guys. Now, what do you mean? What does that even mean?
Yeah,
Of these guys, like rappers? So if it was Eminem and then like 2 Chainz, would you be saying that? Was that 400 of these guys, or like what? It's, I don't know. It was just crazy saying this, dude. I was shocked when I heard
it's
this.
ridiculous.
It's like, you're overdue. I just felt it's something that makes you look good, and that's
God forbid you want to make yourself look good in the wrestling business, Dave.
cool, and you know, I'm all for it, but there comes a thing where you go over the line, over whatever.
What line is that?
What is he even saying? Over whatever, I don't know. Like,
yeah,
I don't know what it was, but I was like, after about, you know, whatever it was later in the show, or
so after Kai Cenat came out, who again isn't a rapper, so I was 400 of these guys. Okay, Kai Cenat, he's a streamer. So Dave is literally going, you know, after I saw later in the show, well, they really only had them in one segment, the rappers. They had and then I guess during commercials. No, they had them throughout the show. So they're celebrity guests, Dave. Why wouldn't you have, let's say it's, I don't know, what's a fucking, a WrestleMania with like Leslie Nielsen, and who was he with in that one? Some other celebrities. I don't know if that was a Mania, but he was doing.
Oh, yeah,
like
no,
the
it was a
Frank
SummerSlam
Drebin
when
thing.
they're looking for Undertaker. It was
So let's
him
say
and
they had them. Let's say
guy
there's
from,
400 of
Big
those
Gun.
guys. Drew Carey's here. There's 400
Yeah.
of those guys. What do you mean? Like, what does this mean? It's comes off a little racialist. Sorry,
Yeah,
Alfred pointed it out, not me.
Comes
bro.
out a lot racialist.
Yeah, it's like, bro, what are you talking about? So when Kai Cenat came out later in the night, you're like, oh fuck,
Another
more
one of
of
these
them.
guys.
Yeah, and then Quavo. Did he think Quavo was a different guy than the guy they showed in the crowd? Like, they showed Quavo in the crowd, and then he was with Jey Uso later. So does Dave think, oh, look, another one of these guys? Like, I swear, that's how this comes across to me. They all just 400.
They all look the
They
same,
all look
but
the
different.
same. Yeah, Jesus Christ, man, it's so funny.
or whatever. I was like, okay, you know, I think you need to tone this down.
I think you need to tone this
Tone
down.
what
Tone
down?
what down? They're in Atlanta. What tone what down? Holy shit.
So like if they
Because
go
now
to
it's getting
Nashville and they get a
obtrusive to
bunch
the
of
show.
Now
country
it's getting
stars.
obtrusive to the show. How was Quavo obtrusive to the show when he just came out with Jey Uso? Jey Uso's making his entrance anyways. During the commercial break, they talked to Lil Yachty. That wasn't even on the fucking air, or unless, or like depending where you're watching in the world, the people who don't have Netflix yet. But that's still because they still do the thing where they like fade to black and shit. And you're like, what's that? I don't know. But during the commercial part, quote unquote, that would be normally commercial is when they sort of did the Lil Yachty stuff. But I don't know. I think Lil Yachty sitting with Kofi Kingston's parents or Xavier Woods' parents. Pardon me, I forget because they had the one
Xavier Woods
this week.
'Cause
Yeah,
he's
and then
from
I think
Atlanta.
and then they had right, sorry, and then they had Kofi's parents like the other week or whatever. So it's like I think that just elevates, and then for him to be like Rhea Ripley or bust type thing, I think that elevates everything. Having Travis Scott come out with Jay, having Quavo come out with Jay, you don't know who's going to come out with Jay to eat.
Yeah,
it's amazing. It's so hype, and you just don't get that because you're like this old fogey, and you're like, yeah, Elton John. You know, they're bringing the John
Mostly rappers
back
at ringside.
you know, they're bringing Elton John, and it's just doing to it's obstructing the show. What show? You giving 5 stars to fucking Osprey and Kenny or whatever? Like what show's being interrupted here? or obstructed with having these celebrities. Like, I'm popping for it. Everyone on X and Twitter's popping for it. Everyone on social media's popping for it. They tweet the shit out. Kai Cenat gets this out to his streamers. Kai Cenat's also not a rapper, Dave, right? He's a streamer.
What if
You
they had
son
a
of a
show in
bitch.
Nashville with a bunch of country stars that happen?
Exactly. Who do they have? Hardy. They have
Yeah.
Hardy. They have fucking all these
the
Jelly
big
Roll.
dude.
Choke,
Yeah, Jelly Roll. Thank you.
Choke slams, dude.
Yeah. Like
He said nothing
oof.
about that. So I'm not going to sit there and be like, you're a racialist. That's crazy shit to throw out there. But I will say this.
Comes off pretty bad.
Yeah, man. Like, I'm not in charge of that list when it comes to black people. So I don't know, dude. You're towing the line there, Dave. That's pretty crazy to say that, and then you don't say the same thing exactly in Nashville or whatever. But moving along here, we have some Brian, some good old Brian tomfoolery here.
Brian.
So
It's so
Darby
good.
Fan says, I agree the average viewers needs recaps. I've only commented on you saying you need recaps because you make money off of reviewing wrestling, so you should watch the shows also, whatever. I think my freestyle reviews are the goated reviews, and I think the way I figured out how to do this thing is the best way. But anyways, Brian Alvarez goes, not to fucking pat myself on the sore back, but it's just the truth. Alvarez says, anyone who makes money off reviewing wrestling can tell you what happened on the show. A robot could do that. My job is to tell you what works and what does not work and what is effective and ineffective. Brian, pardon me. You have no influence on the business. You're a fucking clown. You don't know what works or doesn't work. Otherwise you'd be like, hold the brakes. We can't review this Dynamite show until we explain like this shit is going down the tubes fast. You wouldn't be shilling these numbers that nobody's ever seen. You don't get a pass with me, Brian, and you're on the fucking list, and you know that. There's no passes no more. You're on the list. Right? Eric Bischoff quote tweets it with a clown face. Kevin Nash responds and goes, it's just an opinion, not like you're beating the Vegas spread. And he got ratioed into Obliviacree. Yo, Julia Gulia, if you're listening, we need fucking Shane Douglas going into Obliviacree from ECW, like back in the day. Anyways, moving along. Someone else responds, neckbeards, right? Of course he has to get it. And he goes, your wrestling expertise knows no boundaries. And Brian Alvarez says, so in conclusion, nobody has given me one solid reason why Sammy couldn't have won the title in Montreal. And that was back then. And it's like, bro, if you listen to PWT, I gave you 5 million reasons. One good reason. No, you just don't deem them good because you're a fucking mark and you're stupid and you don't understand what WWE's plans were exactly. You don't know what's good for business right here. Next Monday could be a massacre. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Jesus Christ. So that's funny. Neckbeard's got in there. Dave Meltzer responds to Abdullah A, who says, this is why there was an overkill on showing celebrities. Netflix reposted it. There's already over one. It wasn't overkill. There's already over 1 million views of Lil Yachty holding a Rhea shirt. It's smart. They're going to grow the audience over time by reaching people they haven't reached before. Yes, and young people. Meltzer goes, you totally missed my point. No, Meltzer, you're missing the point. It's not the key demo. Netflix should look at the 18 to 49. Bro, they're going for kids and shit too. They're going for the youth, and they're trying to build generational Netflix fans who know I can go on Netflix and watch Raw and shit. Dave, you're so
watching
dumb.
online anyway.
Yeah, and he goes, you totally miss. Like, kids have Netflix on their fucking tablets. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
or
saying?
they're gonna watch it on like enough Twitter clips or YouTube clips. Like, they don't watch the full shows. They haven't watched full shows their entire lives.
It's so stupid. And also, they don't realize, no, all these guys grew up in watching the Attitude Era and the Ruthless Aggression Era like I did.
Yeah.
They grew up watching that, bro. That fucking golden era. They're fans now of WWE, and they look and they see the storylines and they see dudes are cooking. And they go, all right, I'm going to tap back in with this, and everybody's down. Lil Yachty isn't some fake celebrity. He doesn't show up and get a WTF in the old WWF logo shirt made or whatever. You probably got that custom made. Like, you don't fucking do that unless you're a fan. Anyways, you don't have a shirt. Right. You're not Vanessa Hudgens showing up at so many wrestling shows that they're like barely showing her on screen because they're like, you're at every show. and she has hot girls like pro wrestling. It goes viral. She's a fan. She stands out for Roman Reigns and the bloodline, all this shit. Like, these people are coping so hard. So Master of Cope Ceremonies, Meltzer says, you totally missed my point. My point was a few is great. A few. They had a few. Dave, Jake. Dave thinks that like Quavo was a different guy. Like, it's literally what we were saying. They all look alike. Like, Dave thinks that when they showed, oh my God, man. Dave thinks like Yachty is two different guys when he saw them two different times.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And he thinks Kai Cenat, like, oh man. Way too funny.
And he doesn't know who any of these people are. Like, I don't know who some of them are, but I know who at least know the names of most of them. I couldn't pick
and
them
you
out
don't
of a
even
lineup,
need
but
you don't even need to, man. It's a matter of okay.
I understand. I understand it's not the audience. Exactly.
Yeah. It's just like if I saw like, okay, the first time I saw Hardy on WWE TV, I was like, who the fuck is this guy? And I Googled him and I'm like, oh, he has a huge, like, he's next up in the country world, it seems like, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't know someone, like, I'm not overly familiar with Kai Cenat, but I play his clips because he's like collaborating with Cena. He's marking out for wrestling. Hey, this isn't the first time he's marked out over wrestling, you know, and now he's been at a WWE event. It's awesome. So I don't know. Like,
I didn't know who Bad Bunny was when he first came out. Like, I'm not the target audience for that. And then I realized how popular he was, and I'm like, that's awesome. Like, it never bothered me. I'm like, I'm not listening to his music. I'm a 43-year-old white guy. Of course I wouldn't be, but that's cool that other people were, and that people were really into it. That brings more people, and that's what got the Puerto Rico pay-per-view. That was freaking fantastic. It all makes sense.
And like when Action Bronson comes out, and then there's like on Dynamite, and then there's like Rick Ross, and then they have DJ, I want to say Who Kid, and like everyone was on that same show. He wasn't like, oh, there's too many of them or anything like that. So I don't know. Dave's a weirdo, man.
Rick Ross, you's a big motherfucker. That's you need that on your soundboard.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
So he goes, when you show so many, the effect is lessened. Dude, they showed like 3 or 4 people. WrestleMania 1 versus WrestleMania 2. 2 had far more celebrities and nobody cared. Oh, really? I had a few, and to this day, I can tell you every one of them. Wait, what? I've had a few what, Dave? Hold on a second. Dave, he's had a few and can tell me every...
You what?
Is this some Django shit? What are you talking about? I had a few, and to this day, what is he talking about, Jake? I can't figure it out.
I have no idea. I have no clue. Like, what?
I had a few rappers, Dave. Is that what you're talking about, Dave? Whoa. Doing what, bro? You are pretty old, man. Jesus. I wonder if Dave was around before the Civil War and shit like that. Like, come on now. What's going on here? The effect is lessened. WrestleMania 1 versus WrestleMania 2. 2 had far more celebrities and nobody cared. I had a few, and to this day, I can tell you every one of them. Points about, is he talking about points? Chat, where am I not understanding, Dave? This is crazy.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Like, what is he? Where? Oh God, this is where my brain starts hurting.
Yeah, I just don't. He's like spurting out and fucking talking about other conversations.
Where does he come from? Yeah, like where did he think? What is he talking about? Sometimes I can figure it out, and other times my brain just hurts.
Yeah, I should. Yeah, I got to stop racking my brain. And then listen, he calls Quavo Cuervo, like the
Mahones.
liquor. Yeah, dude, Mahones and like the liquor Jose Cuervo, like that type of tequila. He's calling him Cuervo with the hard R, bro. Put the hard R into Quavo.
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
He had to get it in somewhere. It was eating his soul. You could hear it.
One guy's name was Quavo. The other was Cuervo. I thought they were both twins. I wanted to chase them off my screen and go, hey, get off.
Chase them.
You know what I mean? This is how it feels, man.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I had a few before. I had a Quavo and a Cuervo before. Ole. The best guy is Tony Khan. What the fuck? So Konoha goes, after ranting about his disdain for all these black rappers appearing in this black city of Atlanta. Exactly. Mayonnaise Meltzer finished his mumbling monologue, nice alliteration, by shouting out his favorite rapper, Cuervo. Holy fuck. Cuervo. He's in DJ Khaled, Justin Bieber songs. He's as mainstream as it gets. Cuervo.
Mahones. Yeah, there it is.
Well, he does his entire entrance, and then he gets on the announce table.
He had Cuervo with him the whole.
Oh my god.
The captions make these so much funnier.
He had Cuervo with him. Oh shit.
Time too.
Jose?
Well, he does his
Jose?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jose, what you dog?
I hope it's at least the silver. I mean, at least that goes down.
Well, he does his entire entrance, and then he gets on the announce table.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Yo, we need him for the soundboard. Cuervo is so funny.
You need Cuervo and Mahones. Like those are needed.
Bro, Cuervo. Like where's this guy? What planet is fucking Mushmouth Meltzer from? Holy shit. Thank you, Alfred, for catching that.
That's
I'm
so
fucking
good.
dying.
Yeah,
So-
those are the people are the real MVPs, the people who can listen to Dave to show us these funny clips, because I couldn't listen to, what is it, like a 56-minute podcast of Dave and Brian? Oh my God, I would die. That's actually the seventh circle of hell.
So Alfred says the blacker wrestling gets, the cooler it gets. Well, I'll let him finish the rest. And here we go, man. This is like a reminder. I think he brought this up before, or this is a new one he whipped up. Either way, Cuervo. Mama told me don't talk to strangers. Ole. Spanish Cuervo. He's Cuervo. It's fucking the Spanish rapper version of Cuervo. Jesus Christ, Meltzer. Anyways, here's Pro Wrestling Bitch. Shout him out.
Dave Meltzer has had it with you niggas. Since the start of the Netflix era, WWE's been...
I'm so sorry. We gotta bring that back. Jesus Christ. Oh man, thank you.
Alfred
someone's
shorts are
gonna
on point.
Bro. And then exactly, he had no problem when it's like too many of them celebrities, when they literally showed Macaulay Culkin, Topanga, Eric Matthews. They showed fucking Selena Gomez. They showed all these people, all these celebrities, right? And Dave wasn't like, oh, there's too many of them. But it's like they're in Atlanta. So they did that in Cali, where there's like Hollywood people who live in LA. And then in Texas, they have fucking Matt McConaughey and other.
The PBR writers were there, weren't they?
Yes, and then you go to Atlanta, where it's fucking hot Atlanta, bro. Like,
yeah.
Jesus, do you not know anything about like the country you live in, dog?
No,
I know this, and I live in Canada. Yeah, it's like,
because he wants to live in Japan, so that's where his where he mentally lives. He lives in like one of those virtual meta worlds in Japan. That's where Dave lives.
Holy shit, man! So. I don't know. Alfred just popped me so hard with this right off the bat. And exactly. He had no problem with Macaulay Culkin and all that shit. So let's see.
Dave Meltzer has had it with you niggas since the start of the Netflix era.
Oh no, what happened? It got the Phantom Menace. Oh no. My God. It's okay though. We have it. Do we have it saved? Oh my God. Dude, Brian, we've been hacked. I'm going to get it. No, we're not watching it.
No, yeah, gotta go back to Albert's page. Yeah, and everybody should go watch one of his videos and scan the QR code. He'll send you a free sticker. He sent me a friendship bracelet, a subscribe in Swahili friendship bracelet too.
Yeah, so go and get that.
He's awesome.
Right away. I need to get on that.
Yeah, just watch one of his videos. He puts it somewhere through. It'll have a little QR code. I scanned it the other day and it came. I mean, he lives like one state away from me, so it didn't take long. But
that's good. I hope. Oh, look, Alfred retweeting me and stuff. That's amazing. So let me see. Here we go. We got the video. And now it's saying bookmark added to folder. We have the phantom keyboard, dude. I swear
Aubrey
to God.
Edwards, run into your bookmarks.
Aubrey Ed, man. Okay, share this tab instead. You guys can see what I'm seeing? Excellent. And now here, let's get into this.
Dave Meltzer has had it with you niggas since the start of the Netflix era. WWE's been flexing on its ops by inviting A-list celebrities to Raw, SmackDown, and PLEs. But when WWE pulled up to the beautiful black metropolis of Atlanta, and all those celebrities just happened to be black, Dopey Dave was all like,
They showed so many celebrities, mostly rappers, at ringside. I don't.
Oh yeah, so Lil Baby was there too. Killer Mike was at Raw. He was at NXT as well.
Have a problem, with trying to make.
And Lil Baby was there with his kids, man. Or like,
Right.
do you not think that these are wrestling fans? You goofs.
yourself look good with celebrities at ringside. They do it at every UFC show and everything like that. But there were too many tonight. I've seen 400 of these guys now.
I don't have a problem with kids playing on my lawn. Just make sure they're not, dirty little Quavos. Or as Dave pronounces it,
Cuervo with them.
come on, get it right, David. Maybe if you read, study, and learn the rappers you're talking about, pronounce the word rapper with 2 hard R's. All bet if it's Quavo Nakamura, you'd be screaming it so loud your dad jeans.
Yes, Quavo Nakamura, man, the fucking dude, I love it. Oh my god, now we got the Japanese Quavo, we got Cuervo, Jose Cuervo. He's the fucking Spanish one. Now we got a whole new Amigos. They can be called the Amigos, dude. Oh shit, that's hilarious, man. Holy fuck. If it was Quavo Nakamura, you know how to say it.
Be even more distressed. How would you like it if somebody screwed your name up and called you, I don't know, David Duke? Anyway, Dave.
Oh my god, he called him David Duke Meltzer.
Oh my god.
He called him David Duke, bro. Oh, Alfred dropping bombs. Holy shit.
The Duke Meltzer's latest rant reminds me of how he didn't get vocal about old WWE guys all over AEW until Shelton Benjamin showed up.
No, you're not Alfred. You can drive this point home further. Benjamin, well, I guess Benjamin's the first, but MVP Benjamin and Lashley. Like when MVP showed up is when I don't know. I'm sure you know your shit. Benjamin was the first to show up, but he, like, ever since MVP and Lashley got in that match as well, they had a trios match or whatever. He's been harping on it so hard, like overly hard. It's his main criticism. And Alfred's spot on. He picked up on this when nobody else did.
Imagine that. A culturally clueless.
There you go. Amazing from Dave Meltzer. Okay, we got a little bit more here. Moving along. So Meltzer responds. So this guy, the same old hustle, says, too many black folks for you, huh, Dave? And Meltzer goes, you can tell when somebody doesn't listen to something in context and instead relies on frauds who make up words. So when Alfred Konuwa was quoted saying AEW trashes NXT in the ratings, blah, blah, blah. And then they copy that and quote it and use it in their commercials for Dynamite that they run during SmackDown. He's not a fraud. He's not a fraudster, nothing like that. But now that Konuwa's making fun of you, Dave, and pointing out some shit that seems pretty, there's evidence. I just look at evidence, bro. And like relies on frauds who make up words. What do you mean, bro? You called Quavo Cuervo. You called Quavo Cuervo. You literally made up a word. So that's projection. And also, he has it in context. He posted the clips in context. And we understand the context, Dave, because you've never reacted like this or had this reaction earlier in context to what he pointed out, Macaulay Culkin and that whole show. You had no fucking problem. Now you had no problem in AEW. You don't start calling people old till it's the Hurt Business come in. You had nothing to say when it was fucking Jericho, Mox, and Edge coming in and Punk and shit like that. You had no problem. So he's pointing that out. That's just an objective reality, and you can tell when people don't listen. How much more he had the whole thing. He listened to the whole thing and clipped it out. How the fuck else do you think he got that? He's like, his mouse thing's on there as a pointer. He's like listening on his computer or whatever he's doing, dude. And then you call him a fraud. So he's not a fraud when he's saying NXT trounced by AEW. But now he's a fucking fraud. And like people who say 2 billion valuation from Forbes. And then that's not legit, but that's supposed to be legit, but Konuwa, who works for Forbes, is a fraud when he says some shit like this. Or are you just fucking mad, old, played out, and caught in bullshit, and people are just tired of your shit? That's all it is, bro. He called your ass out for this, and you have no good rebut. You can tell when people don't study. He studied, trust me, bro. And Dave wishes he could work for fucking Forbes. And for real. And the other thing is that yeah, you're cherry picking. You're picking and choosing when someone's a fraud and when they're not. You're picking and choosing when information is valid and when it's not. And I want to point that out as well, beyond the racialist stuff. But Glenn Gilberti says the context is you thought the rundown of all the celebrities on the show lasted too long. It's an absurd criticism on the surface and made even more absurd since Atlanta is a hip-hop hub. It showed you're out of touch in context. Boom. Gilberti, dude, cooked him. Let's repost that because it's like, yes, exactly. It just shows you're out of touch, bro. The thing you accuse, you're out of touch. The thing you accuse everybody else of being. This is just proof of that, man. And then Alvarez said, you know, anyone who makes money off of reviews, whatever. My response was to that. I quote tweeted it. I made it my own bookmarks. I said, and yet you don't know what works and what doesn't. Go figure. So I think we covered that before. And I'll give that a Brian for sure, because that was an epic fucking Brian moment as well.
Yeah.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a myriad of Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week.
Good God. I still can't get over that.
I think the E flute really triggers Dave. It's a little hip hoppy, you know. It's a little Travis Scotty there. He might it might trigger him. Look out, you know what I'm saying?
I've heard it 400 times.
Yeah. There's like 400 of those flutes that all look alike, but they're different. But I just can't tell because I'm old and out of touch. Tony Khan?
We should call Dave Lil Flutie.
Lil Flutie?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So we got to check in with chat here. As we do. We always check in with chat. And so, yeah, that was awesome, though. What an amazing here. I just want a round of applause as well for an amazing fucking. So Lincoln Hawk says, I'm in finally. Hope it's been a great night. It has been. You'll catch the replay right away. I won't hold it hostage again. Your boy Phil is feeling much better. You guys helped me power through tonight. I was actually in a lot of pain, but I'm not even joking. Something felt like I drank some coffee and it felt sort of euphoric. Like, yeah, dude, we're getting through this and this is what I'm supposed to be doing. So I just appreciate you all. And Lincoln Hawk, you already know it. Cleric of Chaos for $2. Took a shot of Cuervo Silver for the chat. Cheers. Nice, dude. That is awesome. God, we have no Mexican music or anything like that. So I'll give you a banjo for Dave's hillbilly ass who doesn't for calling Cuervo. And Cleric, thank you so much for the support as well. And chat, what an amazing. Really quick, should we do predictions for Royal Rumble, Jake? Can you do that?
I'm down.
Yeah, we might as well. I promised you guys earlier. I didn't give you any reviews. WWE Royal Rumble 2025. Like, what's the match card? It doesn't really matter. What matters is
it's the two Rumbles, the 2 out of 3 falls tag match with DIY and the Machine Guns, and then Cody and Kevin Owens in the ladder match. Yeah, there they are.
Oh, okay. DIY Motor City is going to cook 2 out of 3 falls. Let's think this through. I think that the DIY pulls off their match, and then I think Cody Rhodes defends against Kevin Owens.
Yep,
and he gets both belts.
Agreed.
Women's Royal Rumble match. Now we don't even know who's all in here. I was going to steal What Culture's game and play like 3 count with you, where we were going to do like a 3 count, and maybe we could still do that. Maybe on like a run-in or like a Twitter Spaces on Thursday or Friday if you're down, Jake.
Yeah, let me know. Like I said, my wife's out of town till like 10 o'clock my time tomorrow, and I'm on the West Coast. So,
I'm thinking maybe we can just steal that game from them and just like make it better and funnier. And 3 words or less, like describe each like person. We'll bring them up, Natty Neidhart. We'll go through the whole WWE roster, the TNA roster, other names I'll throw in there that might be floating around as free agents. We could play that. Maybe I'll think about it if we got the times. Depends how I'm feeling. I'm starting to feel a lot better though. So anyways, though, enough about that shit. I'm going to go. So again, guys, my official picks are always right before the show. So this is me throwing it out there Wednesday, but right before we lock it in. Okay. So I'm saying DIY defends their belts. I think Cody defends his belt or unifies the belts. And then we have the women's Rumble match. So who do you think, if you just had to go off on a whim, like who do you think's going to win? Charlotte's going to come back and win the whole ass Rumble to face who?
To face Tiffy. Charlotte versus Tiffy is absolutely happening at WrestleMania, I think.
And that's a money match too.
It so is. And because Tiffy's going more like babyface, I think they were probably thinking it was going to be Charlotte as the babyface, but she's a better heel, so it just works. I'm all for that.
I think people are going to rage if that happens, Jake.
Let them rage. I think people will be excited to see Charlotte and Tiffy, though. I mean, that'll be a really good match. Charlotte and Rhea, not this past Mania because Charlotte was hurt, but the year before was the best women's match I've ever seen, and it wasn't really close. So, but we'll see. If nothing else, Charlotte will be like, if Charlotte doesn't win it, she'll be the last eliminated because they'll tease her to win it. Would make the most sense to me.
So I'm going to say, who are our champions right now? We got Mommy and we got
Tiffany.
So, God damn it, Jake. You know, Charlotte and Tiffany makes a lot of sense. Charlotte could heel on her and be like, this is everything. Yeah. Like you're taking everything I worked for, bitch. You know, like been there and done that. You want to test yourself. And then Tiffy gets the big title defense. And it's like, oh, fuck. She's, you know, but usually the Rumble winner, that's what makes me think they could just set up that match anyways. They don't need the Rumble winner to do that.
Well, then it's got to be the Elimination Chamber. It would have to do it, which Charlotte could win that too. I don't know.
Do the Rumble winners usually lose at Mania as well? They always typically win.
Usually, but they have. I mean, Cody did with his first one. There's been I know there's been a few. I know for a while it was like pretty much a guarantee to win it, but I think once
Charlotte has to put Tiffy over. She can't beat her for the belt.
Right.
So.
Not at this one. I wouldn't think.
Okay, I like the way you think. I'll just throw something else out there because Royal Rumble picks don't matter unless like we're all unless like you want to have a wager and like people we have 30 guys who all throw up $20 and then we go first, second, and third fucking get, you know, we could do that, chat. I don't know, man. 30 slots open. Maybe that's what we could do. We only have a few days to organize it though, and I'm not very good at that stuff. But either way, the women's Rumble, I'm going to go off on a limb and say, so we got Rhea. I'm going to say Jordan Grace comes in, wins it, calls her shot, beats Rhea at Mania.
Wow.
Just right now on Wednesday.
That'd be a way to get her over.
Because you just got to smash her over. Like, she looks great. She knows how to work. Just smash her over big time. And, you know?
Yeah. I could see that. I could also see like whoever eliminates her from the Rumble could be her match. Like if it's like Bianca or something, if they don't have Bianca challenging.
I think we're gonna have Jade having some sort of shit.
You go.
Jade and someone versus Naomi and Bianca for those tag belts back. That's what I think is gonna happen at Mania.
Yeah. Also, could be Becky too. Becky could come back. She's due back soon.
Yeah,
because obviously the movie's done filming because MJF's back. So
yeah. So the men's Royal Rumble match.
This one's the one where it's like, who there's.
Well, let's look at chat. People are saying that'd be so fun. Yeah, we should maybe try. I'll try and organize it. I don't know. Everybody hit me up on Discord, and maybe that's a Discord
Jamie,
thing.
George, organize it. George, nope.
Yeah, I need a week. Yeah, exactly. No, don't put that shit on George. He's the top mod. That's enough responsibility.
Right.
Let's do it. So Lincoln Hawk's down. Lincoln Hawk is the top mod of the Discord. So. Yeah, maybe that's like a Discord thing we should do. And then we'll get 30 people. Like we'll get everybody's names. And then if there's not enough, we'll get everybody's names. And then if there's like not enough fucking people, I don't know how we'll do it. Hopefully we get over 30, then we can do it for each Rumble and then draw. If there's more than 30 names, we could draw them just out random. But then obviously myself and Jake and shit have to be in automatically. We're thinking it out on the fly. If someone can come up with this very quickly or something, I'm down to try and organize it last minute. However, I just don't. And we can even do like $2 each or some shit, like whatever the fuck. You get $10, whatever you guys want to do. But let's just talk about it maybe in Discord more if someone wants to help organize it. And we can do 2 of them for the women and the men. And that could be cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Anyways, the men's Rumble match. Jake, I want your thoughts. Who do you think's going to win if you had to pick? Or no, sorry. Women's Royal Rumble match. I'm going to ask more questions. So who do you think is going to be, let's say there's a big shock surprise entrant. Who do you or like a big return or something like that? And it can be someone we've already talked about, but who do you think it would be in the women's match, if anybody?
I think because of the news going around with her, Alexa Bliss. She's definitely coming back, and if all the reporting are going the other way. But then also you have Becky Lynch; she can come back. That'll be a big one, I think. I think that's why they're saving her, because she was in the like initial commercials for Raw, and she was at the Raw like debut Netflix thing that they did at Netflix's offices a couple weeks before. So
yeah, and she voiced over the
Yeah.
English dub of the main character in this fucking anime for Netflix as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Like I feel like the Women's Rumble has more where they can have like Nikki Bella come back and have
Well, I was gonna ask you next. If there's a legend that comes back that isn't Nikki Bella, so
Right.
no Nikki Bella, who do you think it is?
Medusa. Alundra
Really?
Blade. I don't know.
Okay.
I've got nothing. I mean, because there's so many that it could be. Because they're all in pretty good shape still. Is Trish going to come back and do anything? The Women's Rumble has a lot more of that, as where the Men's Rumble has like a bunch.
It's just
more.
everyone's so over. The Men's Rumble's like, hey, here's the star-studded superstars. Here are all these big top draws, legends already. They've announced
so many that could win it, and
there's only going to be one or two surprises in the men's thing. I truly believe that. I think the women will have more, and maybe a few TNA.
Danhausen in a dress. That's what I want.
Yeah,
AJ Lee is another good one that they keep teasing, but I just don't know if she wants to do it or if she has the physical ability to do it. I would love to see her.
I think she has the physical ability to do it. I think she does.
Her music hitting would be awesome.
Yeah. So the men's Royal Rumble match. Now I'm going to ask you the same questions. Who do you think wins it? If you had to pick one guy, who do you think wins it right now?
Right now, if I had to pick one, I would say CM Punk. Just because as of right now, there's not. I mean, I know Sammy just entered, and then Jay entered, so there's been a few more. But there was that point where there was like 6 people who had entered it, and everybody had already won one except for CM Punk. You know, and everybody had been champion. Like
What's
this is
awesome?
the most stacked Rumble ever.
Yeah, dude. What's awesome is that there's so many. Like, I don't know what could be the main event of Mania. Punk Cody, sure. Cody Roman again. You could even run that. Rock Cody, sure. Like Rock could come in at 30 and just win this shit out of nowhere.
They could make, like the Cena thing could work. I think they should save that.
Cena Cody. That's what I mean. Like you have
there's so many options.
Options for the main event. So this, like, there's only a few days till the Rumble chat. I'm so hyped for this, man. Like they gotta. I'm sure they have it locked down already, but it's like. Yeah. What's the main event? I think you got to give Punk his main event one time. So Punk wins it and calls out Cody Rhodes for that title.
You could call out Gunther too. Like that's the thing is the other Gunther being the other one makes sense too on some levels. I mean, you could also have Brock come back and win, and then he takes.
That's the other thing no one's talking about, dude. Big Brock could
Heyman said the one too many times for me not to think of Brock. Like I was one of the people saying Brock's not coming back. There's no chance he's staying up in Saskatchewan until Heyman kept saying I'm the one behind the one, and I'm like that triggers.
Yeah, and then I believe on SmackDown or Raw or whatever, they just alluded to it as well, where Drew McIntyre's like, I beat the beast or whatever, and I beat your beast or whatever, and I became
all in the same segment. Yeah, that was all on Raw when they released the UK thing. Yeah, just a lot of that just triggered to me of like, I'm sorry, what was that? You know, yeah. And it could just be a tease because, you know, they like to do that too, but there's a lot of options.
So you have Punk winning, and then you think
right now I'm kind of with you where I'm like, let's see it, because also too what's going to happen on SmackDown, like with more segments, who else is going to be in it? There's so many options.
I think you can do the Rock, Cody, Roman, all that shit without the Rumble. You don't need like a Rumble win. You don't need the Rock to come in at 30, win it, and then grease his way. Like he can just pull the final boss shit and do whatever he's got to do.
Unless he comes out like 5 minutes after number 30 as number 31, then that would be fun. I would be cool with that. Like use it.
That pissed so many, dude. The fucking IWC would melt down if that happened.
That would be fun.
Like, that doesn't even make sense. So. Okay, because I'm trying to think here. I don't think whoever wins the Rumble calls out Gunther, or maybe they do because it adds a little more juice to that, whereas like the Bloodline, Roman, Rock, Cody stuff, that already has juice to it. You know what I mean? So maybe you add a little bit by who calls out Gunther. So then who wins? Punk calls out Gunther? That's not a fucking Mania main event. And you got to think too, Cody Rhodes, the WWE champ. So they have 2 nights. So whoever you could main event with Gunther on night 1 or something like that. And that's technically a main event. But I just feel like we're leading to some sort of blow off with like Seth and Drew and Punk and all of this. I don't know. And then where does KO fit into all of this stuff as well? Because he's showing up on every show, just attacking people, etc. I don't know who's gonna win this goddamn thing. I think you got to give Punk his like main event at WrestleMania. You got to give him that one time. So maybe he does pull it off. And I like the idea of Punk Cody. That's a huge match.
I do, especially after the segment the promo battle they had on Monday, and then the one they had last year right before Mania 2, or right before the Rumble 2 was awesome, and then Punk got hurt. So
and
there's a lot.
Like, and WWE's going really hard. Like they're being cutthroat. We showed you guys earlier. They're running the same like Cincy building, like for a special NXT. They're being cutthroat. So imagine the main event of Mania is fucking Punk and Cody, 2 guys who left WWE, thought the grass was greener, realized they're dealing with a complete mark. They both come back, get the fuck out of there, and then they main event WrestleMania. Cody defends, and here's why, because Punk's got to put him over. Like Punk's in the get people over phase. He can win matches, but it's like, you know, Cody wins and defends, because that's I could totally see that happen. We're fantasy Mark booking here, but that's the thing that Punk just needs his WrestleMania main event. Right. He doesn't need to win it. He's never won the Rumble, so that's another feather on his cap. And then Cody did the job for Roman, and everyone melted down, and then he got his moment the next year. So that could be awesome. Or it's like some bullshit like The Rock throws him over, or they go with like who's been the grinder. That's what I'm trying to think of. Like who's the dude who's there night in, night out. I'm trying to think like who's a big money matchup. Yeah, I mean, if Cena could win the shit too, it's what's so crazy. Like I wouldn't be mad if Cena won it and just his last hurrah. You know?
I wouldn't either. And I don't think this would happen, but who's been grinding and doing it, and who would get over for it? It'd be Jey Uso and him taking on Gunther and finally
beating him, and then it adds so much more to that. And then you have the bloodline shit where that already has the story like I was talking about. Dude, if Uso wins the Rumble, ooh, Jake, I love that when you come up with those. It would be really cool. I didn't even think about that.
I didn't think who's been doing it day in, day out, and I was trying to think, because the answer first off is Cody, because he's wrestled the most matches, but can't be him. So then who was the second one? Jey Uso is all I could come up with. So I don't know. There's a lot of options, and that's what I love, is because usually most years you kind of have a clue, or like last year we pretty much knew it was going to be either Punk or Cody, and the year before you knew it was going to be Cody. This year it's like it could be like 8 different people and it would work.
Or it could be Hulk Hogan, brother.
Oh God, brother!
And Hulk Hogan runs wild on you. Lincoln Hawk for $2. I'm on it. Let's talk tomorrow. Sounds good, buddy. Shoot me the DM. Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that I'll say Punk wins. Sure, that's just my pick now. Jake, who do you think the big surprise will be, and who do you think the legend will be if they have them?
And that's the thing is, the big surprise, which won't be that much of a surprise, people are expecting it'll probably be Joe Hendry, who I actually just found out is going to be in my city in February, and I just paid for a meet and greet to go get a selfie with Joe Hendry for $40.
Yeah, good, man. And here's the thing, though. I'll say this: I think another shock surprise return is Omos. I think that's not like a big shock or anything, but I think Omos will be in this Rumble.
He got rid of his tag belt in Japan. I think that's exactly what
and he said he's coming back to WWE now. So he has work to do. So Aaron Rowland for $2 says going to the Rumble this weekend and meeting Punk.
Nice.
Oh, fuck. Aaron Rowland, send us videos or some shit. Boots on the ground.
Yes. Tag us on Twitter.
Yes. Please and thank you. But Omos. But anyways, though, who do you think a legend? Let's say they pull out just a random, like, when the Hurricane shows up, or Kevin Nash or Diesel or Booker T or one of these guys. Like, who do you think?
Has Billy Gunn left AEW, or is he still there?
I hope to God he's about done there. I think he's still there.
I'm trying to think of who's in because it's legends, but also like you got to be in somewhat of shape. You know,
Yep.
my first thought was Road Dogg, but he's not in good shape. I'm trying to think who's back there.
And they've done the Dudleys before, like a couple times.
Yeah.
So you can't really do that again.
Yeah, and they just had Bubba out at Mania last year, and I mean, I don't think they're going to bring back Goldberg for that, even though they've been talking about it. And something
That would be great. What if it was Goldberg though, and it's already such a stacked Rumble, and number 30's like Goldberg, and we're like, oh fuck. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool. I mean, his music always got me. His music is always got me hyped, so that'd be fun. But I just don't. I mean, they might not even do any like legends this year. The roster's so
That's
stacked.
what I mean. It might just be Joe Hendry, and then I think like an Omos will come out, and then other than
and
that,
maybe like
just
Ilya Dragunov comes back because I heard he might be back soon. AJ
Or
Styles.
here's the thing, though, Malachi as well. Remember earlier in the show what I told you guys? He could be. I
And
wouldn't
that's
pull the
like
trigger on him yet.
Yeah,
But yeah, I
I'm
could
with
see
you.
it. I could see it being like Malachi and Joe Hendry, or like Joe Hendry and fucking Brock, or like Joe Hendry and The Rock, or it'll just be like two guys. It won't be like 10 fucking legends because their roster's too stacked. And then of course Cody Rhodes, Kevin Owens probably won't be in the Rumble match.
I would think not.
And then DIY probably won't be in the Rumble match either. I love that it's just the 4 matches too.
Yeah.
I love that. That's way better.
Yeah, because all 4 of them will take time and be good matches and have. Yeah, I'm really excited for this show. Like, this is probably one of the most excited I've been for just a single PLE in a long time.
Aaron Rowland for $5 says also meeting the Hardy Boys. They're leaving the convention early on Saturday. Jeff did have a concert, but it was moved to Friday, so maybe the Hardys, dude.
That's cool.
That's amazing, man. Round of applause. You gotta fucking just ask them, be like, are you guys for real gonna do, or just be like, you should go to NXT, man. You guys are cooking NXT. Just see what they say about that.
Hey, when the WWE comes to your town for one of the big 4 PLEs and they put on all that stuff, you gotta go. You gotta just spend the money and go to it. It's worth it.
Yeah, send us pics, or like if anything's interesting or anything like that, man. Anything you think you watch PWT, you listen to PWT, so anything you think I would mark out for, pop for, whatever. Just don't be afraid to hit me up, and definitely film when Hendry comes out if you can, but also enjoy the moment. Don't be staring at your fucking phone the whole time, you mark.
Right.
Just kidding. I'm not actually mad at you, but for real, God damn it. Okay.
You what?
There's too many people. You go out and this is like a boomer talking, I know, but you like everything, man. Concerts, everyone's just got their fucking phones up. Do you know what I do with my wife when we go out and do shit? I go, here's my phone, film shit, or I film shit, and then I let her enjoy. We don't both, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like we can share pictures, bro. What the fuck? Enjoy the moment, dude.
My wife's short, so I'm usually in charge of that. And it's like I'm taking a couple of pictures. If the lights change or there's a set change, I'll take different pictures. And I'm going to take a video of a good part of 1 or 2 songs that I really like, and nothing that long. And then you put the phone away for the rest of the concert. It's not that hard.
Yeah, man.
Even like if you saw my videos from SmackDown, like the video that I got of Tiffany cashing in, they got like 25,000 views. I'm literally screaming half the video. I'm not even filming. I'm just losing my mind.
Yeah, I know.
I was just filming the film.
It's not a crisp video. It's just you can hear the pop, and you're
fun.
marking out. Exactly. That's the way to do it, man. No, I'm just kidding. Do you? If you enjoy watching it through your phone, go ahead. But yeah, I see that shit so much.
Yeah.
Jimmy B for $5 goes, didn't Matt accidentally slip some shit about a possible WWE return on CVV? Well, he was just like, I guarantee, or he's like, I guarantee we'll be back in the Federation. So it's pretty much what he said. And then Jeff Hardy's like, I'd love for CM Punk to be my last match. And they're like, oh, we'd love to do the crossover thing. And it sucks because WWE's not going to jump at it because they shouldn't have burnt the bridge. However, WWE had the Hardys filming shit. And then that's when they started talking this shit like, we're confident we'll be whatever. I think they're going to get inducted this year too, the Hardys. That's cool. I think, and it sucks that we can't get like the whole Edge and Christian and Dudley's reunion, but they did that before. They could just have the Dudleys reunion with them. Maybe Lita. No, just kidding. That'd be awkward. But yeah,
cool now. I think everybody's cool now.
So since everybody's being cool and we're hanging out, I don't know. We gone long tonight, and I'm in pain. But fuck it, let's just talk a little bit more, Jake. What do you think? Who else do you think? Since Triple H is in the Hall of Fame, how many people do they typically induct? Like 5 total?
It's
Five or
usually like
six?
5 or 6, and usually like
So
one of
who else? Who else, man? Batista?
I don't think so, because I think Batista would be, because he's gotten famous enough as an actor. I think
He'd
he
be
would
the
be
main
a headliner. Yeah. So that's kind of how you have to think of it, because I mean, I don't know if they still do it, but they had like the thing where they tried to induct somebody who had passed away. You know, they usually try to get somebody of color. You know, and now they usually try to get a female as well. So it's kind of depending on if they try to still go to that route.
Jazz. Someone's saying Jazz, and I agree. Jazz.
Great.
And you're talking about all this. They try and get a person of color. They try and get a woman. Well, that tackles
there you
2 of
go,
those
Jazz.
right there. No, but for real, I mean, we're being honest here. So, yeah, I mean, I could see Jazz because, you know, she deserves her flowers. I think she got a Legends deal as well. And I don't know if Victoria's been inducted, but they gave her a Legends deal. They showed her at Raw. She could totally get be inducted into the Hall of Fame. I could see the Hardys. They always have like someone who's a real throwback. So, and then like a celebrity. So I don't know who the celebrity will be, and I don't know who the real throwback will be. I'm trying to think like who's someone who's a real old school who's not in it. I don't know, bro. We need the British Bulldog in that bitch. We need they inducted him finally, right?
Yeah, because I remember his son accepted it. Yeah, I'm trying. That's
Thank
what I'm trying
God.
to do. Like,
we need Owen Hart in that bitch. We need Vader. I don't think Vader's in there.
No, Vader recently got in. No, because
Vader recently. Sorry, see, I'm watching because it's
accepted. His kid's huge.
Because we've been bitching about it for years. Like fucking Vader's not in. So I forget everyone, but like Lex Luger, was he finally brought in?
That's the one I was thinking of. Thank you. No, Lex was the one I was trying to think of. Somebody. I think DDP is going to make it so he can walk again, because DDP's a freaking miracle worker. So I think if he can do that, then they'll let it. Then Lex will want to go in because he'd want to go up there and walk and stand.
Jimmy B for $2 says we need Gail Kim back. Yeah, if she came out in the Rumble, that'd be awesome, but only if she eliminates herself and then walks out of the company.
That's the best. It's a good one.
Shit. Oh, guys, well, we've been rocking
the Iron Woman too. That's like my other thing is I don't think she's going to win the Women's Rumble, but I think she'll be the Iron Woman or like get the most eliminations to kind of show her off.
Yeah,
because she's just going straight in the roster.
And that's Jordan Grace you're talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And do you think like Julia Gulia shows up, like one of the NXT champs, to be like, "Hey, I'm here too"? Kind of
maybe.
Shit,
I do think the Women's Rumble has a more chance of more NXT people coming up. I hear a lot of people saying it for the Men's Rumble, but I feel like the men's roster is deep enough where maybe 1 or 2 will. But I think the women's roster has enough, and with how good the NXT women's roster is, I could see people coming up for it.
Yeah. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a member for 1 month, Vince McMahon, in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, in the Great Hall of Fame in Saudi Arabia, pal. Yeah. We're building one in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, fuck no. Fuck out of here. And it's funny that he never inducted himself, and then now he'll never be inducted. And for like 100 years. It'll take like 1,000 years, and then they'll go when everyone's just like half robot, half human. And then they'll be like, Vince McMahon, yes, he shit on people, but we do not shit anymore, so it is okay.
It'll be like Futurama. It'll be just his head in a jar, so he can't shit on
nobody poops anymore, so it's okay he did that because it was a sin that we all didn't know before Robot Jesus came back. You know, fucking, we didn't know that was a bad thing. Okay, we're getting off the rails here, folks. Man, we went like 4.5, and I didn't think I could last this long, and I thought I was going to have to take some meds, and I didn't have to because you guys got me through it. Fuck, you guys are absolutely goated. The Saturday live show you don't want to miss. I don't give a fuck what other live shows are going on. You don't want to miss mine. Hot news an hour before kickoff mode. We're going to do a lot of hot news. We're going to do sickos because I promised you guys. I love you all. Thank you all for being here. Round of applause for chat. Over 200 here, over 300 throughout the night. We're growing and growing and growing. Thank you all. I hope I performed well tonight. I was a little off at the moment, but all fun. Jake, thank you for having my back.
Absolutely,
I appreciate you. Can't wait to have you at the Rumble as well. It's going to be great shit, pal. And yeah, if you fools figure that shit out in the Discord quickly or whatever, and we can hash it out, we can plan it out. Okay, we got 3 days. If not, then we have like a working plan for next year because we ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now because it's PWT for life. No Diddy. Yeah. Hey, that song still bangs, okay?
It does. It does.
Put the keys in ignition, hot and fresh out the keys. That shit still slaps. Bounce, bounce, bounce. I'm sorry, okay? I don't give a fuck. But anyways, love you all. Take care of each other. Be good to each other. And until next time, for Alt Jake at Alt Jake Takes On, I will see you in the Upside Down. Let's get to 6K
everybody.
subs, bitches. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
God damn it, yeah!
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.